Story 1 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Sci-Fi, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cosmic Deflector by Stanton A. Coblentz. His face red with haste, and his blue eyes glittering, Dan Holcomb burst into the laboratory. "Just look at this, Lucille," he cried, flinging his hat halfway across the room and almost dancing in his joy. "Lord, look at this, will you?" Lucille Travers glanced up from her Bunsen burner and stared in surprise at Dan's 6-foot bulk. She was used to her lover's flaming enthusiasms, but never had she seen him so beside himself. How boyish he seemed, with his lean, keen, studious face, and eyes that were all ablaze of youthful delight. "There! Take a peep at that, old girl!" He rushed in as he snapped out his wallet and displayed a handsomely embossed letter. Her eyes popped half out of her head as she glanced at the sheet. $25,000, Dan?" she gasped. "Why, it can't be real." "But it is real. Boys, this isn't any pipe dream, believe me. A neat 25,000. That's what I'm offered for my deflector." While she stared at him dazedly, he did an impromptu hop, skip, and jump. She did not need to be told about the Cosmic Deflector. Had she not been at Dan's side during these many months when he had worked at it? Had she not shared his enthusiasm with the gravitational ray theory, the idea that gravity was due to an invisible ray shot out by the electrons and hence was akin to electricity in its origin? Had she not believed with him that this ray formed a current which, like electricity, could be bent or twisted from its course? Had she not glowed at the discovery of the tellurium compound, tellurrocks they called it, which, on burning, would send out beams that diverted the rays of gravity? And had they not, poring together over his plans, decided that it would be possible to alter the movements of the very planets? All this was in the girl's mind as her eyes raced along the lines of that incredible letter. It was from Hogarth, Wiley and Malvine, a well-known firm of construction engineers, and there was no doubt that it actually did offer $25,000. $25,000 for all rights on the deflector, along with Dan's services for a year. "Who'd have thought it?" enthused the inventor. "Why, Bert Wilcox, my old college chum, introduced me to Wiley only last Tuesday and told me about the deflector. When Wiley asked me to lay the plans before him, I didn't imagine." He rambled on for a minute, then broke short. "But good heavens, Lucy, let's forget all that. It's not the deflector I want to think about, it's you. You, Lucy. Don't you see? Our waiting is over now." She did indeed see. For 3 years they had been engaged, almost since the day when they had met as laboratory assistants here at Columbia Chemicals. But Dan, saddled with the care of his aged parents, had seen no way out of a financial morass that might mean further years of waiting. Down from her vivid brown eyes and over her lovely face the tears were streaming as his strong arms gathered about her and she pressed close to him in confidence and love. Yet why was it that even in this moment of their triumph a gnawing suspicion crept over her, chilling her joy with a dull, clutching uneasiness? There was a look of steel and granite on Dan's ordinarily cheerful face as he came striding home. He had only a wan smile for his bride of 3 months as she greeted him at the door of the little apartment. "Don't mind me, Lucy, if I act like a man with his last penny gone," he explained after a moment. "It's those damned fellows Hogarth, Wiley, and Malvine. Well, I've suspected they weren't all above board. What's the trouble now?" He came close to her, and she noticed how red his face was and how his arms trembled. "They're worse than Hitler, that's what the trouble is. Want to make me their stooge, the crawling worms." He took a turn or two about the room, then went on more composedly. "Remember how I agreed to use the deflector to pull the Earth a few thousand miles off its course? Only a few thousand, for experimental purposes. Well, now it's more than that distance off, and getting further every minute. This afternoon I put it up to them that would better send things into reverse. What do you think they did? Laughed at me." "I don't call it exactly a laughing matter." "Believe me, it's not. What fellow Wiley came up with his horse-like face and black eyes that seemed to drill right into me. 'Listen here, old boy,' he said. 'I'll let you into a secret. We haven't any idea of putting the Earth back on its orbit. Not just yet. We'll let the distance widen a few million miles. We're going to raise hell on this planet. Simply hell. My glory, is he crazy? Not by a long shot. That's the terrible part of it. They outlined their scheme to me. Enough anyhow to show it's the most diabolical plot ever hatched. Thought it would work with them. Never fear you'll get your share of the swag, old fellow, Wiley promised. What did you take me for, a louse? The vivid blue flames of his anger seemed to leap straight out of Dan's eyes. Well, what is their plot? To steal the planet. Make themselves a world triumvirate. The dirty cutthroats. Their scheme is clever, too. Clever as the devil. By degrees, he explained the conspiracy, so far as he knew it. Wiley and his colleagues intended to deflect 5 or 10% of the sun's gravity, so sending the Earth several million miles farther into space. This would not be fatal, but would cause great climatic inconveniences, and would so alarm the whole world that it would pay any price to get back on its orbit. By that time the agents of the triumvirate would be planted in every country, quislings of the sort that can always be bribed by the prospect of a little power, a little notoriety. When the present national leaders had been frightened out of their wits, they would be willing, even eager, to turn over the reins to the triumvirate for the duration of the emergency, in the belief that Hogarth and his fellows would save the Earth. Meanwhile, the triumvirs would establish a secret police. They would demand control of the armies, navies, and air fleets of the Earth, and they would win reputations as wizards who had rescued the globe, and so would gain popular support everywhere. By the time the planet was back in its proper orbit, they would have it literally in the palms of their hands. Even if they didn't tell me all the details, Dan finished, I could guess what they left unsaid. Fact is, they're nothing but a gang of hijackers saying your money or your life to the whole world. The worst of it is, they'll have us in such an infernal hole that it'll be too late unless we act darned soon. What surprises me, meditated Lucille, is that they should take you into their confidence. Probably they didn't doubt my loyalty after the way I've worked with them all these months. Besides, that fellow Hogarth made me a remark I didn't like. Turning that beefy red face of his toward me with a wicked twinkle in his raccoon-like eyes, he said, "The man who works with us, Holcomb, will have power and glory, but the man who works against us will be underground." There was a look of terror on Lucille's face as Dan went on. Naturally, he made out to be on their side. Hope to heaven they weren't able to see through me. The smell of burning from the direction of the kitchen offered Lucille temporary diversion. And when she had returned from her scorched dinner pots, Dan had come to his decision. "Only one thing to do, Lucy. I'll go to the police at once. They act in time. Well, maybe they'll still save the world." Already he had seized his hat and was halfway to the door. "For mercy's sake, be careful," she pleaded, distracted. "Don't you worry, I'll do my best. Wait here for me, Lucy. I'll be back in half an hour." Despite her appeals, he was already halfway into the outer hall. She was never to forget the brave, tragical look of his grimly set face. She knew that she could not hold him back, but she had no right to hold him back. Yet something seemed to rise up in her throat and choke her as the door slammed, and she knew that he was gone. A deep depression had settled over her when the specified half-hour had passed and he had not returned. When the half-hour had lengthened into an hour, uneasiness gave place to alarm. When an hour had been extended to 2, alarm rose to terror. At last, after 2 hours, her dread got the better of her and she telephoned the police. No, there had been no accident to a Daniel Holcomb. No, he had not come to the station that evening. No, sorry, but they could not send out detectives to investigate. "Don't think there's any need of that, ma'am," the sergeant finished. "Chances are we met some old pal and went off for a drink, and just forgot the time." But Lucille, as she put down the receiver, knew that Dan had not gone off for a drink. Realizing that he had not even reached the station, she understood that her gravest misgivings had been justified. And then it was that, for the first time, she broke down and wept. Probably no one who lived through the summer of 1977 will forget the consternation, the terror that convulsed the planet. It was in late May when astronomers reported unforeseen perturbations in the Earth's orbit, and by early June it had been officially confirmed that we were off our proper path in space. At first the variation was slight, a mere few thousand miles, but with the passage of weeks our distance from the sun widened until the Earth was off its course by 1 million, 2 million, 5 million miles. No hypothesis put forth by science could explain the occurrence. It was suggested that some dead, dark sun from the depths of space had caught our world in its gravitational pull. But in that case, would it not also have affected Mars, Jupiter, and the other planets? Yet these, except for minute variations ascribable to the Earth's altered position, were unaffected. But few persons, those desperate days, cared much about the theory behind the event. What concerned them was the peril to their own existence. Already the disturbances were acute. By mid-July, New York and London shivered in snow flurries. The frost had ruined agriculture in half the north temperate regions, while in the Argentine and South Africa, which were now experiencing their winter, hundreds of thousands were freezing to death. Meanwhile, blizzards and tornadoes swept the globe. Tidal waves, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions testified to the upset of the age-old equilibrium, while thunderstorms of unexampled severity, floods, and meteoric displays of a brilliance never known before added to the protests of the elements and the terror of the people. Long before the summer was over, men began to resign themselves to the idea that life on Earth was near its end. For not only were we receiving less solar radiation than formerly, but the years, and therefore the seasons, were being lengthened. Hence the winters would be unendurably severe. As we drifted ever farther into space, an uplifting frost would settle over every portion of the globe, including the tropics, and life, frozen and starved, would disappear. It was on July the 15th that the world was electrified by an announcement appearing in newspapers throughout the world. A celebrated firm of construction engineers, Hogarth, Wiley, and Malvine, had not only discovered the root of the trouble, but had contrived a way to cure it. However, they would need the cooperation of every man, woman, and child on Earth. They must be given control of all the world's resources, of all mines, power plants, factories, and systems of transportation, in order to throw everything that mankind possessed into the battle. At any other time, such a proposal would have been laughed to scorn. But now, when the world's nerves were stretched taut with terror, men were eager to clutch at any straw. A committee of alleged experts, who, it subsequently turned out, were in the pay of Hogarth and Company, endorsed the claims of the self-styled saviors of the world. Legislative groups, likewise in their pay, voted them unlimited power. Dictators and presidents, in despair, gave them the right of way over great nations. But what did this matter? What did anything matter, except that Earth be saved from destruction? In a concrete-walled, electrically lighted basement chamber, originally intended as a storeroom, a prisoner stalked restlessly. Up and down, up and down, up and down the 10-by-12 windowless space he wandered. His eyes were bloodshot, his fingers twitched uneasily. His rumpled clothes bore the signs of a recent struggle. At one side of the room, on a rude workbench, some food and water stood untouched. From outside the closed doors he could hear the obscene jests exchanged by two armed guards. His mind reeled as he recalled the events of the past few hours. How three men, amid the fogs of twilight, had surrounded him as he emerged from the apartment house to go for the police. How one of them had clapped a gag over his mouth, and the other two had forced him into a waiting sedan. So swiftly had it all happened that he could hardly piece together the successive steps of the crime in logical order. Yet that the deed had been ordered by his former employers was manifest. His horror at their plans had been evident, much as he had tried to conceal it. Their secret police were already functioning. Undoubtedly one of them, eavesdropping at the door of his apartment, had overheard his remarks to his wife, which he had made little effort to subdue. And now that he was in the enemy's power, he would have no chance to thwart or reveal their schemes. Contemplatively he gazed about his jail. Bare walls, a bare floor, not a tool by which he might attempt to escape. The prisoner felt in his pockets. Even his knife had been taken from him. He thought of his wife, and knew that she would be growing frantic. Yet though he realized that the odds against him were thousands to one, he would not let himself despair. For a long while he leaned meditatively against a wall, his brows wrinkled, his glance withdrawn as he pondered over ways and means to surmount his barriers, for upon his escape, he knew, the world's freedom depended. It was with the air of a beaten dog that one afternoon in early August, Hogarth came slouching into his mahogany-panelled headquarters in the 22-story office building he had recently appropriated. As July turned into August, the Earth's movements had become more erratic than ever. Even to the naked eye, the sun's disk had grown appreciably smaller. The Antarctic cold had begun to lay a white blanket over jungles beneath the equator, while already the trees of the eastern United States had taken on the hues of October. No one who lived through those disconsolate days will forget the tragic aspect of our cities. Thoroughfares almost deserted, and only an occasional business house still open. A handful of people passing, with wan features and drooping heads, and only one question on anyone's lips: when will it end? With a haste of panic, Hogarth, Wiley, and Malvine had been granted everything they asked. They had been placed in control of all natural resources, all factories and railways, all armies and navies. They had been given carte blanche with the earth. All other rulers took orders from them. They were, as they had aimed to be, universal dictators. This tremendous power had been granted them, so that they might save us all, as they had promised. Then why did they not save us, men asked, chattering with cold and terror. They might have had their answer, had they seen Hogarth sagging into his office on that August afternoon. Rubbing his fleshy red face with an equally fleshy red hand, he dropped into a seat and grumbled, "Guess it's no use, boys. Simply don't seem to be able to turn the trick." Wiley had leaped to his feet. His horse-like teeth were unbared beneath curling lips. "Good. Mean to say she won't work." "No, blast it, she won't," concurred Malvine, who come in to just behind Hogarth. "Haven't the two of us been slaving like teamsters, along with McBride and a whole army of engineers? That cursed deflector has gone haywire. Well, I swear we diverted gravity enough to pull the Earth halfway over to Venus. What are the results? Nil. Precisely nil." Wiley stood regarding his fellow plotters in silence. An unpleasant smirk formed itself upon his lips. "Well, don't worry, boys. In the long run, a day or two more or less won't matter." "No, I'll be cursed if it will," growled Hogarth. "Nothing in hell will matter if we die along with everybody else." Wiley gasped. "What makes you so damned cheerful? Well, how are we going to save ourselves? I'm putting it to you straight, old man. What if we are world dictators? We're doomed, like every beetle and rat on this crazy planet. The whole rotten globe is going to freeze." "Afraid that's so," agreed Malvine with a wry puckering of his long, fox-like face. "We've tried hard enough, but we'd about shot our bolt. Frankly, there isn't any known principle by which we can get the deflector working again." For the first time, a pallor had come across Wiley's features. He was the scheming brains of the firm, but had not kept up on his science, and almost took his colleague's word on technical matters. For a while he remained silent, his saturnine face grave with thoughts. "By thunder," he finally broke out, "I'm not going to let myself die just yet. Not when I've got the world in my hands. There's one man will be able to help out with that damned deflector." "Who's your old genius?" sneered Malvine. "Well, who but this fellow Holcomb?" "Holcomb?" "Of course. He's harmless now, but useless in his underground storeroom. I'm for taking him out, under proper supervision. He'll know how to use the deflector, if any man does." Hogarth's gloom relaxed a bit. "Good," he approved. "Can't do any harm to try. We've got to make damn sure, though, he doesn't get loose or communicate with his friends. I'd 1,000 times rather shoot him like a yellow dog." Wiley chuckled, and the hands of all three conspirators shot out in agreement. Dan's face was pale after his long confinement. His cheeks were sunken, and had the smouldering look of deep suffering. But there was scorn in his manner as he faced his persecutors. "Yes, that's the story," Wiley was reiterating. "Guess we're not quite on the ropes. We shall work a little at the deflector." Dan glared at his tormentors, his eyes kindled with a fierce blue glitter. His chin was outthrust, but his manner was quiet as he replied after a moment's hesitation, "Show me to the laboratory." Wiley arose and prepared to lead the way. "We'll give you 1 week," he stipulated. "Exactly 1 week. By then we'll expect you to show results." After being escorted blindfolded to a secret laboratory, Dan labored incessantly. He would pretend to obey the triumvirs, while actually doing all he could to oppose them. But in the beginning, he had to confess to himself, his position looked nearly hopeless. Eagerly he searched for some possible means of escape, some way of signaling the outside world, but 2 armed guards stood watching just beyond the only door. His most pressing thought was to get word to his wife, not only to relieve her terrible anxiety, but to plot with her his escape. He had naturally been denied access to a telephone, yet he would not let this balk him. Deftly making use of the electrical gear and headphones of a half-dismantled shortwave radio receiver which he had found in the laboratory, he set about to tap the wires in a remote corner where, he noted, a telephone connection had formerly been. Meanwhile, he was careful to keep as wide a distance as possible between him and the guards. To prevent them from hearing his voice when he tapped the wire, he set a particularly noisy motor in operation close to the door. Then, trembling with eagerness, he spoke through his improvised speaking apparatus. To his delight, he heard an answering, "Number, please." His tones were jerky with excitement as he gave his home number, but a moment later his joy froze within him. Across the wire there came a sickening, "The line has been disconnected, sir." And in response to his quavering inquiry, all he could get was, "No, sir, they mentioned no other number to call." He was just about to give another number, that of a friend who might be able to supply information about Lucille, when he felt a heavy hand on one shoulder and looked up into the angry eyes of his guards. "None of that, young man," bawled one jailer while the other snatched up the telephone equipment. "I thought you were up to some mischief. Get back to work." 2 rubber truncheons came down upon Dan's defenseless flesh as, with a groan, he struggled back to his bench. As late August shivered towards September, the world's state became still more terrifying. Whirlwinds rushed more severely than ever through the darkening skies. Blizzards raged, and a mantle of white covered the northern United States. Agriculture and industry had virtually ceased, and men passed their time in mumbling prayers, in making wild, fruitless studies of the heavens, and in the sudden forgetfulness of dissipation. Dan, however, knew nothing of all this as he labored in his hidden laboratory. Working once more at the deflector, in the desire to save the Earth from freezing, he had made a discovery, one which, as he toiled, had darkened his face with lines of discouragement that gradually gave place to horror. And in the end he had sagged down, exhausted, with bloodshot eyes and drooping limbs, oppressed with a nightmare realization. During the weeks of his imprisonment, the Earth had moved millions of miles farther from the sun, and the strength of Tellerocks, lessening with the inverse square of the distance, was insufficient to cover the gap. It was beyond his power to make up the difference. Unless a miracle intervened, the Earth was doomed. Nevertheless, was there not just the remotest hope, possibly a chance in a million? If only he could gain control of a larger laboratory with capable assistants, he might try a certain newly conceived experiment. But to ask his captors to provide such a laboratory would be to put himself and the Earth even more hopelessly in their power. Instead, his thoughts kept wandering in another direction. If he could once get into touch with his wife, she might be able to help him. But where was she now? Somewhere in hiding, or imprisoned by the triumvirs? Yet if she was still at liberty, was there not a means by which he might still communicate with her? He recalled how, during their years together at Columbia Chemicals, he had worked out a secret code by which they could tap out love messages on the walls. Could this code not be used over the radio? Could he not transmit signals over various wavelengths, so that sooner or later, if he still listened to the radio, she would recognize his message? At any rate, he would try. Hoping to ward off suspicion, he pretended to work at a cosmic deflector, which, telescope-shaped and 2 feet in thickness, reached from floor to ceiling. Within this great tube, he concealed a small radio transmitter, which he had hastily contrived out of the abundant electrical equipment of the deflector. Its power, he knew, would be limited, but it could be heard well enough locally. By means of a device resembling an electric bell, he was able to transmit signals on a dot and dash system. So rapidly did he work that after a few hours this novel broadcaster was sending out its rat-tat-tat. His next step was to repair the half-dismantled radio receiver. This task completed, he began to tap out signals. "Lucille, Lucille, hear me. I am imprisoned by the triumvirs. Follow my directions, and we may still save the world." Time after time, hundreds of times, he repeated this message. Was he but playing a fool's game? So he asked himself as the hours stretched out, as the days dragged past, and still no answer came. Was he not wasting his efforts, while the earth whirled to its doom? It was on the fourth day of the experiment. Pale with anxiety and fatigue, Dan still tapped out his messages, still listened at the radio. Suddenly he stood up with a start. What was that sound he heard? That answering tap, tap, tap? 3 shots and a long. 3 shots and a long. In their code, what did it mean? Where are you? Tell me where you are. Or had he counted the signals wrongly? In desperate eagerness he stood listening. Now there came 2 longs and a short, then a short and 2 longs. Well, old man, how's the work going? Dan was so shocked that he leapt back several feet. Not more than a yard away, leering with a horse-like grin, was the face of Wiley, and just in the background, devilishly gaping, were Hogarth and Malvine. Dan's first thought was that the enemy knew what he was about, and had come to mock him at the moment of his seeming success. Well, how's she going? Wiley reiterated. Any progress? With an effort, Dan snapped out of his stupefied silence. She's promising very well, he managed to say. Through the radio, with maddening insistency, came the rat-tat-tat of a message. It was impossible, under the circumstances, to record or translate it. The thought flashed over Dan that he had been tricked, that the message came from the triumvirs, who were now enjoying his discomfiture. What's that damn noise? Hogarth demanded, as if to lend confirmation to this theory. Reaching for a secret switch, Dan snapped off the radio. Only a clever bluff, he knew, could save him now. Oh, it's only the magnified sound of the impact of the gravitational rays upon the deflector, he lied glibly, still hoping against hope. In other words, the vibrational impetus of, to hell with your long-winded explanations, Wiley cut him short impatiently. What we want to know is, what progress have you made? Any sign of getting the Earth back in place? Time we gave you is about up, said Malvine. If you're not getting results, better turn things over to someone else. Everything's in the devil's own mess, sighed Hogarth. It's hell on Earth, people freezing to death right and left. By God, if I thought you weren't getting somewhere, I'd have you choked to death just for the fun of it. Well, as a matter of fact, fabricated Dan, the supertectonic rays are a bit slow in getting into operation, but you can't expect miracles. If you give me a little more time, a few more days, maybe a week, I'll promise you results. A cold sweat had broken out all over him before he had explained in scientific detail just why he might succeed if given another week. Thank God they had not suspected. Or had they suspected, and were they only toying with him? In any case, they had wittingly or unwittingly broken into his experiment at the crucial point. Would he ever again catch the interrupted message? His fingers shaking with eagerness, he turned back to the radio. But even as he did so, the sneer on Wiley's retreating face hit him like a taunt. After the first cruel shock, Lucille had realized just what was behind Dan's disappearance. She not only was sure that he had been kidnapped by Hogarth and his gang, but that any effort on her part to report to the police would result in her own immediate apprehension. Already her position was perilous. Might the conspirators not finish the job by seizing her at any moment? There was nothing to be done, therefore, except to change her residence without informing anyone where she was going. Then in secret she might plan to free her husband. At first, however, no tenable idea came to her. Meanwhile, through her old professors at Merlin University, where she had been an excellent student, she obtained access to the chemical laboratory and experimented day and night for means to increase the power of Telerox. If it were possible to divert the Earth enough of the gravity that shot past it into space, might the planet not even now be drawn back to its orbit? For weeks she labored without results. She was merely one more discouraged person in a discouraged world, when at length a startling incident occurred. She had gone out for a hasty bite of lunch, and on her return she noticed that her assistant, young Dick Harson, was listening to the radio, as he often did, while munching at a sandwich. Well, anything new? She asked, with a faint smile. Nothing but crazy noise, like a telegrapher breaking in on a broadcast, he answered. If it's still on, I'll show you. He switched the dial. There it is, he exclaimed after a moment. Doesn't it sound just like a secret code? At first she listened indifferently, her mind preoccupied, then gave a start, for she recognized something astoundingly familiar. Surely it was but an accident. It must be an accident that the succession of long and short syllables made sense, according to her old code with Dan. Imprisoned by the triumvirs, follow my directions, and we may still save the world. Harson was astonished to see how eagerly the young woman sprang from her seat, and how she stood staring as if she had seen a ghost. With the frenzy of a famished person finding food, she bent down to listen. For a minute she remained there, leaning over the radio with a puzzled look, as if she could not quite make out the message. Then, to Harson's still greater amazement, she dashed to the laboratory's short-wave transmitter, and beating together two bits of metal, began to send out a series of long and short sounds, similar to the signals they had heard. By this time the rat-tat-tat from the other end had ceased. It was more than half an hour later, when she had paused to rest momentarily, that fresh signals came over the radio. A flood of tears rushed to her eyes as she made out the words, "Lucille, Lucille, it is I." "Take this down, Lucy. Bismuth tetrachloride, in combination with the borium salt I just mentioned, will have a catalyzing effect on Telerox, increasing its activity 50%, more than enough to bring the Earth back to its orbit. So my experiments indicate. Try it out, just as soon as possible." Such was one of the first messages that Dan tapped out to his wife, after a few explanatory interchanges. "For God's sake, hurry. At any minute those bandits may catch on," the message continued. "Let me hear the results as soon as you can. We've just got to succeed and trap them." Several days went by, while the signals still flashed back and forth. But Dan knew, as did Lucille also, that their time was short, very short. All too soon the week allowed him by Hogarth, Wiley, and Malvine passed. All too soon the sinister three paid him another visit. They found him still working at the deflector, from whose interior once more a strange rat-tat-tat was issuing. "Well," demanded Hogarth, "what success?" Dan looked up casually. "Oh," he declared, trying to appear unconcerned, "as much as could be expected." "What the devil does that mean?" snapped Wiley, projecting his rigid horse face pugnaciously. "You promised results in a week. Have you had them? Can you put the Earth back on its orbit?" "If you'll give me more time." "More time, and we'll all be driven to our deaths," stormed Malvine. "Not another day. No, not another hour." Wiley, who had been peering into the recesses of the deflector, was fumbling in an exploratory fashion at its fittings. Slowly he pulled a half-concealed lever, released a panel, and let out a low whistle. "What in blazes is this?" With an angry wrench he drew out a mass of wires, bulbs, and batteries. "Looks to me like a radio transmitter," he growled. All three men glared menace at Dan. He had foreseen and dreaded this very event. Confronted with the evidence, it would be folly to attempt a denial. His only course would be to try to turn suspicion in the least dangerous channel. "Of course it's a radio transmitter," he admitted quietly. "I'll be frank with you, I was hoping to find a chance to get away." Ominously, the three conspirators closed about him. There was a nasty rumble in Wiley's voice as he declared, "Well then, you damned traitor, it's up to us to put you where you won't get away. Not for many a good long day. We were cursed fools to place any trust in you." Abruptly he motioned to the guards. "Solitary confinement again, and a bread-and-water diet," he barked. "Maybe that'll bring him around to reason." But even as Dan, bound and handcuffed, was being dragged off, he had a grim satisfaction in reflecting that his persecutors could not guess the real purpose of his radio. By the 1st of September the Earth was farther off its course than ever. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million miles, and every day the distance widened. Would its orbit, like that of a periodic comet, be lengthened into a long ellipse, taking it into the unthinkable cold beyond Jupiter or Saturn? This was the question in everyone's mind when, on September the 2nd, a full-page advertisement appeared in America's leading papers. $50,000 reward for invention to counteract the Cosmic Deflector. All reasonable propositions given immediate personal attention. Hogarth, Wiley, and Malvine. It was on the never-to-be-forgotten 3rd of September that the advertisers received their first applicant for the award. It was a young woman of sad and earnest appearance, and the clerk who questioned her, perceiving that she had extraordinary information to offer, lost no time about summoning Hogarth. "My name is Landers, Mary Landers," she introduced herself. "I was a laboratory assistant of Daniel Holcomb when he invented Telerox. I've been trying to increase its power, and have had remarkable success. In fact, I come to claim that 50,000. Hogarth gasped. The caller went on to explain how, as a result of a long series of computations, she had mixed a small quantity of a certain bismuth salt with the Telerox, and how this had increased its activity by more than 50%. Fortunately, a huge deflector had already been set up in the laboratory for experimental purposes. "Have you taken any observations today?" she finished. "If so, perhaps you've noticed that the Earth is 50,000 miles nearer the Sun than yesterday." "By glory!" exclaimed Hogarth. "That's just what Lassen Observatory reported. But I thought those fellows were all soused. Let's see, got a model machine to show me?" "Everything's over at Merlin University. If you'll just step into your car, we'll be there in 20 minutes. "You bet I will," agreed Hogarth eagerly as he reached for his hat. "No harm looking at it." The young woman started toward the door, then turned back, as if in an afterthought. "Oh, by the way, don't your partners want to join us? I'd like to give a real demonstration, which it would waste a lot of good time and energy to repeat." "Don't see what they've got in hand more important," muttered Hogarth. "Wait a minute." From an adjoining room she could hear Hogarth's voice rising disputatiously. "No harm investigating anyhow." And she could not keep back a secret exultation when, after a time, he appeared in company with two men whom he introduced as Mr. Wiley and Mr. Malvine. Half an hour later she had led them into the university laboratory, a corner of which had been partitioned off. There a 24-inch telescope-like tube shot up to the ceiling, while nearer at hand was a table covered with complicated electrical devices. "Well, trot out your discoveries," barked Wiley. From a compartment Miss Landers drew 3 pairs of binoculars with wires attached. "Adjust these, gentlemen," she instructed. Automatically each man reached for a pair, and as they took them a look of triumph crossed the woman's averted face. She pressed a button, and with what astonishing results! All 3 men gasped and began to rise. A convulsive shudder shot through each. They sagged and fell to the floor. Then gradually all 3 stiffened, except for their necks and faces, which still twitched spasmodically. At the same time, the young woman pressed a buzzer, and 3 men in uniforms of university guards hastened in with ropes, which they wound around the helpless trio. What in hell's name is this?" sputtered Wiley as he began to recover from the first shock. We're paralyzed." "That's just it," stated the lady calmly. "You're paralyzed from the neck down. I merely wanted to introduce you to another little invention of your friend Dan Holcomb. He asked me to show it to you with his compliments. You see, the rays of Telerox, much diluted and carried over a wire, will temporarily paralyze the human nerve centers. But have no fear, the spell will wear off in half an hour." This is an outrage," groaned Hogarth as he lay amid his ropes. "Not at all. I'm sure when you're no longer paralyzed and won't mind signing a little paper containing an order for the release of Mr. Holcomb." "What the devil makes you so interested in Holcomb?" flared back Wiley. "Well, it's only that I happen to be his wife. Mary Landers is the name of a cousin of mine. Dan and I have been planning to get him out of your dungeon when you locked him up there again, as we expected you would. I'm simply carrying out his ideas." Angry sounds, like the growls of enraged bears, came from the throats of all 3 prisoners. "If we sign," demanded Malvine, "will you let us go?" "There's only one promise I can make. If you don't sign, my friends here," she designated the 3 guards, "will see that you remain paralyzed." The conspirators were trapped, and they knew it, were caught like rats in a corner, beyond rescue by the corrupt system they had built up. And so, after their paralysis had begun to wear off, and they had been re-paralyzed several times in succession, they bowed their heads in capitulation. "Come on," snarled Hogarth. "Give us that damned paper." He glanced over the sheet, and an even angrier snarl came from his throat. "You must think we're crazy, young lady," he roared. "You can go to hell before we'll sign." The document was not only an order for Dan's release, but a confession of the criminal manner in which he had been seized and detained. "Better think it all over, gentlemen," advised Lucille as the prisoners continued to hold out against signing. And this was exactly what they did. After more than 12 hours, during which they were allowed neither food nor drink, it being impossible to digest anything in a paralyzed state, the victims realized that they had no chance except to sign, or miserably to perish. And not being of the stuff of which heroes are made, they grumblingly asked the guards to deparalyze them sufficiently to let them sign the paper. Thus it came about that Dan was again delivered from the basement prison, and that he and his wife were restored to one another's arms. Thus, thanks to his discovery and her replication of it, the Earth was saved from the most terrible peril in history, and gradually was brought back to its true orbit. And thus, after Dan had broadcasted all he knew about the plots of the triumvirate, Hogarth, Wiley, and Malvine were discredited and disgraced and deserted by their confederates, stood trial for Dan's kidnapping and imprisonment. The last that was heard of them, they were still serving their 20-year terms at Wilmot Penitentiary. As for the Cosmic Deflector, after the Earth's orbit was righted, the secret of it was sealed in a vault at Merlin University. "I've discovered, Lucille," remarked Dan shortly after his release. "It's not a safe invention to entrust in human hands. But there's one thing," he went on as his lips moved toward hers. "If it drew the Earth out of its orbit, it also drew us closer together." Her answering smile told him that, so far as they were concerned, the deflector had been a success. End of story 1. Story 2 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed, Short Sci-Fi, Volume 10. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One for the Robot, Two for the Same, by Rod Phillips. Part 1. I took an instinctive disliking to him from the very first. I don't know exactly what caused it. His appearance? He wore a well-tailored grey plaid suit draped on what I would have sworn to be nothing but a skeleton. Blue-veined skin fitted over the exposed parts, such as his long slender hands, folded together on his lap, the stretch of bare leg below the cuffs of his perfectly pressed trousers, and above his carelessly drooped socks. His turkey-like neck, with its large Adam's apple, threatened at any moment to wobble up and down, while a gobble, gobble, gobble burst forth. His face? It made me think of a broken-handled cup inverted on a saucer, the edge of the saucer being his jawline. If you were to wrap the cup and saucer in tightly stretched, dull white plastic or rubber sheeting and paint eyes in the proper places, you'd have it down pat. Maybe it was the eyes that made me dislike him. They were faded blue, but not the kind you would call characterless. It would be more accurate to call them emotionless. Not emotionless in a cold way, but in a dead way. On either side of his head were cartilages shaped like ears, and over the top of his head faded and lifeless grey hair parted with artificial neatness. Those were my impressions, though the hair was real enough, and I might have seen him through different eyes if I had been in a better mood. He wore his suit like it didn't belong to him, or if it did, he very seldom had one on. I looked closely at him, sitting near me on the park bench, half turned toward where I was slouched, trying to imagine what type of clothes would be natural to him. All I could conjure up was a white frock and rubber gloves and a white face mask. He had asked me, "Are you employed?" and I had swallowed an impulse to snap at him long enough to size him up. So now I had sized him up. I didn't like anything about him, but a civil answer to his question might lead to the price of a badly needed meal. I forced a polite grin. "Not at the moment," I said. "I surmised as much," he said quickly, smirking. His voice had the quality of a high school chemistry teacher talking to an audience of sulfuric acid cowboys. I turned away, looking out across the expanse of lawn and trees and flower beds of the park to where the double-decker buses bobbed along like water bugs above the carpet of cars flowing along the inner drive. The impatient honking of tired motorists on their way home after their day's work mingled with the contented quacking of ducks on the pond at my back. "Would you like to earn some money?" "Huh?" I said, jerking my attention back to him. His smile was the kind a professor would give to a pupil who had just awakened from a sound sleep. "I said, would you like to earn some money?" I said, "I'm hungry. I'd mow your lawn on an empty stomach and get maybe 50 cents. That's one hamburger and 2 cups of coffee. I'd still be hungry." Instead of answering, he reached one of his blue-veined hands inside his coat and drew out a new-looking black leather billfold. I watched him while he pulled out a thick sheaf of currency. He carefully counted out 10 $20 bills, dropping them one by one in a neat pile on a park bench. He stuck the rest back in his billfold and took out a white glossy card, dropping it on a pile of bills. Then, smirking, he stood up and turned his back on me, slowly walking down the path that wound up onto a bridge over the duck pond, without looking back. I waited until he was out of sight, then picked up the card and read the name printed on it in raised green lettering, Dr. Leopold Morris. I had a hamburger and 2 cups of coffee in a place where they'd never seen me before. It would have been too hard to explain a $20 bill. Afterward, I rented a room and soaked some of the accumulated dirt out of my pores. Next morning, I bought a new suit and the things that go with it. By noon, I was wearing 100 of that $200. Most of the rest was in my pocket. Everything was fine, except that Dr. Leopold Morris's smirking, bloodless lips and dead eyes, framed by his skin-covered jaw, kept dancing before me, taunting me, daring me to use that money without eventually showing up to earn it. I began to dislike him even more intensely. Instead of having lunch, I went into a cocktail lounge and had a few bourbons straight. When our warmth began to soak in, Dr. Leopold's smirking face faded. It came back, though, and with it came his classroom voice. "I don't know who you are," it taunted. "If you never show up, I can't find you. Can't do anything about it." Its tones were laughing, knowing, goading. I drank. The face faded. The voice became inaudible. 3 days later, and God knows how many quarts, I took that drink every alcoholic dreads, the one you can't keep down. I awoke a long time later and opened my eyes. Something vaguely like the desk clerk was hovering over me. A loud voice was pounding unmercifully against my tortured ears. "Come on, get up and get out of here, you filthy bum," it was shouting. "We've got no rooms for the likes of you in this hotel." I shook my head to clear away the fog over my eyes. The indignant face of a maid was staring at me. "You ought to be ashamed," she said shrilly. "Vomiting on the rug. Where do you think you are, in the park?" "Get a wet towel and bring him to," the desk clerk ordered. I reached the precarious footing of the sidewalk with a feeling that I had been rushed too much, and with the afternoon sun ejecting fiery red shafts of searing pain into my brain through my punctured eyeballs. People were staring at me as they passed. In an attempt to appear casual, I stuck my hands in my pockets. The fingers of my right hand encountered something stiff with sharp corners. Swaying to maintain my balance and casually whistling snatches of some nameless tune, I pulled the thing out and held it up where I could focus my eyes on it. It was Dr. Leopold Morris's card. I managed an uncertain about-face and thumbed my nose at the entrance to the hotel. Only it was my ear, and my thumb bumped it so painfully that the pleasure I'd anticipated with my insult was destroyed. When my consciousness settled into enough stability to be aware of outside impressions once more, I was in a taxi, bumping along a cobblestone street. There were no springs in the cab, and the back of the driver's head sneered at me and dared me to open the door and jump to my death. I wondered where I was being taken. Then my eyes caught the white rectangle still held in my fingers. The doctor's card. So I was on my way at last. On my way, I was there. The taxi had swerved abruptly to the curb and stopped. I slid forward off the seat. When the driver came around and opened the door, I managed to get up on my knees. That was all. He opened the door and stood there patiently. I studied the sidewalk and tried to figure out how to make it from the position I was in. I gave up and appealed to him with my eyes. "Here we go," he said good-naturedly, lifting me out and balancing me carefully on my feet. "The fare is $1.85. "Help me up the steps," I said, stalling. I was trying to remember if I had any money left. I had a strong suspicion I hadn't. His hands held me up and pushed me across the walk and up the steps while I fumbled in a fruitless search of my pockets. At the top of the steps, my fingers encountered the cool smoothness of a piece of paper in my coat pocket. I pulled it out and held it up to the driver. He steadied me against the frame of the door. Then he counted out change, closing my fingers over the money. The sound of the taxi pulling away from the curb let me know I was on my own. It was a diminishing yellow spot far down the street. The door frame was white, set in brick. The door was stained oak. I reached out to lift the knocker and saw I had a fistful of money. I reached out with the other hand. It had the card in it. I hooked the little finger under the knocker and lifted it, letting it fall. It emitted a feeble tap. After a while, I saw the door moving inward. Pausing in my futile stabbing for my pockets, I lifted my eyes slowly, beginning with the shapely hips encased in spotlessly clean watermelon red, past the slim waist with its black belt, pausing at the firm lift of the breast, jumping to the smooth neck, and finally coming to the face with its smooth contours, red lips, blue eyes lit with questioning curiosity, and iridescent waves of spun brown hair. Not daring to talk, I mutely held out the card. Her graceful curves of eyebrows lifted just a trifle as she looked at the card. Then her eyes surveyed me again, quickly. "Won't you please come in?" she asked, stepping backward invitingly. I went past her with an attempt at dignity. The door closed behind me. Her feet tapped pertly on the foyer floor as she went past me and opened another door. "Wait in here, Mr. Stevens," she said, her voice rich in velvet overtones. "I'll tell my father you're here." I ducked my head at her in acquiescence and went past her into the room, a luxurious library. The door closed softly as I dropped into the soft enfoldment of a pillow-lined barrel chair. Abruptly I sat up, staring at the blank face of the closed door, my eyes large and round. She had called me by name. I was still staring at the door when it jerked open. Dr. Leopold Morris strode in, closing it after him, his steps and motions jerky and swift. "Well, well, well," he said. "So you came after all." "How did your daughter know my name?" I asked. His shoulders arched back in a gesture of amusement. "She should know," he said. "I've done nothing but talk about January Stevens this and January Stevens that for the past 2 months. 2 months? I echoed dumbly. "The detective agency I put on the job of finding you did an almost impossible job," he went on in high good humor. "They followed you from the time you moved out of your bachelor apartment 3 years ago to Los Angeles, Seattle, through Kansas, and right back here to Chicago again. When they found you, they came and got me and pointed you out to me in the park." "I don't get it," I said, bewildered. "That kind of a search would cost plenty. After paying that kind of dough, I can understand your willingness to throw $200 after it in a childish gesture, but why? Since you know me, you must know I was kicked out of the Bentley Research Laboratories because I refused to account for $5,000 of research funds." "I know more than that," Dr. Leopold Morris said, crisp sureness in his tones. "What do you mean?" I asked woodenly. "Let's just say for the present January," he said, "that I know why you refused to account for those funds." "Let's just say goodbye," I said, staggering to my feet. I started for the door. "Sit down, you drunken bum," he said. "Why, you—" I snarled, turning toward him sober with rage, my fingers constricting. He sat there, grinning at me, undisturbed by my threatening posture. As if to flaunt his unconcern in my face, he took out a long cigar and lit it nonchalantly. I stared into his lifeless eyes through the screen of freshly generated blue smoke and sat down slowly. He looked back at me, his face expressionless behind the cigar. My rage subsided gradually. "That's better," he said finally. From that moment, I hated him. Then the door opened. The girl in the watermelon red dress entered, wheeling a tray crowded with white sandwiches, green pickles, and steaming black coffee. I scowled at the dream from heaven pushing the service cart, a friendly smile on her red lips, feeling a sense of defeat, of being crowded into a corner. "No thanks," I said harshly. "My stomach couldn't hold even the coffee right now." I jerked my eyes away from hers, past Dr. Leopold Morris, to the curtains and the windows. "Get him a big glass of half tomato juice, half grapefruit juice," the doctor said. "He can hold that down. It'll make him feel better." I continued to hold my eyes on the curtains, but I knew that I was licked, whipped, beaten into submission, when I heard the pert footsteps return and felt the cold roundness of the glass against my hand. I turned and looked up into her smiling, sympathetic eyes. "Thanks," I said gruffly. The cold liquid stayed down, soothing the raw walls of my stomach. I half closed my eyes, experiencing the first pleasant body sensation since the warm glow of that first drink 3 or 4 days before. I watched shapely legs below the swishing dress as they went across the room to a desk. When they returned, I looked up to see a cigarette between fingernails, the same shade of red as the dress. I followed the slender fingers to the slim wrist, up the graceful, slightly tanned arm to the short sleeve, and from there my eyes jumped to her smiling red lips. "I'm Paula, January," she said. "Oh, yes, January," Dr. Morris's voice broke in. "This is my daughter, Paula. Her mother died many years ago. There's just the 2 of us, besides the handyman." I took the cigarette from her fingers without taking my eyes away from her face. "There's just the 2 of us, besides the handyman." I took the cigarette from her fingers without taking my eyes away from her face. She snapped a lighter and lit it the same way. I inhaled deeply, letting the smoke out slowly. "Glad to know you, Paula," I murmured. "I think you'd better leave us now, Paula," Dr. Morris broke in, in his schoolteacher voice. "January Stevens and I have a lot to discuss." "We can talk later, if at all," I turned on him angrily. 2 or 3 days from now, after my stomach will hold food down. "I'll talk now," he said with maddening calmness. 3 days from now, you'll have had time to think. You refuse to talk, just like you let yourself be branded a thief rather than talk before." I reached out and picked up a cup of coffee from the tray. With slow deliberation, I poured the black liquid into the empty glass that had held my tomato and grapefruit juice. There was a large plate glass mirror on the wall across the room. I threw the empty cup at it without rising from my chair. The mirror shattered. Dr. Morris looked back and forth from me to the broken mirror, like a spectator at a tennis match, the same kind of interest portrayed on his face. "Why did you do that?" Paula asked, her eyes flashing fire. "He did it because he likes you, Paula," the doctor's maddeningly unperturbed voice said. "If he didn't like you, he would have thrown it at me." He puffed mockingly at his cigar, his eyes squinting through the smoke. "You are expensive to know, January," Paula purred. The sound of her heels on the bare floor near the door jerked my eyes from Dr. Morris's face. "Don't leave," I said hastily. "Why?" Paula asked, turning her hand still on the knob. "Because," her father began. "Shut up," I snapped. "I'll tell her myself, because if you do, I might kill your father before I walk out of here." Dr. Morris nodded agreement, puffing contentedly, his features mocking me through the haze. "He's afraid, Paula," he said abruptly. "It's the same fear that made him destroy his research and all the bills for materials and his notes and let them smirch his name." He lifted on his elbows and leaned toward me. "The same fear that made you an alcoholic bum, January, but I'm going to get under that fear and find out what you discovered." "You think so?" I sneered, my voice sounding reedy to my ears. "Yes," he said. "You see, I've got to. I know everything you know, except what made you afraid." "You think so," I repeated monotonously. "Yes," he matched my monotony. "Everything except that. I'll prove it to you. I know how you built the synthetic brain. I know how you built the robot body. I even know how you charged the brain. I even know that the Boston Bull Terrier pet you had at your feet while they questioned you, and which followed you out the door when you left disgraced, was not a living creature." I lifted my hands and looked at them. They were trembling so much that outlines were blurred. "Show him to his room," Dr. Leopold Morris said suddenly. "Keep a generous supply of grapefruit and tomato juice near him." "You heard what the man said," Paula soothed gently, tugging at the shoulder of my coat. At the door I turned ponderously. Dr. Morris was sitting there, his eyes on me, puffing at his cigar. Dully I turned away, following Paula into the hall. The door closed. The bed was soft, the kind you sink down into, surrounded by billowing piles of shiny pink satin, fluffy orchid wool, white sheets, and an atmosphere of apple blossom, with your head resting on down softer and warmer than your mother's breast. The pajamas were new on my size, obviously bought in anticipation of my showing up. I stood teetering in the middle of the bedroom, looking at them, the sound of water running into a tub coming from the adjoining bathroom. Tears forced themselves into my eyes, hot, scalding tears. Paula stood less than 3 feet from me, an eager expression on her face, like a spaniel wiggling in expectation of voiced approval. I turned and staggered blindly toward the door. I wanted to get out. I felt strangled. I couldn't breathe, couldn't possibly get another breath of air until I got out of this house and felt my feet on God's pavement again. I fumbled for the knob, groaning in frantic desperation to escape. My fingers settled around the knob. I jerked the door open and started out into the hall. The placid face of a man twice my size, radiating peace and goodwill, blocked the doorway. I blinked at him blearily, backing away a step or two. He blinked back like a simpleton, trying to understand geometry. "Oh, January," Paula said behind me. "This is Carl Friedman, our jack-of-all-work." "Pleased to meet you, January," the giant said, sounding like an uncouth character concentrating on not saying, "Pleased to meet ya." My snarl was purely animal as I slammed the door on him and turned back into the room. I stood there, swaying and holding my head for a minute. "All right," I gave up. "Get out. I'll take a nice warm bath and bury myself in apple blossoms, and you can bring me some grapefruit juice and radiate at me like a harvest moon. Only get this straight. I hate your old man. I hate him more every minute." "That's all right." Paula said, going to the door and opening it. I hate him too, sometimes. Carl backed away far enough for her to get out. She flashed me a sympathetic smile. The door closed. I was alone, with the smell of apple blossoms, and my hate. I took off my clothes and climbed into the tub. The temperature was just right. I sighed in reluctant contentment, splashing around a little to help the warmth soak in. What made you afraid, January? Dr. Mouse's voice came from the doorway. I catapulted to my feet, water cascading off my body over the edge of the tub onto the floor. Glaring at him, I carefully stepped out of the tub, my hands working in choking motions. He watched me with that air of detached interest he would have used in observing the motions of a monkey in a zoo. I glared at him another moment, then turned my back on him, drying myself with a thick Turkish towel. What made you afraid, January? It was patient repetition, insistent and unemotional. A school teacher repeating a question to a stubborn pupil. I ignored it. When I finished drying and turned to go out, he was gone. There was a pitcher of bright red liquid with ice cubes floating in it on the table by the bed, and a glass of it already poured sitting beside it. I splashed it down my throat with loud swallows, struggled into the pajamas and slid under the covers. It seemed only an instant later. What made you afraid, January? When I opened my eyes, the hand shaking my shoulders stopped. What made you afraid, January? I stared without answering. Finally, I closed my eyes to blot out that serene, disinterested, hateful face. When I opened them again, it was gone. I cursed with the vocabulary of the scum from New York to San Francisco. His psychological game was obvious now. He hoped to wear me down, drive me to the point where I'd tell him what I would never tell anyone, as the price of peace. It'd wake me again as soon as I fell asleep. It'd wake me again and again and again. And again. What made you afraid, January? Go away, I murmured drowsily. What made you afraid, January? What made you afraid? One for the Robot, Two for the Same, by Rod Phillips. Part 2. No one but an alcoholic could possibly know how I suffered. With every cell in my body crying out in agony, the only relief was the unconsciousness of sleep. Sleep that welcomed me only to toss me back into the hell of consciousness and that mad, unemotionally reiterated question, what made you afraid, January? I grew to hate every syllable, every unvarying intonation and inflection. I began to force myself to stay awake each time, scheming ways to murder Dr. Leopold Morris. I dreamed of him with his throat cut, going down, puffing unconcernedly on his cigar, while his throat spurted out his life's blood. I dreamed of him falling to the sidewalk outside my window. What made you afraid, January? I dreamed I was raining blow after blow on his battered head while he sagged slowly to the floor, his face that of an unemotional, disinterested automaton. What made you afraid, January? I sucked in my breath. A moment later I heard the soft closing of the door. I opened my eyes. The room was empty. Slipping cautiously out of bed, I took the pitcher of tomato juice to the bathroom and emptied it into the wash basin, then returned to the bed with it, placing it under my pillows in such a way that I could bring it out and strike without warning. What made you afraid, January? I opened my eyes abruptly. The face above me bent closer, suddenly noting my new reaction. My hand was around the handle of the heavy glass pitcher. I drew in a deep breath. With convulsive movement I struck, only to feel the pitcher caught and pulled from my fingers. I noticed it was gone, the doctor said calmly. I'll get it filled again for you. The door closed softly. I sobbed in angry frustration, in hopeless protest, in murderous hate. For I knew that Dr. Leopold Morris's every move and every word were coldly calculated, directed toward one goal, to break me down. What made you afraid, January? My mind skidded through vast spaces to jar into its cradle of pain. I opened my eyes. There was a glass of red fluid hovering in front of my eyes, the doctor's fingers around it. I brought the back of my hand against where it had been. It had bobbed up so that I missed. The action half turned me on my face. I stayed that way. There was the careful sound of the glass being set on the table, the sound of the door closing. With a deep sigh, I turned on my back again. There must be a way out. There had to be a way out. All I had to do was think about it. If I could think through the torture of my body. One thing I knew, I would never tell him what he wanted to know. Not to escape 1,000 years of torture. I sat up and drank the glass of tomato juice. The empty glass slipped out of my fingers to the floor, landing with a dull thud on the rug. Getting out of bed, I went to the bathroom and washed my face in cold water. There had to be a way out. Maybe I could tell him a lie that would satisfy him. But what lie would satisfy him? What, other than the truth, could satisfy him? I looked in the bathroom mirror at my unshaven, tortured features, my bloodshot eyes, my rat's nest of uncombed hair, and slowly I saw a smile crease my lips, distorting my face. I knew a lie he would accept as the truth, if I played it right. I had to play it right. Just as there was only one truth, there was only one lie he would accept as the truth. If I failed to make him accept it, I was licked. How does an actor play his part? He lives it, believes it. I had to do that. I must keep repeating the lie in my mind, believing it, repeating it. Then I must break down in the way my torturer expected me to. I snapped off the light in the bathroom and struggled back to bed. When I woke, blinding white sunlight was bursting into the room from between half-closed slats in the Venetian blinds, sending searing pain through my dehydrated eyes into my aching brain. A window was half open behind the blinds. A bird was singing just outside the window. It sung a shrill, jarring discordance to my tortured eardrums. I looked blankly around the room, feeling that something was missing. The sight of the pitcher with its red liquid in the glass beside it brought back memory. What was missing was Dr. Leopold Morris standing over me, asking his eternal question. I cursed in a low mumble, hating him for even that. He had kept up his torture until I figured out something, and had ended it before I could put my plan into action. He was a dancing, taunting opponent who struck painful blows with ease, and danced out of reach when I found a way to fight back. "Shut up," I shouted at the bird, and felt a small sense of triumph when it obeyed. Getting out of bed, I went to the door and opened it cautiously. There was no one outside. From somewhere in the house came the all-too-familiar sound of Dr. Morris's voice. It was interrupted by Paula's, raised angrily. I left my door open, sneaking along the hall to the head of the stairs until I could make out what was being said. "Stop torturing him," Paula's voice came, angry and insistent. "It's the only way, Paula," the doctor's voice said, as unperturbed as ever, even in the face of his daughter's obvious anger. "I fear that silences a man, makes him remain silent, while it implies brand him a thief and blackball him from his profession. It drives him down the road to alcoholism that can't be broken down with kindness, nor anything less than complete destruction of his ability to fight." "It isn't human," Paula's voice shot back. "If you keep it up, I'll hate you as much as January does, even though you are my father." "I won't have it kept up much longer," her father replied, and for the first time I heard a note of human emotion in his tones. "When he breaks down and gets the load off his mind, he'll get over the past few years and be himself again. I think you have falling for him. It wouldn't be any good being married to an alcoholic who is incurable because he's hiding the thing that made him an alcoholic to begin with." His next words shocked their way into my startled thoughts. "But my motive isn't that humanitarian, and you know it," he said, returning to his school-teacherish, lecturing voice. "I repeated January's experiments. Out of my laboratory, I have the complete and tested robot body exactly like my own, all ready for the transfer of my mind. I could go out there right this minute and come in again in less than half an hour in that immortal mechanical body. But I don't dare to until I find out what made January afraid." My turbulent thoughts settled into a state of wondering confusion. If he'd gone that far, why didn't he know what had made me afraid? Could it be? Suddenly I knew. He hadn't discovered that one last refinement. That was it. I felt like laughing, but my attention was jerked back to the conversation below. "I don't care," Paula's voice said doggedly. I don't care if you never finish. It's inhuman, anyway, to discard the body you were born in and transfer the electronic pattern of your mind and consciousness to a massive non-living colloid dielectric perched inside the head of a robot made of stainless steel bones, plastic muscles, and copper nerves. You've got to stop torturing January. I won't have to after a couple more hours, Dr. Morris said. I'm going to wake him up and get him to drink some of that tomato juice with a little seasoning in it, designed to make him sicker than he is. A few glasses of that and pounding my repeated question at him a few more times should do it. I stole back to my room and grinned at the tomato juice. Did you ever put a jigsaw together and get a flash of insight that made the pieces fall into place suddenly, completing the puzzle almost by itself? That pitcher of tomato juice was the last piece. Everything fit, including that. I would be able to tell my lie and make Dr. Leopold Morris believe it. Then I would help him. My wild laughter burst into my ears. By an effort of will, I shut it off and climbed back into bed, simulating sleep, my ears tuned for the first sound of the doctor's coming. The door opened. After a moment of suspense during which I kept my breathing slow and deep, it closed softly. Padded footsteps came across the rug. "January!" The doctor's voice was impersonal and insistent. His hand was gripped on my shoulder, shaking me. "Why were you afraid, January?" I kept my eyes closed for a moment, mumbling protests. Inside, I was laughing to myself gloatingly. His voice was no longer torture. It was the senseless repetition of a parrot. Suddenly it angered me. I opened my eyes, glaring, a corner of my mind thrilling to the beautiful way my emotions were giving authenticity to my acting. "Why are you afraid, January?" the doctor repeated, his calm face hovering above me. I shoved his hand away, sneering at him, and sat up. The movement sent stabs of pain through my head. I gripped my head in my hands, groaning. "Drink this," Dr. Morris ordered. I looked up. He was holding the glass of tomato juice toward me, the tomato juice containing something to make me sicker. I felt the sneering smile distort the sensitive skin of my face as I reached out deliberately and took the glass from him. I looked into his dead eyes while I lifted it to my lips. Then I drank it. I set the empty glass down on the stand. "Get out," I rasped. "Leave me alone." "What made you afraid, January?" Suddenly nausea gripped me. Blindly, I struggled out of bed to the bathroom. As I went, I felt a bitter laughter welling up silently in my mind. "What made you afraid, January?" I was reaching. That was genuine. I clapped my hands over my ears. That was acting, because Dr. Leopold Morris had lost his power to torture me. "What made you afraid, January?" With an animal snarl, I straightened and turned on him, my eyes blinded with tears produced by the reaching, my chin wet with vomit. He caught my flailing arms easily, folding them over my chest and pinning me against the wall. "What made you afraid, January?" I began to cry. It was an act, but my condition made anything resembling crying come out authentic. I felt my hands drop from my arms. Still blubbering as though completely broken, I slid slowly to the tile floor, letting my head drop. "All right, I'll tell you," I said weakly. A chill shudder shook my body. I buried my face in my arms, resting on my knees. "No, January!" It was Paula's voice. My head jerked upright. She was standing in the doorway, the living image of anger. The doctor had turned toward her, irritation showing on his face. "Dad," she said, her eyes flashing blue fire at him. "If you don't stop, I'll get the police." An arm coursed through me. She was endangering my plan. I dropped my head back in the cradle of my arms to hide my expression. "Paula," the doctor was saying in exasperation, "leave us." "I was afraid," I cut in, making my voice sound utterly listless and defeated, "of what I knew I would do unless I stopped my experiments and destroyed them. I had transferred the mind of a dog into a robot duplicate of its own body. The dog was a pet. It didn't know it was no longer in its own body, the body that had died when the mind pattern in the brain was lifted out and transplanted into the colloidal dielectric brain. It didn't know what had happened, so although it was often puzzled by things, it didn't mind. But I knew what the next step would be." I lifted my head and stared at the doctor, avoiding Paula's eyes. They were standing there, holding their breath, waiting for my next words. I let my head drop into concealment in my arms again. "The next step will be a robot body for myself," I said mechanically, tonelessly. "I would build it and enter it, and I would never be able to re-enter my normal body because it would die in the transfer. I would be immortal, but at an awful price. The price of normal life, loving, being loved, and someday getting married and having children, and a mother for those children. And yet I knew that I would build that robot body and transfer my mind to it if I kept on. So I destroyed my work, my reputation, my ability to earn the kind of money it would take to do what it didn't have the will not to do, if I could." I looked up cautiously, my face lax, my eyes half-veiled, to see how they were taking in what I was saying. Paula's face was a mask of pity and sympathy. Her father's was one of fixed attention and belief. I dropped my head again and muffled my voice. Pepper, my dog, not comprehending what was wrong with him, grew more and more bewildered. He got run over a month later. It couldn't kill him, but it wrecked his robot frame. I smashed his colloid brain and buried him, to put his immortal mind out of its bewildering, confused existence. "But," it was Dr. Morris's voice, full of growing, pleased conviction, "then there was nothing you discovered other than what I've already discovered and tried?" "No," I lied. And he believed me. The hours passed swiftly with long gaps during which I slept, unconscious of the conflict of hunger and alcohol starvation being fought in every cell of my body. The sunlight through the latticework of the Venetian blinds became a pleasant and welcome warmth. The song of the persistent bird outside the window grew joyful, and something I missed when it didn't come for a long time. Paula sat on the edge of the bed and washed my face and ran an electric razor over it while I basked in the pleasant rays from her deep blue eyes. She fed me tall glasses of tomato juice, spiked only with grapefruit juice, and with cool, clinking ice cubes that caressed my fevered lips. "You're looking much better this morning, January," she said, leaning back and inspecting her handiwork with the shaver. "Feel up to trying a scrambled egg fried in butter, with golden brown toast and nice crisp bacon?" "And make the coffee black and hot," I said. "Yes, sir," she said in mock subservience. She had her breakfast with me. The fluffy scrambled eggs and warm toast began to nestle comfortably in my stomach, and Paula nestled comfortably on the edge of the bed, sipping her coffee. Her hair radiant flows of rich browns and mahoganies, capturing and transmitting the sunlight from the window. Her red lips parted to reveal gleaming white teeth when she laughed intimately, happily at my running humor. I relaxed, my mind at ease, Dr. Leopold Morris momentarily forgotten. She displayed my suit proudly on its coat hanger, freshly cleaned and pressed, the stack of 4 new shirts still in their cellophane wrappers. I watched her retreat from the room with something inside me, my heart, perhaps, hurting. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, putting a knot in the tie. It had been a long time since I'd had a choice of ties, 10 of them. I inspected it in the glass. Then the realization that it wasn't a new tie rose to consciousness. It was Dr. Morris's. I tore it off, ripping the collar of my shirt in my anger. I stood there, panting with emotion. My purpose was back. Slowly, like the flames of a charcoal fire fanned by a gust of wind, the fire of hate in my eyes died down, leaving only the glowing coals which would be unnoticed behind the mask of a smile. I practiced that smile while I put on another shirt and knotted another of Dr. Leopold Morris's ties about my neck. I had played enough poker and penny ante dives up and down the West Coast during my wanderings to perfect the lazy, unrevealing poker smile. There was a knock. Paula's voice sounded. "You dressed?" "Come in," I called. Her eyes literally blazed me with admiration. She let the door slam behind her without hearing it. "That's right," I said. "You've never seen me before when I looked like a decent human being." "Oh, I have too," she retorted. "Do I look anything like you thought I would?" "That's just it," she said. You look exactly like I hoped you would. Then she was snapping out of a dream. Dad wants you downstairs. That is, he said to tell you he would like you to drop into the study if you want to, but also to tell you you don't have to. You're free to come and go as you please. He said expressly to tell you that. She stopped, breathlessly, the dreamy stare coming back into her eyes. Why, sure, I said. I guess I won't mind dropping into his study. Too much, I grinned. Though I'd much rather ignore him and go out someplace with you. That's a date, she said softly, wrinkling her nose at me. After you see Dad. We tripped lightly down the stairs, hand in hand, as if we had done it hundreds of times before. At the door, I asked, looking at the one she had ushered me through when I had first arrived. Yes, she said. I gently disengaged her hand and tapped her cheek with my fingers. Suddenly I took her chin between my fingers and tilted her face up. She looked gravely into my eyes. I bent to kiss her. Her red lips curved to meet mine. You stay out here, I said gruffly. I turned to the door. My hand touched it, hesitated, then twisted the knob. On my face was the smile I had practiced. Dr. Leopold Morris was sitting as I had left him so long ago, puffing contentedly in a long black cigar, his dead eye staring expressionlessly through the haze and streamers of blue smoke. I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. Its click seemed to be the spring that brought him to life. Well, January, he said like a schoolteacher welcoming a child who has been down with the mumps. You're looking better. He nodded. Much better. I hope you feel better, too. He shot me a questioning look. Yes, sir, I said. Nothing like getting rid of something, he said. Getting it off your chest so you can forget it. But that isn't what I wanted to see you about. He leaned forward suddenly. Is that lipstick? He asked. No, tomato juice, I said dryly. He chuckled while I wiped it off. I'd like you to go over my research with me, he said, reverting abruptly to his schoolteacher voice. You're the only living man who knows anything about it other than me. You'd like that? He looked almost pleading. All right, I said, shrugging indifferently. Not exactly keen about it, he said, chuckling again. After what you told me, I don't blame you. But it'll be good therapy, and with Paula in the background, I don't believe you'll have any trouble resisting the temptation to gain immortality in a non-living robot. Maybe you're right, I said. With me, it's different, he went on enthusiastically, paying little attention to my comment. I'm getting on in years. My wife has been gone long enough so that she's just a memory. Paula is grown up. There's nothing to keep me from making the jump. Of course, I get a rather peculiar feeling every time I think of actually taking this step and waking up to find my original body lying there at the other table, dead. But it doesn't alter the milk to pour it into another bottle. From my experiments with dogs, there doesn't seem to be any sensation accompanying the process of transfer. As a matter of fact, with one dog, I teased him with a juicy bone up into the instant of transfer. The first thing he did in the robot body was look around for the bone, rapid as the flicker of a film. Yes, I know, I said dryly. I found the same thing. No consciousness of transfer or any other sensation. With a scanner transfer, it takes place in less than a 10,000th of a second. Every electrical pattern of the brain complex is lifted out as an infinitesimal segment and transplanted into the colloid dielectric complex without alteration. Like a television eye scans a scene, in a way, the doctor added. But let's go out to my laboratory. I'll show you my body. He laughed at the remark as he stood up and went to the door. My hands were trembling visibly. I hid them in my pockets, gripping them into tight fists to stop their trembling. I followed him into the hall, holding on to my appearance of calm detachment with every ounce of my will. The doctor had not yet found out what had made me afraid, but he would. He'd find out when I was ready for him, too. We're going out to the lab, Paula, Dr. Morris was saying. Oh, Paula said, disappointment in her tone. Wait a minute, Dr. Morris, I said. Paula and I are going out for a walk first. That can wait a half hour, he said. I just want to show you my body. He chuckled. It can't wait, I said, and even if it could, I want a breath of fresh air before going into that lab. He's been sick for 3 days without being out, Paula said. Stop being so selfish, Dad. That's unkind, Paula, Dr. Morris said, but go ahead. He turned back into his study. We walked along sidewalks hand in hand, with kids playing catch and hop-skip as hazards and shapeless, harassed women struggling home with overloaded shopping bags. We heard the dying wail of sirens and saw a crowd at a corner, and joined it to watch the callous interns lift a screaming woman onto a stretcher while she repeated, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," over and over, and a white-faced teenage boy kept repeating to an unsympathetic but silent police officer, "I didn't see her, I didn't see her, I didn't see her." We had coffee and hamburgers in a smelly 10-stool hole-in-the-wall, served by a jovial, pot-bellied cook and waiter who sweated olive oil profusely over a dirty griddle, while his cracked jukebox blared out music from cracked records, and looked at each other and laughed. We couldn't talk above the noise. On impulse, we climbed aboard a streetcar just as it was starting up, and grinned at the conductor when he yelled above the noise, "What's it? Wanna get killed?" and sat very close together while the ancient monument to a past civilization thundered on, and what promised to be its last trip. And we got off and pretended we were lost. We went into pawnshops and looked at second-hand diamond rings whose fires were dimmed by the grimy sweat of the pawnbrokers' fingers, and the secret knowledge they held within their secret carbon heart of broken romances and marriages, and poverty that had led their former owners here to exchange a dream that had shattered for a week's rent in a fourth-rate hotel. We bought a newspaper from a blind man, and had a Coke in a corner drugstore while we read it and worried about the world situation, and a gaunt thing with brown bags under her eyes told the patient druggist all her symptoms in a whining monotone. We looked in windows at fur coats marked down from $499.95. We bought a sack of popcorn and an automatic vending machine that cheated on the amount, and fought over it until it skidded out of our hands onto the sidewalk. We had our picture taken together in a 25-cent booth, pretending to each other it wasn't so we could sit with our heads together. When our feet grew reluctant, we looked about us and discovered we were back home, and wondered with real surprise how that had happened, and how our feet had known without us knowing. I half turned to retreat, feeling a panic and a sense of having left something undone or unsaid that should have been said. Paula was looking at me, her eyes troubled, and suddenly I knew she felt the same way. Only there was a basic difference. She was holding back her feelings about her father shuffling off his mortal body for an imperishable one of non-living matter. And the thought fled fearfully into my subconscious. There could be no turning back, whatever the price. I took Paula's hand, patted the side of her face until her smile brightened again. Hand in hand, we slowly walked toward the house, our eyes on the drawn curtains of the study window, behind which waited a man whom I'd grown to hate, even more than I loved his daughter. The laboratory was a 2-story building in back of the house, reached by a narrow sidewalk and a grudging space the builders had left between the two. I paused at the door after the doctor had opened it and gone in. Paula was still at the kitchen door where we had left her eyes round with unvoiced protest and mute appeal. "Are you coming?" the doctor's voice protested my delay. "Okay," I said, stepping inside and closing the door. Our feet rang hollowly on the wood floor as we crossed a conventional chemical laboratory to steps leading upward. The doctor's face was flushed with excitement and eagerness. His footsteps were light on the stairs, light and swift. My own were heavy and slow behind him, each hollow blow the beat of a devil drum in some voodoo jungle as my thoughts rushed back over the lifetime I had crowded into the past 3 years, to prepare me for what I would see. "There it is," the doctor said as he reached the last step and paused. I saw the trim panel of the transfer machine, the 2 leather-upholstered tables, but they were no more than background impressions as my eyes fixed on the form lying full length on one of those 2 tables. If Dr. Leopold Morris had not been standing beside me, I would have sworn it was him, or his corpse. Unconsciously, my feet carried me forward and to one side, where I could look down at that face of carefully molded synthetic rubber, tinted the exact shade of the doctor's living flesh. The open, unblinking eyes with irises the same pale blue, and blue-veined hands that seemed to have died just the moment before. "Color photography," the doctor was explaining. "The sensitized chemicals impregnated in the rubberoid, and a color image of my own flesh imprinted in it from a projector." "As authentic as a counterfeit $10 bill," I wisecracked tonelessly, "even to the clothes and shoes." "Exactly," Dr. Morris said, laughing gleefully. "Take a look at the insides of the transfer, and see if it looks familiar to you. I built it so the circuits are all exposed and easy to follow. Different colored wires." I stepped around the duplicate of the doctor on the table, something inside me crawling frantically, and unfastened the back of the cabinet, exposing the circuit. Skills that had not dimmed and would never dim took control of my sight and traced each element of the circuit, comparing it with that which I myself had built and destroyed. The drops of solder that held wires in contact glistened dully, silver blobs dotting orderly geometrical designs composed of blue, yellow, green, orange, and too many other colors to count, little cylinders that were condensers and resistors and tubes and coils. My mind clicked off one detail after another. It was my circuit. I might have built it myself, but I had destroyed everything except what I carried in my mind. Dr. Leopold Morris had repeated my discoveries, step by step. Reason had followed the path I had destroyed, just as surely as the instinct of an insect makes it live the life pattern of its ancestors, down to the finest detail. "Does it check?" the doctor asked. I looked at one particular blob of solder connecting a blue-coated wire with a red one and nodded. "Yes," I said carefully. "How about the hoods?" he asked. I quickly examined the hoods, heavy things on maneuverable frames. They could almost have been cast from the same mold. "Okay," I said. "And I want to get it over with now," Dr. Morris said. "What?" I exclaimed. "Yes, now," he said. "The sooner the better. Paula isn't expecting me to do it this way." I took a deep breath. My eyes studied the straps to be buckled around the robot in such a way that it could only release itself when it became activated by calm intelligence, and the straps fastened into the vacant table that could be buckled and unbuckled the same way that would keep the body from throwing itself around violently under the wild play of neutral forces, set loose as the mind was plucked from the living brain. "All right," I said, my voice sounding queer and remote to me. "Lie down and I'll strap you in." As he climbed into the vacant table, my eyes searched the room frantically for something to cut the connection between that blue and that red wire. "I'm ready," the doctor said, relaxing on the table with no more apparent concern than a man getting into a barber chair for a shave. I buckled the straps with fumbling fingers, my thoughts racing. There was not a tool in sight anywhere, nothing that could cut that wire. "We forgot to warm up the tubes," Dr. Morris exclaimed. "You aren't as calm as you pretend to be," I chided, hiding the thrill of triumph that rose in me. "As soon as I finish buckling the straps on you and your future receptacle, I'll warm up the circuit." "Thanks, January," he said with relief. I finished with him and went to the robot so soon to be activated with the doctor's intelligence. I buckled the straps about its inert form exactly the way I had done with the living. "Why don't you turn the current on before doing that?" Dr. Morris asked. I smiled at him slowly. "Plenty of time," I said. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. His eyes were suddenly sharp with suspicion. "Oh, nothing," I said, shrugging. "A minute will make a big difference, will it?" He studied me closely. My heart was beating against my ribs. "I've changed my mind," he said abruptly, his fingers fumbling with the buckle that would release his arms. "I'll wait until later to do this." "No, you don't," I said, my calm deserting me. I leaped around the tables. His fingers were trying desperately to open the buckle that would free his arms. I slapped them away and stood over him. "This is for those hours of torture," I said, leering into his blank eyes. My fist crashed against the side of his jaw, just in front of the ear. He sank back, limp and unconscious. It was better this way. I was glad it had happened. Now I could be sure of what it did. I crossed the room to a bench and searched swiftly through drawers of tools until I found a wire cutter. In a moment I clipped the blue-coated wire where it was soldered to the red one. Quickly, with sure movements, I fastened the cover back on the case, threw the switch that sent electric current glowing through the cold furnace of tubes, and returned the wire clipper to its drawer. By the time I had adjusted the two hoods into position over Dr. Leopold Morris's head and that of the waiting robot form, the meters on the instrument panel showed that everything was ready for the final moment, the moment I had been looking forward to, working toward, when I could touch the switch that would begin the final act, completing my revenge. My breathing was the only sound in the room as I stood for a moment, surveying everything to be sure. I grinned into the doctor's closed eyes. It was too bad now that he wasn't conscious, so that I could watch his fear and horror, so that he could know before I jabbed down on that switch what he had tortured me to discover. All the hate that had built up in my soul went into that final act. I heard a faint click as the switch snapped over to contact. A horrible scream welled from the throat of the unconscious man as I ran to the stairs and stumbled down them. I waited in the chemical lab, knowing that Paula would be watching the door of the building and not wanting to face her until it was all finished. I was waiting for the sound of footsteps over my head, slow steps that would cross and come down the stairs. And finally I heard them. I watched the stairs and saw first the legs and then the rest of the man that was descending. It was the robot controlled by the mind of Dr. Leopold Morris. There was no hostility in its expression as its eyes settled on me. Rather, there was grave respect. It stopped in front of me, its movements so natural and smooth that no one could have guessed it was a non-living robot. I returned its steady gaze in silence. Then it went on past me to the door. I watched without moving as the door closed. "Dad," it was Paula's voice, "tell January to come in here. Lunch is ready, Dad." Her voice was full of sudden alarm. "Dad?" Then, "January." Her feet pounded on the back steps and the narrow sidewalk outside. The knob rattled as she fumbled. Then the door burst open and she stood framed there, her eyes wide with fear and horror, and a half-realization of what her mind was not conditioned to quite accept. She saw me, and with a sob of relief she was across the room and in my arms. I held her head against the cradle of my neck, waiting. And then it came. Over our heads sounded a faint scuffle of a shoe, a hesitant footstep, another, and then another, dragging, stumbling. Paula's trembling body stiffened at the first sound. She looked up at me in numb unbelief, then wonder, seeing in my expression, my eyes, the culmination of my revenge. She started to pull away, to run toward the stairs. "No," I said softly. "Wait. He deserved this." The defiance left her. She stood beside me while we both waited. Feet came into view, legs, hands sliding weakly along the wall for support, a face bearing a shocked realization that another mind existed in the world identical with itself, a realization of the fallacy of believing that by destroying oneself at the instant of creation of that other mind, it would in some absolute way become oneself. As I looked at him standing there on the stairs, the hate that I had nurtured disappeared. In its place was pity and sympathy. I was up the stairs, catching him before he could fall, lifting him, surprised at his lightness. Paula, her lips trembling and a hesitant, worried smile, was opening doors ahead of me as I carried her father into the house and laid him on his bed. And as Paula and I undressed him to treat the bruises caused by the straps, in my mind was a picture of the other Dr. Leopold Morris, the robot, hurrying along some street and perhaps already making plans to search for the other January Stevens. End of story 2. Story 3 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 10. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Solar Magnet by Captain S.P. Meek. The milling crowd in front of the Capitol suddenly grew quiet. A tall, portly figure came out onto the porch of the building and stepped before a microphone erected on the steps. A battery of press cameras clicked. The newsreel photographer ground away on his machine. Wild cheers rent the air. The president held up his hand for silence. As the cheering died away, he spoke into the microphone. "My countrymen," he said, "the Congress of the United States has met in extraordinary session and is ready to cope with the condition with which we are confronted. While they deliberate as to the steps to be taken, it is essential that you meet this danger, if it be a danger, with the bravery and calm front which has always characterized the people of the United States in times of trial and danger. You may rest assured." A slightly built and conspicuous man who had followed the president out onto the porch was surveying the crowd intently. He turned and spoke in an undertone to a second man who nowhere as the first man spoke. He listened for a moment, nodded, and edged closer to the president. The first man slipped unobtrusively down the Capitol steps and mingled with the crowd. "That no steps will be neglected which may prove of value," went on the president. "The greatest scientists of the country have gathered in this city in conference, and they undoubtedly will soon find a simple and natural explanation for what is happening. In the meantime—" The president paused. From the crowd in front of him came a sudden disturbance. The man sprang free of the crowd and broke through the restraining cordon of police. In his hand gleamed an ugly blue steel automatic pistol. Quickly he leveled it and fired. A puff of dust came from the Capitol. The bullet had landed a few inches from one of the lower windows, 50 feet from where the president stood. He raised his weapon for a second shot, but it was never fired. The man who had come down the Capitol steps sprang forward like a cat and grasped the weapon. For a moment the two men struggled, but only for a moment. From them, for a moment, by the sheer audacity of the attack, came a roar of rage. The police closed in about the struggling men, but the crowd rolled over them like a wave. The captor shouted his identity and tried to display the gold badge of the Secret Service, but the mob was in no state of mind to listen. The police were trampled underfoot, and the would-be assassin torn from the hands of the Secret Service operative. Every man in reach tried to strike a blow. The Secret Service man was buffeted and thrown aside. Realizing that the affair had been taken out of his hands, he made his way to the rear of the Capitol, where his badge gained him ready passage to the cordon of police. He entered the building and reappeared in a few moments by the side of the president. 2 hours later, he leaned forward in his chair in Dr. Bird's private laboratory in the Bureau of Standards and spoke earnestly. "Dr. Bird," he said, "that bullet was never meant for the president. That man was after bigger game." The famous scientist nodded thoughtfully. "Even a very rotten pistol shot should have come closer to him," he replied. "He must have missed by a good 40 feet. "He missed by a matter of inches, Doctor. That bullet struck the Capitol only 2 inches from a window. In that window was standing a man. The bullet was intended for the occupant of that window. I was directly behind him when he raised his weapon for a second shot, and I am sure of his aim. He deliberately ignored the president and aimed again at the window. That was when I tackled him." "Who was standing there, Carnes?" "You were, Doctor." Dr. Bird whistled. "Then you think that bullet was intended for me?" "I'm sure of it, Doctor. That fact proves one thing to me. You're right in your idea that this whole affair is man-made, and not an accident of nature. The guiding intelligence back of it fears you more than he fears anyone else, and he took this means to get rid of you unobtrusively. Attention was focused on the president. Your death would have been laid to accident. It was a clever thought." "It does look that way, Carnes," said the doctor slowly. "If you're right, this incident confirms my opinion. There is only one man in the world clever enough to have disturbed the orderly course of the seasons, and such a plan for my assassination would appeal to his love of the dramatic." "You mean
Ivan Saranov, of course. They're pretty sure that he hasn't got back to the United States, Doctor." "You may be right, but I am sure of nothing where that man is concerned. However, that fact has no bearing. He may be operating from anywhere. His organization is still in the United States."
A knock sounded at the door. In response to the doctor's command, a messenger entered and presented a letter. Dr. Bird read it and dropped it in a wastebasket.
"Tell them that I am otherwise engaged just now," he said curtly.
The messenger withdrew.
"It was just a summons to another meeting of the Council of Scientists," he said to Carnes. "They'll have to get along without me. All they'll do in here will be to read a lot of dispatches and wrangle about data and the relative accuracy of their observations. Harriet will lecture for hours on celestial mechanics and propound some fool theory about a hidden body which doesn't exist, and its possible influence which would be nil on the inclination of the Earth's axis. After wasting 4 hours without a single constructive idea being put forward, they will gravely conclude that the sun rose 53 seconds earlier at the 40th north parallel than it did yesterday, and correspondingly later at the 40th south parallel. I know that without wasting time." "Was it 53 seconds today, Doctor?"
"Yes, this is the 20th of July. The sun should have risen at 4:52, 16 minutes later than rose on June 20th, and 53 seconds later than it rose yesterday. Instead, it rose 4:20, 16 minutes earlier than it did on June 20th, and 53 seconds earlier than yesterday."
"I don't understand what is causing it, Doctor. I've tried to follow your published explanations, but they're a little too deep for me."
"As to the real underlying cause, I am in grave doubts, Carnes, although I can make a pretty shrewd guess. As to the reason for the unnatural lengthening of the day, the explanation is simplicity itself. As you doubtless know, the Earth revolves daily on its axis. At the same time, it is moving in a great ellipse about the sun, an ellipse which it takes it a year to cover. If the axis of rotation of the Earth were at right angles to the plane of its orbit,
In other words, if the Earth's equator lay in the plane of the Earth's movement about the Sun, each day would be of the same length, and there would be no seasons. Instead of this being the case, the axis of rotation of the Earth is tipped so that the angle between the equator and the ecliptic is 23.5 degrees. I seem to remember something of that sort from my school days. This angle of tilt may be assumed to be constant, if I don't bother with precessions, nutations, and other minor movements considered in accurate computations. As the Earth moves around the Sun, this tilt gives rise to what we call the Sun's declination. You can readily see that at one time in the year, the North Pole will be at its nearest point to the Sun, speaking in terms of tilt and not in miles, while at another point on the ecliptic it will be farthest from the Sun and the South Pole nearest. There are two midway points when the two poles are practically equidistant. Then the days and nights should be of equal length. They are. These are the periods of the equinoxes. The point at which the Sun is nearest to the South Pole we call the winter solstice, and the opposite point the summer solstice. The summer solstice is on June 21st. At that time, the declination of the Sun is 23.5 degrees north of the equatorial line. It starts to decrease until 6 months later it reaches a minor declination of 23.5 degrees and is that far south of the line. The longest day in the northern hemisphere is naturally June 21st, and the shortest day when the Sun has the greatest minus declination. Precisely at the winter solstice, now to explain what is happening, the year went normally until June 21st. That day was of the correct length, about 14 hours and 50 minutes long. The 22nd should have been shorter. Instead, it was longer than the 21st. Each day, instead of getting shorter, as it should at this time of year, is getting longer. We've already gained some 32 minutes of sunlight at this latitude. The explanation is that the angle between the equator and the ecliptic is no longer 23.5 degrees, as it has been from time immemorial, but it is greater. If the continuing tilt keeps up long enough, the obliquity will be 90 degrees. When that happens, there will be a perpetual midday at the North Pole and perpetual night at the South Pole. The whole northern hemisphere will be bathed in a continuous flood of sunlight, while the southern hemisphere will be a region of cold and dark. The condition of the Earth will resemble that of Mercury, where the same face of the planet is continually facing the Sun.
I understand that all right, but I'm still in the dark as to what is causing this increase of tilt.
No more than I am, old heretic is babbling about a hidden body which is drawing the Earth from its normal axial rotation, but the fool ignores the fact that a body of a size sufficient to disturb the Earth would throw every motion of the solar system into a state of chaos. Nothing of the sort has happened, ergo no external force is causing it. I am positive that the force which is doing the work is located on the Earth itself. Furthermore, unless my calculations are badly off, this force is located on or very near the surface of the Earth at approximately the 65th degree of north latitude.
How can you tell that, Doctor?
It would take me too long to explain, Carnes. I will, however, qualify my statement a little. Either a variable force is being used, or else a constant force located where I have said. The 65th parallel is a long line. The exact location and the nature of that force we have to find. If it be man-made, and I'll bet my bottom dollar that it is, we will also have to destroy it. If we fail, we'll see this world plunged into such a riot of war and bloodshed as has never before been known. It will be literally a fight of mankind for a place in the Sun. Due to its favorable location and a new position of the Earth, it is more than probable that Russia would emerge as the dominant power.
Undertaking to destroy a thing that you don't know the location of, and of whose existence you aren't even sure, is a pretty big contract.
We've tackled bigger ones, old dear. We have the president behind us. I haven't made much headway selling my idea to that gang of old fossils who call themselves the Council of Scientists, but I did to his nibs. Just before that attempt at assassination, I had a chin-chin with him. The fastest battlecruiser of the Navy, the Denver, is to be placed in my service, which will carry a big amphibian plane, so be equipped to assemble and launch it. Bolton will relieve you from the Presidential Guard today. We sail in the morning.
Wherefore, Doctor?
I feel sure that the force is caused and controlled by men, and I know of but one man who has the genius and the will to do such a thing. That man is Saronov. Because he must be concealed and work free from interruption, I fancy he is working in his own country. Does that answer your question?
It does. We sail for Russia.
Conzi, old dear, at times you have flashes of such scintillating brilliance that I have hopes for the future of the Secret Service. In times they may even show human intelligence. Toddle along now and pay your fond farewells to the bright lights of Washington. Mean be at the Pennsy station at 6. We'll sail from New York in the morning. With the famous scientist and his assistant as passengers, the Denver steamed at her best speed across the Atlantic. As soon as New York Harbor was cleared, Dr. Bird charted the course. Captain Evans raised his eyebrows when he saw the course laid out, but his orders had been positive. Had Dr. Bird ordered him to steam at full speed against the shore, he would have obeyed without question. The Denver avoided the usual lanes of traffic and bore to the north of the summer lane. Not a vessel was sighted in the 8 days which elapsed before the Faroe Islands came in sight on the starboard bow. The Denver bore still more to the north and skirted around North Cape 5 days later. At Cape Keenan, she headed south into the White Sea. Surprisingly little ice was encountered. When Captain Evans mentioned this, Dr. Bird pointed out to him that it was August, and that the days were still lengthening. Once in the White Sea, the Denver was made ready for instant action. A huge amphibian plane was hoisted in sections from the hold, and mechanics started to assemble it. Dr. Bird spent most of his time working on some instruments he had assembled in the radio room. "This is an ultra-shortwave detector," he explained to Carnes. "It will receive vibrations to the lowest limit of waves that we've ever been able to measure. The X-ray is high on the scale, and even the cosmic ray is far above its lower limit of detection. We're hunting for an electromagnet, the largest and strangest electromagnet that has ever been constructed. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that we are seeking for a generator of magnetic force. It does not generate the ordinary magnetism which attracts iron and steel, nor the special type of magnetism which we call gravity, but something between the two. It attracts the sun enough to disturb the tilt of the Earth's axis, but not enough to pull the Earth out of its orbit. Such a device should give out a wave that can be detected, if we get a receiver delicate enough and operating on the right wavelength." He spent hours improving and refining the apparatus, but in the end he confessed himself beaten. "It's no use, Carnes," he said the day after Cape Keenan faded from view to the north. "Either the apparatus we are seeking gives out no wave that we can detect, or my apparatus is faulty. Luckily we have other things to guide us." "What are they, Doctor?" "The facts that Saranoff must have easy transportation and a source of power. The first precludes him from locating his station far from the sea coast, and the second indicates that it will be near a river or other source of power. The only Russian points on the 65th parallel that are open to water transport are the Gulf of Anadyr north of Kamchatka and the vicinity of Archangel. I passed up Kamchatka because it would mean too long a haul through unfriendly waters from Leningrad, and because there is not much water power. Archangel is easy of access at this time of the year, and has the Dvina River for power. That would be our first line of search. We will explore by plane, of course." "Certainly, we wouldn't get very far on foot, especially as neither of us speaks Russian. We'll head south for another day, and then... What's that?" He paused and listened. From the distance came a dull drone of sound, which brought him to his feet with a start. He raced out onto deck with Carnes at his heels. Far overhead in the blue, a tiny speck of black hovered. "We're on the right trail, Carnes," he said grimly. The plane passed over them. In huge circles it sank toward the ground. Dr. Bird turned to Captain Evans. Orders flew from the bridge, and a detail of Marines rapidly stripped the covers from the 2 forward anti-aircraft rifles. "I dislike to fire on that craft before it makes a hostile demonstration, Dr. Bird," demurred Captain Evans. "We are at peace with Russia. My action in firing might precipitate a war, or in any event, serious diplomatic misunderstandings." "Allow me to correct you, Captain Evans. We are at war with Russia. The whole world is at war with the man who has pulled the Earth out of her course. In any event, your orders are positive, and the responsibility is mine. Wait until that plane gets within easy reach, and then shoot it down. Do not fail to get it. It must not get back to shore with word of our approach." Captain Evans bowed gravely. Shells came up from the magazines and were piled by the guns. From the fire control stations came a monotonous calling of firing data. The guns slowly changed direction as the plane descended. Nearer and nearer it came, intent on positive identification of the war vessel below it. It passed over the Denver less than 5,000 feet up. As it passed, it swung off to one side and began to climb sharply. Dr. Bird glanced at the fighting top of the cruiser and swore softly. From the top, the stars and stripes had been broken to the breeze. "Fire at once," he cried, "and then court-martial the fool who broke out that flag." The 2 3-inch rifles barked their message of death into the sky. For agonizing seconds, nothing happened. The guns roared again. Below and behind the fleeing plane, 2 puffs of white smoke appeared in the sky. The staccato calls of the observers came from the control station, and the guns roared again and again. Now above and now below the Russian plane appeared the white puffs that told of bursting shells, that the plane droned on, unharmed. "It's away safely," groaned the doctor. "Now the fat is in the fire. Sour enough we'll know in an hour that we're coming. If we had a pursuit plane ready to take off, we might catch him, but we haven't. Oh well, there's no use in crying over spilt milk. How soon will that amphibian be ready to take off?"
"In 20 minutes, Doctor,"
replied the engineering officer.
"As soon as we finish filling the tanks and test the motor, she'll be ready to ramble."
"Hurry all you can. Hang a dozen 100-pound bombs and a few 25s in the racks. Lower her over the side as soon as she's ready. Where's Lieutenant Macready?"
"Below, getting into his flying togs, Doctor."
"Good enough. Come on, Cons. We'll go below and put on our fur-lined panties, too. We'll probably need them." In half an hour, the amphibian rose from the water. Lieutenant Macready was at the controls, with Cons and the doctor at the burn racks. The plane rose in huge spirals until the altimeter read 4,000 feet. The pilot straightened it out toward the south. The plane was alone in the sky. For 2 hours it flew south and then veered to the east, following the line of the Gulf of Archangel. The town came in sight at last. "Better drop it a couple of thousand, Lieutenant," said Dr. Bird into the speaking tube. "You can't see much from this altitude." The plane swung around in a wide circle, gradually losing Cons, and the doctor hung over the side, watching the ground below them. As they watched, a puff of smoke came from a low building a mile from the edge of town. Dr. Bird grabbed the speaking tube. "Bank, Macready," he barked. "They're firing at us." The plane lurched sharply to one side. From a point a few yards below them, and almost directly along their former line of flight, a burst of flame appeared in the air. The plane lurched and reeled as the blast of the explosion reached it. From other points in the ground came other puffs. "Get out of here!" shouted Dr. Bird. "Must be a dozen guns firing at us. One of them will have the range directly." From all around them came flashes and the roar of explosions. The plane lurched and yawed in a sickening fashion. Lieutenant Macready fought heroically with the controls, trying to prevent the side slips which were costing him altitude. Gradually the plane came under control and started to climb. The shells burst nearer as the plane took a straighter course and strove to fly out of the danger zone. Dr. Bird looked at the airspeed meter. 180, he shouted to Cons. "We'll be safely out of range in a minute." The bursts were mostly behind them now. Suddenly a blast of air struck them with terrific force. Half a dozen holes appeared on the fabric of the wings. A bit of high-explosive shell plowed a way through the after compartment and wrecked the duplicate instrument board. In another moment they were out of range. Lieutenant Macready turned the nose of his plane toward the north. "We came out of that well," cried Cons. Dr. Bird dropped the speaking tube which he had held pressed to his ear and smiled grimly at the detective. "I wish we had," he replied. "Our main gas tank is punctured." An expression of alarm crossed the detective's face. "Is it injured badly?" he asked. "I don't know yet. Macready says that the gauge is dropping pretty rapidly. I'm going to go out and see what I can do." "Can't I go, Doctor? I'm a good deal lighter than you are. You're not as strong or as agile, Cons, and you haven't the mechanical ability to make the repair. Hand me that line." He fastened one end of a coil of manila rope, which Cons handed him to his waist, while the detective fastened the other end to one of the safety belt hooks. With a word of farewell, he climbed out of the cockpit and onto a wing. In the pocket of his flying suit he carried a tool kit and repair material. Cons shuddered as the doctor's figure disappeared under the plane. He snapped the rope about a seat bracket and held it taut. For 10 minutes the strain continued. It slackened at last, and the figure of the doctor reappeared on the wing. Slowly he climbed into the cockpit. "I made a temporary repair, Lieutenant," he called into the speaking tube, "and the leakage has stopped. How much gas have we left?" "Enough for about an hour of flying, including the emergency tank." "Thunder! No chance to get back to the Denver. Better head inland and follow the course of the Dvina. If we can locate the place we're looking for, we may be able to drop a few eggs on it before we're washed out. At any event, it will be better to come down on land than on water." Macready headed the plane south and followed the winding ribbon below him, which marked the channel of the Dvina. He kept his altitude well over 8,000 feet. For a few minutes the plane roared along. Without warning, the motor spluttered once or twice and died. "Gas finished?" asked Dr. Bird into the speaking tube. No, there's plenty of gas for another 45 minutes. It acted like a shot in the wiring. Maybe another fragment got us that we didn't know about. I can glide to a safe landing, Doctor. Which direction shall I go? It doesn't matter, replied Dr. Bird as he looked over the side. Wait a minute. It does matter. See that long, low building down there with a projection like a tower on top? I'll bet a month's pay that it's the very place we're looking for. Glide over it and let's have a look at it. If I'm convinced of it, I'll drop a few eggs on it. Right. MacReady glided on a long slope toward the suspected building. Dr. Bird kept his eye glued to the bomb site. It's suspicious enough for me to act, he cried. Drop one. Carnes pulled a lever and 100-pound high-explosive bomb detached itself from the plane and fell toward the ground. Another, cried the doctor. A second messenger of death followed the first. Bank around and back over where we'll give him the rest. Right. The plane swung around in a wide circle. Volley, cried the doctor. Carnes pulled the master lever, and the rest of the bombs fell earthward. Glide to the east, MacReady, until you are forced down. MacReady banked the plane and started on a long glide toward the east. Carnes and the doctor watched falling bombs. The doctor's had been perfect. The first bomb released struck the building squarely, while the other landed only a few feet away. Instead of the puffs of smoke which they had expected, the bombs had no effect. The volley which Carnes had discharged fell full on the building, as harmlessly as had the two pilot shots. Were those bombs armed, Lieutenant? Demanded the doctor.
Yes, sir. I expected them myself before we took off, and they're fused and armed. They'd always fused and should have gone off, no matter in what position they landed.
Well, they didn't. That building is our goal, all right. Saranoff would naturally expect an air raid, and he's perfected some device which renders a bomb impotent before it lands. How far from the building will you land?
A couple of miles, Doctor.
Get as far as you can. If you make that line to the thickest ahead, we'll take to our heels and hope to hide in it. I don't think we'll have much luck, Doctor, said Carnes. Why not? Look behind. Dr. Bird looked back toward the building they had tried to bomb. Across the country, a truck loaded with armed men followed the course of the plane. The plane was gaining slightly on the truck, but it was evident that the plane's occupants would have little chance of escaping on foot. Dr. Bird gave a grim laugh. We're cornered, all right, he said. If we did elude the men in that truck, we would have a plane after us in no time. You might as well turn back, MacReady, and land fairly near the building. We're sure to be captured, and our best chance is to have the plane near us. They'll probably patch it up, and if we get a chance to escape later, it may be a lifesaver. At any rate, we've lost for the present. MacReady turned the plane again to the west. The truck halted at their new maneuver. As the plane passed over, it turned and again followed them. The ground was approaching rapidly. With a final dip, MacReady leveled off and made a landing. The machine rolled to a stop about a mile from the building. The truck was less than 300 yards away. It came up rapidly and disgorged a dozen men armed with rifles, who hurried forward. In the lead was a tall, slight figure who carried no gun. Dr. Bird stepped forward to meet them. "Do you understand English?" he asked. An incomprehensible jargon of Russian answered him. The men raised their rifles threateningly. Dr. Bird turned back to his companions. "Resistance is hopeless," he said. "Surrender gracefully, and we'll see what comes of it." He faced the Russians and held one hand high above his head. The Russian leader stepped forward and confiscated the doctor's pistol. He repeated the process with Carnes and MacReady, frisking them thoroughly for concealed weapons. At his command, 6 of the Russians stepped forward. The Americans took their place in the midst of the guard and were marched to the truck. The balance of the Russians moved over to the Americans' plane. The truck rolled forward and approached the low building. The projection, which Dr. Bird had noticed from the air, proved to be a metal tube projection from the roof, fully 20 feet in diameter and 50 feet long. "A protection tube of some sort," said the doctor, pointing. An excited command came from the Russian in command. A rifle was leveled threateningly at the doctor. He took the hint and maintained silence while they climbed down from the truck and approached the door of the building. It swung open as they approached. As they entered, a strong garlic-like smell was evident. The hum of machinery smote their ears. They were led down a corridor to a flight of steps. On the floor below, they went along another corridor to a heavy iron-studded door. The guide unlocked it with a huge key and swung it open. With a shrug of his shoulders, Dr. Bird led the way into the cell. The door closed behind them, and they were left alone. Dr. Bird turned to his companions. "Be careful what you say," he whispered. "I'm not at all convinced that there is no one here who knows English, and we are probably spied upon." There's sure to be a dictaphone somewhere in this room. We don't want to give them any more information than we have to. Carnes and Macready nodded. Dr. Bird spoke aloud of inconsequential matters while they explored the cell. It was a room some 20 feet square, fitted with 3 bunks on one side, built into the wall like the berths on shipboard. The room was lighted by a single electric light overhead. A door opened into a lavatory equipped with running water. "We're comfortable here, at any rate," said the doctor cheerfully. "They evidently don't mean to make us suffer. I'd like to know why they took the trouble to capture us anyway. It would seem to be more in line with their usual policy to have shot us on sight. It must be that they want some sort of information from us." Neither of his companions had a better reason to offer, and conversation languished. For an hour they sat almost without speech. A sound at the door brought them to their feet. It opened, and a Russian girl pushed in a cart laden with food. She made no reply to the remarks which Dr. Bird addressed to her, but quickly and silently put their food on the table. When she had completed her task, she left the room without having spoken a word. "Beautiful, but dumb," Dr. Bird remarked. "Let's eat." "Do you suppose it is safe to eat this food, Doctor?" asked Carnes in a whisper. "I don't know, and I don't care. If we've got to get out, we might as well be poisoned as shot. If we refuse food, they can poison us through our water. We couldn't refuse that for any length of time. I'm hungry. I'm going to make a good meal. What's this stuff? Borscht?" They soon received proof that they were under observation. Hardly had they pushed back their chairs at the completion of the meal than the door opened, and the Russian girl who had brought their food removed the empty dishes. Silence settled down over the cell. For another hour they waited before the door opened again. A tall, bearded Russian entered, with a younger man at his heels. The bearded man dropped into a chair, while his companion sat at the table and opened a notebook.
"Stand up!"
barked the Russian sternly. Carnes and Macready rose to their feet, but Dr. Bird remained stretched out on a bed. "What for?" he demanded languidly. The Russian bristled with rage.
"When I speak to you, you shall obey,"
he said in curiously clipped English.
"Else it will be the worse for you. Would you rather be questioned while in the Straska than while standing?"
"Not by a long shot," replied Dr. Bird promptly as he rose to his feet. "Fire away, old fellow. I'll talk."
"What are your names?"
"I am Edison Sims of Seattle," replied Dr. Bird gravely, "and my friends are Mr. Earl Liederman and Mr. Burner McFadden. You may have read of us in the American magazines."
"Their names,"
said the Russian to his clerk,
"are Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards, Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service, and Lieutenant Macready of the United States Navy. Dr. Bird, you will save yourself trouble if you will answer my future questions truthfully."
"You ask questions to which I am not sure that you know the answer," replied the doctor dryly.
"What vessel brought you here?"
"A Denver."
"What is her armament?"
"Consult the Navy list. You will doubtless find a copy in your files. It may be purchased from the Superintendent of Public Documents at Washington."
"What is your errand here?"
"To consult with Ivan Saranoff and learn his future plans. If he means merely to bestow on the Northern Hemisphere additional sunshine and warmth, it is possible that the United States will not oppose him. We would benefit equally with Russia, you know. Possibly the northern countries could form some sort of alliance against the Southern Hemisphere, which is already threatening war."
"You choose a peculiar way of showing your peaceable intentions. You shot down our plane without warning, and you dropped bombs on us at first sight."
"But they didn't explode."
"No, thanks to our ray operators. Dr. Bird, I have no time to waste. Either you will answer my questions fully and truthfully, or I will resort to torture."
"You don't dare. You were merely bluffing when you mentioned the Straska. If you tortured us, you would have to answer to Ivan Saranoff on his return."
"How did you know that he's—"
The Russian paused and bit his lip.
"Shall I tell him that you refuse to talk?"
"When he returns, you may tell him that I will be glad to talk frankly with him. I came to Russia for that purpose, but I will not talk with one of his underlings. Meanwhile, we are having lovely weather for this time of year, aren't we?" With a muttered curse, the Russian rose and left the room. Carnes turned to Dr. Bird. "How did you know that Saranoff was away?" he demanded.
"I didn't,"
replied Dr. Bird with a chuckle. "It was merely a shrewd guess. We have twisted his tail so often that I figured he could not resist the temptation to come here and gloat a few gloats over us if he were here. I know his ruthless methods in dealing with his subordinates, and I knew that they would never dare to resort to torture in his absence. No, old dear, we are safe until he returns. I hope he stays away a long time." 4 days passed monotonously. 3 times a day the Russian girl appeared with ample meals. Despite their attempts to engage her in conversation, not a word would she reply or give any indication that she either heard or understood their remarks. The bearded Russian appeared daily and tried to question them, but Dr. Bird laughed at his threats and reaffirmed his intention of talking to no one but Saranoff. "Your chance will come soon," replied the Russian with an evil leer on the 4th day. "He will be here the day after tomorrow. He will be able to make you talk." "If he's telling the truth, the jig's about up," said Dr. Bird when the Russian had left. "I don't fancy that Saranoff will show us much mercy when he finds out what we've attempted to do." "How would it be to overpower our waitress and make a break?" asked Macready in a guarded whisper. "Not good at all," replied the doctor decisively. "We wouldn't have a Chinaman's chance. Our best bet is to talk turkey to Saranoff. He may spare us if I can make him believe that I'm willing to work for him. What a man he is. If we could turn his genius into the right channels, he would be a blessing to the world." He paused as the door swung open and the Russian girl appeared with the food. She placed the cart against the wall and suddenly turned and faced them. "Dr. Bird," she said in excellent English, "I am Feodorovna Androvich." "I am glad to know you," said Dr. Bird with a bow. "Do you recognize my name?" "I am very sorry, my dear, but it simply doesn't register." "Do you remember Stefan Androvich?" A sudden light came into Dr. Bird's face. "Yes," he exclaimed, "I do. He used to work for me in the bureau some time ago. I had to let him go under peculiar circumstances. Is he related to you?" "He was my twin brother. The peculiar circumstances you refer to were that you caught him stealing platinum. Instead of turning him over to the police, you asked him why he stole. He told you his wife was dying for lack of things that money would buy, and he stole for her. You allowed him to quit his position honorably, and you gave him money for his immediate needs. For that act of mercy, I am here to reward you." "Bet cast upon the waters," muttered Carnes. The Russian girl turned on him like a wildcat. "Unless you wish to deprive yourself and your companions of my help, you will not quote the Bible, that sop thrown by the church to their slaves, to me," she said venomously. "I am a woman of the proletariat." "Respect the lady's anti-religious prejudices, Carnesy, old dear," said the doctor with a smile. "How do you propose to aid us, Miss Androvich?" "I will give you exactly what you gave my brother, your freedom and money for your immediate needs." "Thanks, but haven't you noticed what your position here will be if you aid us to escape? Saranoff doesn't deal kindly with traitors, I fancy." The girl spat on the floor. "That swine!" she hissed. "I would like to kill him. I would have done so long ago had not the hope of the people rested on his genius. When the people finally triumph, I will feed his heart to my cat." "Nice, gentle, loving disposition," murmured the doctor. "All right, my dear, we're ready for anything. What's the first move?" The girl whisked the covers from the food cart and displayed 3 pistols and belts of ammunition. "Put these on," she said, "and take this food with you. I will take you to a hiding place outside the walls, where you may safely stay a few days. I will bring you fresh supplies of food. As quickly as possible, I will arrange for you to escape from Russia. When you have left Russia safely, my debt is paid, and you are again my enemies." "Listen here," said Dr. Bird persuasively. "Why don't you come with us? You know the object of our coming here. We aim to destroy this plant, and let the Earth take its normal tilt. You hate Saranoff, although I don't know why. If you'll help us to destroy him, we'll guarantee you a welcome in the United States, and you can join your brother. I'll take him back into my laboratory." "My brother is dead," she said bitterly. "After he left you, he fell into more evil times. His wife died, and he swore revenge upon the society which had murdered her. An opportunity came to him to join Saranoff, and he did so. Saranoff hated him and distrusted him, although he was the soul of loyalty. As a reward for his genius and aid to Saranoff in constructing the Black Lamp, Saranoff abandoned him to you. It was your men who killed him when you blew into nothingness the helicopter he was piloting in your state of Maryland, near Washington." "All the more reason why you should revenge yourself upon Saranoff," replied the doctor. "We will give you a chance to do so, and aid you. We will also give you an opportunity to be received in a free country with honor." An expression of rage distorted the girl's features. "I am a woman of the proletariat," she cried. "I hate Ivan Saranoff for what he has done, but I am loyal to him. He alone will force the bourgeoisie to their knees and establish the rule of the people. I hate your country and your government. Yes, and I hate you. I aid you because I must pay my just debts. Come, the way is clear for your escape.
Don't ask how I cleared it.
Come, said Dr. Bird with a shrug of his shoulders. There is no arguing with convictions. She must act according to her lights, even if we must act according to ours. Grab your guns and let's go. The three buckled on the weapons and belts of ammunition and followed the girl from the cell. Once outside, she touched her lips for silence. A door barred their way, but she opened it with a key which she withdrew from her dress. Outside the door, a guard slumbered noisily. At a motion from the girl, Carnes rolled him over on his face to quiet his snoring. He moved and stirred, but did not wake. A few feet from the door, the girl paused and faced the wall. She manipulated a hidden lever, and a panel swung open in the wall. She led the way silently into the dark. As the panel closed behind her, a beam of light from an electric torch stabbed the darkness. Down a sloping tunnel they followed her for half a mile. The tunnel turned at right angles and led upward. At length they paused before another door. The girl opened it, and they stepped out into the night. As they did so, a dull booming struck their ears. The girl paused.
"The ship!" she cried. "Your ship! It is attacking Fort Novovinskaya. The factory will be awake in a moment. Run for your lives!"
Even as she spoke, a pair of twinkling lights appeared far down the tunnel through which they had come. She turned as if to return down the tunnel. Dr. Bird caught her about the waist and clapped his hand over her mouth. "Quick, Carnes, your belt!" he cried. "Tie her up. She meant to go down that tunnel and give her life to delay them while we escaped. We'll save her in spite of herself." Carnes and McCready quickly bound the struggling girl with their belts. They laid her on the ground beside the door and watched the oncoming lights. "You two hold them back for the present," said the doctor. "I am going to take Fyodrovna away a bit and argue gently with her. If I can make her see the light, we may accomplish our mission yet. If I can't, I'll come back and help you." He picked up the girl in his arms and disappeared into the darkness. Pistol in hand, the two men watched the oncoming lights. The men behind the lights could not be seen, but from the sound of their footsteps it was evident that there were quite a few of them. "Had we better let them emerge from the door and then get them?" whispered Carnes. "No. These heavy guns will drive a bullet through 3 men at short range. Level your gun down the tunnel and fire when I give the word. Remember, everyone is apt to shoot high in the dark." The lights approached slowly. When they were 25 yards away, Lieutenant McCready spoke. The quiet was shattered by the roar of 2 Luger pistols. Again and again the guns barked. A volley of fire came from the tunnel. But Carnes and the lieutenant were standing well away from the opening, and they escaped unharmed. Their deadly fire poured into the shambles until they were rewarded by the sound of retreating feet. "So ends round 1, said Carnes with a laugh. "I think we win on points."
"I won't try to direct attack again," replied the lieutenant. "Look out for a flank attack or from some new weapon. I don't like the way those bombs failed to explode the other day."
Dr. Bird appeared from the darkness. "McCready," he said in a voice vibrant with excitement. "We're in luck. We have come out less than 100 yards from the point where our plane came down. It is still there. If the Denver has approached within shooting range, we will have enough gas to make it. Try to get your motor going."
"If it isn't completely washed out, I'll have it going in a few minutes, Doctor," cried the pilot. "I'm going down a tunnel and get those flashlights those bullets dropped when I pulled out. Where's the girl?"
"She's back by the plane," said the doctor with a chuckle. "She is a Spitfire, all right. I took her gag off and she tried to bite me. I couldn't get a word of anything but abuse out of her. Go ahead and get the lights and I'll show you the plane." In a few minutes they stood before the ship. It was apparently uninjured, but the spark was dead. Carnes went back to the tunnel mouth to guard against surprise, while Dr. Bird and McCready labored over the motor. Despite the best of both of them, no spark could be coaxed from the coil. As a last resort, Dr. Bird short-circuited the cells with a screwdriver blade. No answering spark came from the terminals.
"That does a mackerel," he remarked. "I guess that ends that hope. Let's get the machine guns out of here. We'll have another attack soon, and they'll be more effective than our pistols."
It was the work of a few minutes to dismount the 2 Brownings from the plane. Carrying the 2 guns, Dr. Bird joined Carnes while McCready staggered along, laden down with belts of ammunition.
"Do you remember that rocky knoll we passed just before we landed?" asked the lieutenant. "If we can get the stuff there before we're attacked, we'll have a much better chance than we will in the open."
"Good idea, Lieutenant. Carnes, connect yourself to one of these guns. I'll fasten the other on my back and carry Fyodrovna. We can't leave her to Saranov's tender mercies." Through the night, the little cavalcade made its way. The thunder of guns from Fort Novodvinskaya kept up, and the sky to the north was lighted by their flashes. MacCready's bump of direction proved to be a good one, for the sought-for retreat was soon located. As they deposited their burdens and looked back, the lights of 2 trucks could be seen approaching across the plain from the factory. Hurriedly, they mounted the machine gun. Dr. Bird straightened up and listened carefully. "The guns are sounding less frequently," he said. "Possibly the Danvers had enough and is pulling out."
"If I know Captain Evans as well as I think I do, the Denver is not retreating,"
replied MacCready grimly. "I hope she's hammering the fort out of existence," said the doctor. "However, our main interest just now is on the land front. Guns to the fore. Carnes, you aren't so good at this. Better let MacCready and me handle them." The trucks approached slowly. Presently, the American plane loomed up in the glare of their headlights. A powerful searchlight mounted in the leading truck swept the country. Discovery was a matter of moments. Lieutenant MacCready trained his gun carefully and pressed the trigger. A rattle of fire came from the Browning. A crash was heard from the truck, and the searchlight winked out. "Bullseye!" cried Carnes exultantly. "Down, you fool!" cried the doctor as he swept the detective from his feet and threw him down behind a rock. His action was none too soon. A burst of machine gun fire came from the trucks, and a hail of bullets splattered on the rocks a few yards from them. MacCready crawled back to his gun. "Wait a minute, Lieutenant," counseled the doctor. "A burst of fire from here will give them our location and probably do them little damage. Wait until they try to rush us." They did not have long to wait. A guttural shout came from a pointer a few yards away, and the sound of running feet came to their ears. The rush was directed toward a point a few yards to the left of where they crouched. Dr. Bird swung his gun around. As the rush passed them, he released his trigger. A volley of screams and oaths from the plane answered the crackle of the Browning. MacCready's gun joined in with a staccato burst of fire. The attack could not live before that rain of death. A few running feet were heard from the darkness, and a few groans. Presently, the roar of a motor came from the direction of the parked trucks. It retreated into the distance, and all was quiet. "Round 2 goes to us in a knockdown," said Carnes jubilantly. "What will they do next, Doctor?" "Probably nothing until daylight, now that they know we have machine guns. I wish that we could make that thicket, but it's too far to try. It'd be daylight in an hour or so." The night was normally short in Archangel at that season of the year, and the unnatural lengthening of the day which Saranoff had accomplished made it shorter still. In an hour, red streamers in the east announced the approach of daylight. Hardly had they appeared than a dull drone of truck motors came from the direction of the factory. "Round 3 is about to commence," announced Carnes. "I wish that I could do something."
"You can as soon as the ammunition runs out, which won't be long," replied MacCready. "It'll be a matter of pistols at close quarters." The trucks approached to within a half-mile and stopped. The distance was too great to warrant wasting any of their scanty store of ammunition at such long range. In the dim light, they would see the Russians working at the trucks. Presently, a flash came from the plane. A whining sound filled the air. With a crash, a 3-inch shell broke behind them. "No fun," remarked the doctor. "We'll have to get better cover than this." A second shell whined through the air and burst over their heads. A third burst a few yards in front of them. "They have us bracketed now," said MacCready. "We better slide back a piece before they start rapid fire."
Dragging their prisoner with them, the 3 men made their way to the reverse side of the knoll. A short search revealed an overhanging ledge, under which they crouched in comparative safety from anything but a direct hit above them. "We're all right here, except for the fact they may rush us under cover of the fire," said the doctor. "One man will have to keep watch all the time, and it will be a dangerous detail. I'll take the first hitch." "You will not," exclaimed Carnes emphatically. "I have done nothing so far, and I am the least important member of the party. I'll do the watching."
"Let's draw straws," suggested MacCready. "I'm willing to do that, but if it's a matter of volunteering, I refuse to yield to the civilian branches of the government. The Navy has traditions to uphold, you know."
"MacCready's right," replied the doctor. "Get straws, Lieutenant, and we'll draw." MacCready picked out 3 bits of grass and held them out. "The shortest goes on watch," he said. Carnes and the doctor drew. MacCready exhibited the remaining bit of grass. It was the shortest of the 3. He waited until the next shell burst above them and then stepped out from the shelter. "I will leave you in 15 minutes, said Carnes as he left.
"Right."
When the lieutenant had left, Dr. Bird removed the gag from Fyodrovna's mouth and tried to argue with her, but the Russian girl only glared her hatred and refused to talk other than to abuse him. With a sigh, the doctor gave over his efforts and talked to Carnes. The time passed slowly with a constant rain of shells on the knoll. "It's time for my relief," said Carnes at length. As he spoke, the hail of shells in the Nile ceased. "What the dickens?" cried the doctor. He and Carnes jumped from their shelter and ran over the Nile. On the plain a few hundred yards from them, a straggling line of Russians were advancing with fixed bayonets. Macready was nowhere in sight. "Where the devil is Macready?" cried the doctor. "He must have been killed. Hello, one of the guns is gone too. There's only a belt and a half of ammunition left. Try to break that attack up." He advanced to the gun and trained it carefully. When he pressed the trigger, a dull click came from the gun. "Misfire!" he cried. He drew back the bolt and inserted a fresh cartridge. Again the gun clicked harmlessly. Dr. Bird ejected the shell and examined it. A deep indentation appeared on the primer. Hurriedly, he tried a half-dozen more cartridges, but they refused to explode. He turned a keen gaze toward the trucks. On the ground was set a tube-like projector pointing toward them. Dr. Bird swore softly and jerked his pistol from its holster. The hammer clicked futilely on a cartridge. "Stymied," he exclaimed. "They have that portable ray mechanism with them which disabled our bombs. It's hand-to-hand, Carnes, the old dear. I wonder where Macready is." The Russians approached slowly, keeping their lines straight. They were within 200 yards of the Nile. Suddenly, from about 100 yards to the left of the end of the land, came a rattle of fire. The attacking line dropped in a pile of grotesque heaps. "It's Macready!" shouted Carnes. A little ravine ran from the knoll toward the trucks. Sitting in the ravine was the lieutenant, playing a Browning machine gun on the line of attackers. When there were no more of them on their feet, he turned his gun on the trucks. Panic seized the Russians, and they made a rush for their truck. Their leader leaped among them, yelling furiously. They paused and turned to the projector tube. Slowly they swung it open. The lieutenant's gun ceased firing. As the Russians rushed the now silent gun, Dr. Bird stepped to the gun on the knoll. He trained it and pressed the trigger. A rattle of fire came from it, and two of the rushing figures fell. The attack paused for an instant. Macready had risen to his feet and was running up the ravine with his gun under his arm. "Good head," cried Dr. Bird. "Clever work. Watch the fun now." He ceased firing his gun. The Russians wavered and then rushed the point from which Macready had fired. The lieutenant allowed them to get to within a short distance and then crumpled the attack with another burst of fire from the flank. With cries of alarm, the Russians turned and fled toward the trucks. Macready ran along the ravine until he was in 50 yards of the standing machines. As the Russians approached, one of them stepped to the truck crank. Macready's pistol spoke and he dropped. A second shared his fate. With cries of despair, the Russians climbed into the remaining truck whose motor was running. Rapidly it drove away across the plain. Macready rose from the ravine and ran toward the standing truck. He started the motor and headed for the knoll. "He's got a truck," cried Carnes. "We can get away in it." "Where to?" demanded Dr. Bird. "Archangel's between us and the Denver." The truck came up. "Come on, Doctor," cried Macready. "Hurry up. We'll take the battery out of this truck and get our plane going." "Oh, clever," cried Dr. Bird admiringly. "Load that gun while I get for your Drofnakonzi. We'll get away safely yet." The truck rolled up to the plane and stopped. While Carnes transferred the prisoner and the guns to the plane, the lieutenant and Dr. Bird ripped up the floorboards of the truck and exposed the battery. It was a matter of moments to detach it and carry it to the plane. It would not fit in place, but they anchored it in place with wire. "You'd better hurry," cried Carnes. "Here come a couple more trucks over the plane." "That'll do, Doctor," said Macready. "Get on the prop and we'll see if the old puddle jumper will take off." Dr. Bird ran to the propeller. "Ready," he cried. "Contact," snapped Macready. The plane motor roared into life. The ship moved slowly forward as Dr. Bird climbed on board. Toward the oncoming trucks they rushed across the plain. The crash seemed imminent. In the nick of time, Macready pulled back on his joystick, and the plane rose gracefully into the air, clearing the landing truck by inches. The truck halted and hastily mounted a machine gun. "Too late," laughed the lieutenant. "Now it's our turn for some fun." He tapped the key of his radio transmitter. In a few seconds he received an answer. "They have reduced Fort Novanvinskaya," he reported to the rear cockpit. "But they don't know what to fire at next. Their largest guns will reach the factory easily. Shall I start some fireworks?" "You may fire when ready, Gridley," chuckled Dr. Bird. Again the lieutenant depressed his key. From the altitude of 4,000 feet they could see the Denver. From its forward turret came a puff of smoke. There were a few moments of pause, and a cloud of black rose from the plain below them, half a mile from the factory. Macready reported the position of the burst to the ship. A second shell burst beyond the factory, and a third just in front of it. "It's a clear bracket," said Macready. "Now watch the gun.
I'll get them a salvo.
From the side of the Denver came a cloud of black smoke as all of her turret guns fired in unison. The aim was perfect. For a few moments all was quiet, and then the factory disappeared in a smother of bursting high explosive shells. Hardly had the shells landed than a terrific sheet of lightning ripped across the sky. The thunderclap, which seemed to come simultaneously, rocked the plane like a feather. Sheet after sheet of lightning illuminated the sky, while the roar of thunder was continuous. Rain fell in solid sheets. Even as they watched, it began to turn into snow. The air grew bitterly cold. "The solar magnet is wrecked," shouted the doctor, "and these storms are the efforts of nature to return to normal. If they get any worse, we're doomed, but in a good cause." Through the storm, the plane raced. Suddenly, the motor died with sickening suddenness.
"Our haywire battery connections are gone," shouted Macready. "Say your prayers."
The wind tossed the plane about like a feather. Rapidly, it lost altitude. A building loomed up before them. As a crash seemed imminent, a gust of wind caught the plane and tossed it up into the air again. For several minutes, the ground could not be seen through the rain. Suddenly, the plane hit an air pocket and dropped like a stone. With a splash, it fell into the sea. A rift came for a moment in the curtain of rain. "Look!" cried Carnes. 100 yards away, the Denver rode at anchor. "I'm only sorry about one thing," said Carnes 10 minutes later as they changed to dry clothes aboard the battlecruiser. "And that is that Saranoff wasn't in the factory when that salvo fell on it." "I'm glad he was away," replied Dr. Bird. "With him absent, we succeeded in destroying it. If he had been there, our task would have been more difficult and perhaps impossible. I am an enemy of Saranoff's, but I don't underrate his colossal genius." End of story 3.
Story 4 of Marvels of Machinery in Space.
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 10. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robinc by H. Holmes. You'd think maybe it meant clear sailing after we'd got the Council's okay. It may be supposed that it'd mean the end of our troubles and the end of android robots for the world. That's what Doug Quinby thought anyway, but Quinby may have had a miraculous gift of looking straight at problems and at things and at robots and getting the right answer. But he was always too hopeful about looking straight at people. Because like I kept saying to him, people aren't straight, not even to themselves, and our future prospects weren't anywhere near as good as he thought. That's what the head on the council was stressing when we saw him that morning just after the council had passed the bill. His black face was sober, no trace of that flashing white grin that was so familiar on telecasts. "I put your bill through, boys," he was saying. "God knows I'm grateful. The whole empire should be grateful to you for helping me put over the renewal of those Martian mining concessions. And the user-form barkeep you made me is my greatest treasure. But I can't help you anymore. You're on your own now." That didn't bother Quimby, he said. "The rest ought to be easy, once people understand what user-form robots can do for them." "I'm afraid, Mr. Quimby, it's you who don't quite understand. Your friend here doubtless does. He has a more realistic slant on things. But you, I wouldn't say you idealize people, but you flatter them. You expect them to see things as clearly as you do. I'm afraid they usually don't." "But surely when you explain to the council the advantages of user forms—" "Do you think the council passed the bill only because they saw those advantages? They passed it because I backed it, and because the renewal of the Martian concessions have, for the moment, put me in a powerful position. Oh, I know, we're supposed to have advanced immeasurably beyond the political corruption of the earlier states, but let progress be what it may, from the caveman on up to the illimitable future, there were 3 things that people always have made and always will make: love, and music, and politics. And if there's any difference between me and an old-time political leader, it's simply that I'm trying to put my political skill at the service of mankind." I wasn't listening too carefully to all this. The service of mankind wasn't exactly a hobby of mine. Quimby and the head were all out for user forms because they were a service to man and the empire of Earth. I was in it because it looked like a good thing. Of course, you can't be around such a mixture of a saint, a genius, and a moron as Quimby without catching a little of it, but I tried to keep my mind fixed clear on what was in it for me. And that was plenty. For the last couple of centuries, our civilization had been based on robots. Android robots. Quinby's user-form robots. QUR. Robots shaped not as mechanical men, but as independently thinking machines formed directly from their intended function, threatened the whole robot setup. They were the biggest thing since Svergenhaus invented the mechanical brain, and I was in on the ground floor, with the basement shaking under me. It was an android guard that interrupted the conference here. We hadn't really got started on usiform manufacture yet, and anyway, Quinby was inclined to think that androids might be retained in some places for guards and personal attendants. He said, "Mr. Grew says that you will see him." The head frowned.
Robinc has always thought it owned the Earth. Now Mr. Grew thinks he owns me. Well, show him in. As the guard left, he added to us, "This Grew-Quinby meeting has to take place sometime. I'd rather like to see it."
The president, owner of Robinc, Robots Incorporated, but nobody ever said it in full, was a quiet old man with silvery hair and a gentle, sad smile. It seemed even sadder than usual today. He greeted the head and then spoke my name with a sort of tender reproach that near hurt me.
"You," he said, "the best troubleshooter that Robinc ever had, and now I find you in the enemy's camp."
But I knew his technique, and I was armed against being touched by it. "In the enemy's camp," I said. "I am the enemy. It's because I was your best troubleshooter that I learned the real trouble with Robinc's androids. They don't work, and the only solution is to supersede them."
"Supersede is a kind word," he said wistfully, "but the unkind act is destruction. Murder. Murder of Robinc itself, draining the lifeblood of our empire."
The head intervened.
"Not draining, Mr. Grew, but transfusing. The bloodstream, to carry on your own metaphor, is tainted. We want fresh blood, and Mr. Quinby provides it."
"I'm not helpless, you know,"
the old man murmured gently.
"I'm afraid possibly you are, sir, for the first time in your life. But you know the situation. In the past few months there's been an epidemic of robot breakdowns. Parts unnecessary and unused, but installed because of our absurd insistence on an android shape, have atrophied. Sometimes even the brain has been affected. My own confidential cryptanalyst went totally mad. Quinby's usiforms forestall any such problem."
"People will not accept them. They're conditioned to androids."
"They must accept them. You know better than most the problems of supply that the Empire faces. The conservation of mineral resources is one of our essential aims, and usiforms will need variously from 70 to only 30% of the metal that goes into your androids. This is no mere matter of business rivalry. It is conflict between the old that depletes the Empire and the new that strengthens it."
"And the old must be cast aside and rejected."
"You," I began, "have, of course, always shown such tender mercy to your business company."
But Quinby broke in on me. "I realize, Mr. Grew, that this isn't fair to you, but there are much more important matters than you involved."
"Thank you."
The gentle old voice was frigid. "But I wouldn't feel right if you were simply, as you put it, cast aside and rejected. If you come to see us and talk things over, I'm pretty sure we can—"
"Sir," Sanford Grew rose to full short height, "I do not ask favours from puppies. I have only one request."
He turned to the head.
"Repeal of this ridiculous bill depriving Robinc of its age-long monopoly, which has ensured the safety of the Empire."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Grew, that is impossible."
The hair was still silvery and the smile was still sad and gentle, but the words he addressed to us were,
"Then you understand that this is war."
Then he left. I didn't feel too comfortable. Saving the Empire is all very well. Being a big shot in a great new enterprise is swell. But a war with something the size of Robinc is not what the doctor usually orders.
"The poor man,"
said Quimby. The head flashed an echo of the famous grin.
"No wonder he's upset. It's not only the threatened loss of power. I heard that yesterday his android cook broke down completely, and you know how devoted he is to unconcentrated food."
Quimby brightened. "Then perhaps we—"
The head laughed. "Your only hope is that a return to a concentrated diet will poison him. You've no chance of winning over Sanford Grew alive."
We went from there to the sunspot. "It's funny," Quimby used to say. "I don't much like to drink, but a bar is always good for heavy thinking." And who was I to argue? Guzub, that greatest of bartenders, spotted us as we came in, and had one milk and one straight whiskey poured by the time we reached our usual back table. He served them to us himself with a happy flourish of his tentacles. "What are you so beamish about?" I asked, gruffly. Guzub shot his middle eye in the Martian expression of happiness.
Because you boys are going to have a great success with your oxiform robots, and you invented them right here in the Sunspot.
He produced another tentacle, holding a slug of straight vuzd, and downed it.
Good luck.
I glowered after him. We need luck. With Gru as our sworn enemy, whereon that Quinby had paper spread out before him. He looked up now, took a sip of milk, and said, "Do you cook?" "Not much. Concentrates do me most of the time. I can sympathize with Gru. I like old-fashioned food myself, and I'm fairly good at cooking it. I just thought you might have some ideas." "For what?" "Why, a usiform cook, of course. Gru's android cook broke down. We'll present him with the usiform, and that will convert him to—" "Convert hell," I snorted. "Nothing can convert that sweetly smiling old— But maybe you've got something there. Get a man to his hobby. Good work." "Now, usually," Quimby went on, "androids break down because they don't use all their man-shaped body. But an android cook would go nuts because man's body isn't enough. I've cooked. I know. So we'll give the usiform more. For instance, give him martoid tentacles instead of arms. Maybe instead of legs, give him an automatic sliding height adjustment to avoid all the bending and stooping, with a roller base for quick movement, and make the tentacles functionally specialized." I didn't quite get that last, but I said so. "Half your time in cooking is wasted reaching around for what you need next. We can build in a lot of that stuff. For instance, one tentacle can be a registering thermometer. Tapering to a fine point, stick it in a roast, and one can end in a broad spoon for stirring, heat-resistant, of course. One might terminate in a sort of hand, of which each of the digits was a different-sized measuring spoon, and, best of all, why the nuisance of bringing food to the mouth to taste, install taste buds in the end of one tentacle." I nodded. Quinby's pencil was covering the paper with tentative hookups. Suddenly he paused. "I want to know why android cooks are never too successful. Nobody ever included the Verheeren factor in their brains." The Verheeren factor, if you've studied this stuff at all, is what makes robots capable of independent creative action. For instance, it's used in the robots that turn out popular fiction. In a very small proportion, of course. "Yes, that's the trouble. They never realized that a cook is an artist as well as a servant. Well, we'll give him in his brain what he needs for creation, and in his body the tools he needs to carry it out. And when Mr. Gru has had his first meal from a usiform cook—" "It was an idea," I admitted. "That might have worked on anybody but Sanford Gru. Get at a man and convert him through what's dearest to his heart. But it worked for Gru. I knew him. And I knew that no hobby, not even his passion for unconcentrated food, could be stronger than his pride in his power as president of Robinc. So while Quimby worked on his uniform cook and our foreman, Mike Warren, got our dowser ready for the first big demonstration, I went ahead with the anti-Robinc campaign. "We've got 4 striking points," I explained to Quimby. "Android robots atrophy or go nuts. Usiforms are safe. Android robots are almost as limited as man in what they can do without tools and accessories. Usiforms can be constructed to do anything. Android robots are expensive because you've got to buy an all-purpose one that can do more than you need. Usiforms save money because they're specialized. Android robots use up mineral resources. Usiforms save them. The last reason is the important one," Quimby said. I smiled to myself. Sure it was. But can you sell the people on anything as abstract as conservation? Hell no. Tell them they'll serve credits. Tell them they'll get better service, and you've got them signed up already. But tell them they're saving their grandchildren from a serious shortage, and they'll laugh in your face. So as usual, I left Quimby to ideas and followed my own judgment on people, and by the time he'd sent the cook to Gru, I had all lined up the campaign that could blast Gru and Robinc out of the Empire. The 3 biggest telecommentators were all sold on uniforms. A major Sully producer was set to do a documentary on them. Orders were piling up about twice as fast as Mike Warren could see his way clear to turning them out. So then came the day of the big test. We'd wanted to start out with something big and new that no android could possibly compete with, and we'd had the luck to run into Mike's brother-in-law, who'd induced in robot brains the perception of that nth sense that used to enable dowsers to fight water. A usiform dowser was God's gift to explorers and fresh, exciting copy, so the head had arranged a big demonstration on a specially prepared field, with grandstands and fireworks and 2 bands, 1 human, 1 android, and all the trimmings. We sat in our box, Mike and Quimby and I. Mike had a shaker full of 3-planet cocktails mixed by our usiform barkeep. They aren't so good when they stand, but they were still powerful enough to keep him going. I was trying to get along on sheer willpower, but little streams of sweat were running down my back and my nails were carving designs in my palms. Quimby didn't seem bothered. He kept watching the android band and making notes. "You see," he explained, "it's idiotic waste to train a robot to play an instrument when you could make an instrument that was a robot. Your real robot band would be userforms, and wouldn't be anything but a flock of instruments that could play themselves. You could even work out new instruments with range and versatility and flexibility beyond the capacity of human or android fingers and lungs. You could—" "Oh," I said. There was Sanford Grew entering our box. The smile was still gentle and sad, but it had a kind of warmth about it that puzzled me. I'd never seen that on Grew's face before. He advanced to Quimby and held out his hand. "Sir," he said, "I have just dined." Quimby rose eagerly, his blond head towering above the little old executive. "You mean my userform—" "Your userform, sir, is indubitably the greatest cook since the Golden Age, before the devilish introduction of concentrates. Do you mind if I share your box for this great exhibition?" Quimby beamed and introduced him to Mike. Grew shook hands warmly with our foreman, then turned to me and spoke even my name with friendly pleasure, before anybody could say any more. Before I could even wipe the numb dazzle off my face, the head's voice began to come over the speaker. His words were few, just a succinct promise of the wonders of userforms and their importance to our civilization, and by the time he'd finished, the dowser was in place on the field. To everybody watching but us, there was never anything that looked less like a robot. There wasn't a trace of android trait to it. It looked like nothing but a heavy duralite box mounted on caterpillar treads. But it was a robot, by legal definition. It had a Svergenhaus brain and was capable of independent action under human commands or direction. That box housed the brain with its nth sensory perception and eyes and ears, and the spike-laying apparatus. For when the dowser's perception of water reached a certain level of intensity, it laid a metal spike into the ground. An exploring party could send it out on its way to survey the territory, then follow its tracks at leisure and dig where the spikes were. After the head's speech, there was silence. Then Quimby leaned over to the mic in our box and said, "Go find water." The dowser began to move over the field. Only the head himself knew where water had been cached at various levels and in various quantities. The dowser raced along for a bit, apparently finding nothing. Then it began to hesitate and veer. Once it paused for noticeable seconds. Even Quimby looked tense. I heard sharp breaths from Sanford Grew, and Mike almost drained his shaker. Then the dowser moved on. There was water, but not enough to bother drilling for. It zoomed about a little more, then stopped suddenly and definitely. It had found a real treasure trove. I knew its mechanism. In my mind, I could see the Svergenhaus brain registering and communicating its needs to the metal muscles of the sphincter mechanism that would lay the spike. The dowser sat there apparently motionless. But when you knew it, you had the impression of a hen straining to lay. Then came the explosion. When my eyes could see again through the settling fragments, there was nothing in the field but a huge crater. It was Quimby, of course, who saw right off what had happened. "Somebody," my numb ears barely heard him say, "substituted for the spike an explosive shell with a contact fuse tip." Sanford Grew nodded. "Plausible, young man, plausible. But I rather think that the general impression will be simply that userforms don't work." He withdrew, smiling gently. I held Mike back by pouring the rest of the shaker down his throat. "Mayhem wouldn't help us any." "So you converted him," I said harshly to Quimby. "Brother, the next thing you better construct is a good guaranteed working userform converter." The next week was the low point in the history of QUR. I know not. When Quimby's userforms are what makes the world tick, it's hard to imagine QUR ever hitting a low point. But one reason I'm telling this is to make you realize that no big thing is easy, and that a lot of big things depend for their success on some very little thing, like that chance remark of mine I just quoted. Not that any of us guessed then how important that remark was. We had other things to worry about. The fiasco of that demonstration had just about cooked our goose. Sure, we explained it must have been sabotage, and the head backed us up, but the wiseacres shook their heads and muttered, "Not bad for an alibi, but—" 2 of 3 telecommanders who had been backing us switched over to Grew. The Solly producer abandoned his plans for a documentary. I don't know if this was honest conviction or the power of Robinc. It hit us the same either way. People were scared of userforms now. They might go boom. And the biggest and smartest publicity and advertising campaign of the past century was fizzling out. before our helpless eyes. It was the invaluable Guzub who gave us our first upward push. We were drinking at the Sunspot when he said,
Boys, so things are going wrong with you, but you still come here. No matter where the bands, people still want three things, eating and drinking, and
Quinby looked up with the sharp pleasure of a new idea. There's nothing we can do with the third, he said, but eating and drinking. Guzub, you want to see uniforms go over, don't you? And remember, I added practically, you've got a royalty interest in our robot barkeep. Guzub rolled all his eyes up once and down once, the Martian trick of nodding assent. All right, said Quimby. Practically all bartenders are Martians. The tentacles are so useful professionally. Lots of them must be good friends of yours.
Lords,
Guzub agreed. Then listen. That is how we launched the Really Appealing campaign. Words? Sure, people have read and heard millions upon billions of words, and one set of them is a lot like another. But when you get down to Guzub's three essentials... Within a fortnight, there was one of our user-form barkeeps in one bar out of 5 in the influential metropolitan districts. Guzub's friends took orders for drinks, gave them to the user-forms, served the drinks, and then explained to the satisfied customers how they'd been made, pointing out besides that there had not been an explosion. The customers would get curious. They'd order more to watch the uniform work. It had Mortoid tentacles, and its own body was its shaker. The setup was wonderful for business, and for us. That got at the men. Meanwhile, we had user-form cooks touring the residential districts and offering to prepare old-fashioned meals free. There wasn't a housewife whose husband didn't say regularly once a week, "Why can't we have more old-fashioned food instead of all these concentrates? Why, my mother used to..." Few of the women knew the art. Those of them who could afford android cooks hadn't found them too satisfactory, and husbands kept muttering about mother. The chance of a happy home was worth the risk of these dreadful, dangerous new things. So our user-form cooks did their stuff, and husbands were rapturously pleased, and everything began to look swell. We remembered to check up on a few statistics 3/4 of an hour later. It seemed we had in a way included Guzub's third appeal after all. So things were coming on sweetly, until one day at the Sunspot I looked up to see we had a visitor.
"I heard that I might find you here."
Sanford Grew smiled. He beckoned to Guzub and said, "Your oldest brandy." Guzub knew him by sight. I saw one tentacle flicker hesitantly toward a bottle of Micafin, that humorously named but nonetheless effective knockout liquor. I shook my head and Guzub shrugged resignedly. "Well?" Quinby asked directly.
"Gentlemen," said Sanford Grew, "I've come here to make a last appeal to you."
"You can take your appeal," I said, and Quinby shussed me. "Yes, sir?"
"This is not a business appeal, young man. This is an appeal to your consciences, to your duty as citizens of the Empire of Earth."
I saw Quimby looking a little bothered. The smiling old boy was shrewd. He knew that the conscience was where to aim a blow at Quinby. "Our consciences are clear, I think, and trust."
"Are they? This law that you finagled through the council that destroyed what you call my monopoly, it did more than that. That monopoly rested on our control of the factors which make robots safe and prevent them from ever harming living beings. You have removed that control."
Quimby laughed with relief. "Is that all? I knew you'd be using that line in publicity, but I didn't think you expected us to believe it. There are other safety factors beside yours. We're using them, and the law still insists on the use of some, though not necessarily Robinc's. I'm afraid my conscience is untouched."
"I do not know," said Sanford Grew, "whether I am flattering or insulting you when I say I know that it is no use trying to buy you out at any price. You are immune to reason."
"Because it's on our side," said Quimby quietly.
"I am left with only one recourse." He rose and smiled a gentle farewell. "Good day, gentlemen."
He left the brandy untouched. I finished it, and was glad I'd vetoed Guzub's Mickey. "One recourse," Quimby mused. "That must mean—" I nodded. But it started quicker than we'd expected. It started, in fact, as soon as we left the Sunspot. Duralite arms went around my body, and a Duralite knee dug into the small of my back. The first time I ever met Doug Quinby was in a truly major and wondrous street brawl, where the boy was a whirlwind. Quinby was mostly the quiet kind, but when something touched him off, and injustice was the spark that usually did it, he could fight like 14 Martian mountaineers defending their idols. But who can fight Duralite? Me, I have some sense. I didn't even try. Quinby's temper blinded his clear vision for a moment. The only result was a broken knuckle and some loss of blood and skin. The next thing was duralite fingers probing for the proper spots at the back of my head, then a sudden deft pressure and blackness. We were in a workshop of some sort. My first guess was one of the secret workshops that honeycomb the Robinc plant, where nobody but Gru's most hand-picked men ever penetrate. We were cuffed to the wall. That left only one of the androids to guard us. It was Quimby. He spoke to him, and straight to the point. "What happens to us?" "When I get my next orders," the android said in his completely emotionless voice, "I kill you." I tried to hold up my morale by looking as indifferent as he did. I didn't make it. "The last recourse," Quimby said. I nodded. Then, "But look," I burst out, "this can't be what it looks like. He can't be a Robinc android because he's going—" I gulped a fractional gulp. "To kill us. Robinc's products have the safety factor that prevents them from harming a living being, even on another being's orders." "No," said Quimby slowly. "Remember that Robinc manufactures androids for the Empire's army. Obviously, those can't have the safety factor. And Mr. Gru has apparently held out a few for his own bootleg banditti." I groaned. "Trust you," I said. "We're chained up with a murderous android and trust you to stand there calmly and look at things straight. Well, you're going to see straight enough to get us out of this?" "Of course," he said simply. "We can't let Gru destroy the future of userforms." There was at least one other future that worried me more, but I knew there was no use bringing up anything so personal. I just stood there and watched Quimby, thinking. What time I wasn't watching the android's hand hovering around his holster and wondering when he'd get his next orders. While I was waiting and watching, half scared sweatless, half trusting blindly in Quimby, half wondering impersonally what death was like. Yes, I know that makes three halves of me, but I was in no state of accurate counting. While I waited, I began to realize something very odd. It wasn't me I was most worried about. It was Doug Quimby, me going all unselfish on me. Ever since Quimby had first seen the nonsense in androids. No, back at that, ever since that first magnificent, scrumptious street brawl, I had begun to love that boy like a son, which would have made me pretty precocious. There's something about him, that damned mixture of almost stupid innocence, combined with the ability to solve any problem by his, not ingenuity precisely, just his inborn capacity for looking at things straight. Here I was feeling selfless, and here he was coming forth with the first at all tricky or indirect thing I'd ever known him to pull. Maybe it was like a marriage, the way two people sort of grow together and average up. "Anyway," he said to the android now, "I bet you military robots are pretty good marksmen, aren't you?" "I'm the best Robinc ever turned out," the android said. I worked for Robinc. I knew that each of them was conditioned with the belief that he was the unique best. It gave them confidence. Quimby reached out his unfettered hand and picked a plastic disc off the work table. "While you're waiting for orders, why don't you show us some marksmanship? It'll pass the time." The robot nodded, and Quimby tossed the disc in the air. The android grabbed the holster, and the gun stuck. The metal of the holster had got dented in the struggle of kidnapping us. Quimby must have noticed that. His whole plan developed from that little point. The robot made comments on the holster. Military androids had a soldier's vocabulary built in, so we'll skip that. Quimby said, "It's too bad. My friend here's a Robinc repairman, or used to be. If we let him loose, he could fix that." The robot frowned. He wanted the repair, but he was no dope. Finally, he settled on chaining my foot before releasing my hand and keeping his own digits constantly on my wrist so he could clamp down if I got any funny notions about snatching the gun and using it. I began to think Quimby's plan was fizzling, but I went ahead and had the holster repaired in no time with the tools on the work table. "Does that happen often?" Quimby asked. "A little too often." There was a roughness to the android's tones. I recognized what I'd run onto so often in troubleshooting, an android's resentment of the fact that he didn't work perfectly. "I see," Quimby went on, as casually as though we were here on social terms. "Of course, the trouble is that you have to use a gun." "I'm a soldier. Of course I have to use one." "You don't understand. I mean, the trouble is you have to use one. Now, if you could be a gun." It took some explaining, but when the android understood what it could mean to be a userform, to have an arm that didn't need to snatch at a holster because it was itself a firing weapon, his eye cells began to take on a new bright glow. "You could do that to me?" he demanded of me. "Sure," I said. "You give me your gun and I'll—" He drew back mistrustfully. Then he looked around the room, found another gun, unloaded it, and handed it to me. "Go ahead," he said. It was a lousy job. I was in a state and in a hurry, and the sweat running down my forehead and dripping off my eyebrows didn't help any. The workshop wasn't too well equipped either, and I hate working from my head. I like a nice diagram to look at. But I made it somehow, very crudely, placing one hand by the chamber and barrel and attaching the triggers so that it would be worked by the same nerve currents as actuated the finger movements to fire a separate gun. The android loaded himself awkwardly. I stood aside, and Quimby tossed up the disc. You never saw a pretty piece of instantaneous trap shooting. The android stretched his face into that very rare thing, a robot grin, and expressed himself in pungently jubilant military language. "You like it?" Quimby asked. All I can quote of the robot's reply is, "Yes," but he made it plenty emphatic. But I stepped in. "Just a minute, I've got an idea to improve it." Quimby was probably trusting to our guard's gratitude. I wanted to show a hole in him. "Let me take this off just a second." I removed the chamber and barrel. I still had his hand. "Now," he said, "we want out." He brought up the gun in his other hand, but I said, "Ha, naughty. You aren't supposed to kill us till you get orders, and if you do, they'll find you here with one hand. Fine state for a soldier. You can't repair yourself. You need 2 hands for it. But if we get out, you can come with us and be made over as much as you want into the first and finest, efficient, happy user-form soldier." It took a little argument, but with the memory of that one perfect shot in his mind, it didn't take much. As Quimby said afterward, Robinc built pride into its robots to give them self-confidence, but that pride also gave them vanity and dissatisfaction with anything less than perfection. That's what we could use. It was all perfectly simple. "When you looked at it straight," I chorused with him. "And besides," he said, "now we know how to lick Robinc forever." That was some comfort, I suppose, though he wouldn't say another word to explain it, and I needed comfort, because just then things took a nasty turn again. We stuck close to our factory and didn't dare go out. We were taking no chances and more kidnappings before Quimby finished his new inspiration. Quimby worked on that alone, secret even from us. I figured out some extra touches of perfection on the user-form soldier who was now a bodyguard. Gru would never dare complain of the theft, because it had no legal right to possess such an android anyway. Mike and his assistants, both living in user-form, turned out barkeeps and dowsers and cooks, our 3 most successful user-form designs so far. We didn't go out, but we heard enough. It was the newest and nastiest step in Gru's campaign. He had men following up our cooks and bartenders and managing to slip concentrated doses of ptomaine alkaloids into their products. No serious poisoning, you understand, just an abnormally high proportion of people taken sick after taking user-form prepared food or drink, and a rumor going around that the user-forms secreted a poisonous fluid, which was objective nonsense, but enough to scare a lot of people. "It's no use," Mike said to me one day. "We're licked. 2 new orders in a week. We're done for. No use keeping up production." "The hell we're licked," I said. "If you want to encourage me, you'd ought to sound like you believed it yourself. No, we're sunk. While he sits in there and I'm going down to the sunspot and drink 3 planets till this one spins, and if Gru wants to kidnap me, he's welcome to me." It was just then the message came from the head. I read it and knew how the camel feels about that last straw. It said, "I can't resist popular pressure forever. I know and you know what Gru is up to, but the public is demanding reenactment of the law giving Robinc exclusive rights. Unless Quimby can see straight through the hat to the rabbit, that reenactment is going to pass." "We'll see what he has to say to this," I said to Mike. I started for the door, and even as I did so, Quimby came out. "I've got it," he said. "It's done." He read the head's message with one glance, and it didn't bother him. He grabbed me by the shoulders and beamed. I've never heard my name spoken so warmly. "Mike, too. Come on in and see the greatest user-form we've hit on yet. Our troubles are over." We went in. We looked, and we gawked. For Quimby's greatest user-form, so far as our eyes could tell, was just another android robot. Mike went resolutely off to the sunspot to carry out his threat of making this planet spin. I began to think myself that the tension had affected Quimby's clear-seeing mind. I didn't listen especially when he told me I'd given him the idea myself. I watched the user-form android go off on his mysterious mission, and I even let him take my soldier along, and I didn't care. We were done for now, if even Doug Quimby was slipping. But I didn't have time to do much worrying that morning. I was kept too busy with androids that came in wanting repairs. Very thoroughgoing repairs, too, that turned them, like my soldier, practically into user-forms. We always had a few such requests. I think I mentioned how they all wanted to be perfect, but this, began to develop into a cloudburst, I stopped the factory lines and put every man and robot on repair. Along that mid-afternoon I began to feel puzzled. It took me a little while to get it, and then it hit me. The last 3 that I'd repaired had been brand new, fresh from the Robinc factory, and rushing over here to be remade into user forms. As soon as I finished adjusting drill arms on the robot miner, I hurried over to where Quimby was installing an infrared color sense on a soldier intended for camouflage spotting. He looked up and smiled when he saw me. "You get it now?" "I get what's happening, but how? Who?" "I just followed your advice. Didn't you say what we needed was a guaranteed working user-form converter?" "I don't need to explain, do I? It's simple enough once you look at it straight." We were sitting in the sunspot. Guzib was very happy. It was the first time the head had ever honored his establishment. "You'd better," I said. "Remember, I'm a crooked viewing dope." "But it's all things you've said. You've always saying I'm good at things and robots but lousy at people because people don't see or act straight. Well, we were stymied with people. They couldn't see the real importance of user forms through all the smoke screens that grew through up. But you admit yourself that robots see straight, so I went direct to them. And you said we needed a user form converter, so I made one." The head smiled. "And what is the user form of a converter?" "He had to look like an android, because otherwise they wouldn't accept him. But he was the sturdiest, strongest android ever made, with several ingenious new muscles. If it came to fighting, he was sure to make converts that way, and besides, he had something that's never been put in a robot brain before, the ability to argue and convince. With that, he had the user-form soldier as a combination bodyguard and example. So he went along the androids, even to the guards at Robinc, and from then on inside, and since he was a uniform converter, well, he converted." The head let the famous grin play across his black face. "Fine work, Quimby. And if Gru hadn't had the sense to see at last that he was licked, you could have gone on with your user-form converters until there wasn't an android left on Earth. Robinc would have toppled like a wooden building with termites." "And Gru," I asked, "what's become of him?" "I think in a way he's resigned to his loss. He told me that since his greatest passion was gone, he was going to make the most of his second greatest. He's gone after his place in the mountains with a user-form cook you gave him, and swears he's going to eat himself to death." "Me," said Mike with an appropriate business. "I'd like a damper death." "And from now on, my statisticians assure me we're in no danger of ever using up our metal stockpile. The savings on user forms will save us. Do you realize, Quimby, that you're just about the most important man in the Empire today?" That was when I first heard the band approaching. It got louder while Quimby got red and gulped. It was going good when he finally said, "You know, if I'd ever thought of that, I don't think I could have done it." He meant it, too. You've never seen an unhappier face than his when the crowd burst into the sunspot yelling, "Quimby" and "QUR." But you've never seen a prouder face than mine, as I saw it then in the bar mirror. Proud of myself, sure, but only because it was me that discovered Doug Quimby. End of story 4.
Story 5 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Read Short Sci-fi, Volume 10.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Welcome to Paradise
By Alan Donaldson.
President of the United States, the White House, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. President, I don't know who else to appeal to about the fix I'm in, because I'm afraid I will be revealing top-secret material to someone who isn't entitled to hear it. That's why I wouldn't tell the FBI anything, and that's why I told them I don't want a lawyer. I know you've got lots on your mind, Mr. President, and I hope hearing about my blunder doesn't throw you off your game this weekend or anything like that, but I sure would appreciate it if you could find time to help me out. You see, I'm not a spy, and I sure didn't stumble into this stuff of my own accord. But how was I to know I was setting off a spark that had something to do with space travel? After all, when you stop to think about it, I only did what the foreman told me to, but he didn't know any better either, so I wouldn't want to get him in Dutch. You say I work at the Diversified Metal Products Co. up here in Chicago. I'm a spot welder, and one job I had to do about every 6 weeks was make 6 welds on a G-dunk. We call it a manhole cover. We didn't know what they were, except that there was something special for the signal corps, and they looked about as much like manhole covers as anything else. Well, the way the work is supposed to be scheduled, my welding job is the first thing after it comes off the presses, just before the little coils are put in. So the foreman comes over to me one night, it was October 10th, the last day of the World Series, and he shows me one of the covers after it's been wired up. One of the welds has come loose, maybe because the material was dirty or something like that, and it looks like the whole thing will have to be scrapped. Says to me, Tuck. My name is Joe Peters, but they call me Tuck for Kentucky, where I come from. He says, Tuck, do you suppose you can save this piece by welding it again right there between those two coils? I looked the G-Dunk over, and there isn't much room to play around, but I decided it's not near enough the coils to melt the wires. So if I spoil it, so what? It'd be scrap anyhow. How was I to know the points of the welder would establish an electrical contact? So I take the piece and tell him I'll try to finish the truckload of stuff I'm working on, but along about coffee time I go and burn my hand kind of bad on the welder and have to get the nurse to bandage it up for me, and that slows me up a good bit. Everybody else in the department had left to wash up by the time I put the gizmo in the machine. I kicked the pedal just like I always do, and whoosh! I was out like a rookie the first time he faces Ali Reynolds. Seems like I saw a flash of bluish-greenish light, but I didn't know for sure. Next thing I knew, a squatty guy with broad shoulders and bushy eyebrows was standing over me. He said, "Well, did the Yankees win the series?" And his accent sounded like he should be following the Dodgers instead. I looked around. It was kind of dark, like just after the sun goes down. I was sitting on a big strip of limestone, and I could see a few trees and some small hills and lots more of those limestone rocks or cliffs. It wasn't like any part of the country I've ever seen before. The guy starts giving me the once-over, too. "What monkey in that zoo they call the Pentagon picked you for a job like this? I know the Defense Department is hard up, but I didn't think they were that hard up." And I noticed this geezer has a uniform sporting top sergeant stripes. I jump up and back away from him. "Look," I says, "I don't know what happened, but I know I didn't volunteer for no army job, and I'm too old to be drafted again. I must have had amnesia. I want a lawyer. Let me out of here. You've not given me that army routine again, no sirree." "Mr. President, please don't misunderstand me. I'm as patriotic as the next guy. I assure you I wouldn't shirk no duty if I'm needed, but I don't have to like it, do I?" The guy's dumbfounded. He doesn't give me a strong-arm deal like I'm expecting from a top sarge. He just looks as if he can't figure it out. Then he grabs me by the shoulder. "Wait a minute, Mac. Let's sit down and talk this over. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Who sent you?" I'm about to say Groucho sent me, and decide maybe I'd better be serious. I tell him my name, and I ain't got the faintest idea where I am. "Okay, Tuck," he says. "They call me Yogi. Now let's take it from the beginning. Slow and easy, huh?" So I tell him what happened in the plant, and before I get done, Yogi is laughing like crazy. In fact, he sits down on the rock and almost knocks himself out. Warden Sam Hill is so all-fired funny who kidnapped me while I was knocked out and dumped me in this godforsaken army post. Yogi manages to stop laughing. He takes me across a strip of this funny-looking bare limestone rock where a contraption is standing that looks like a radio tower about 10 feet high. Inside it is a box about the size and shape of those reducing cabinets you see in cartoons. The top of the box is open, and Yogi points to it. "It's this kind of doohickey you're talking about, what you call a manhole cover." I look close, and sure enough, it's just what it is. I nod to Yogi, and he sighs real serious-like. "Well, Tuck, my boy, you maybe made yourself famous tonight. One thing for sure, you're the first civilian to travel by HHF, and the first one to set foot on Lunette." "And where on God's green earth is Lunette?" "That's what's so funny, Tuck. It's not on God's green earth at all. Lunette is a satellite of the Earth, discovered just a few months ago. It's a sort of little moon. That's why we named it Lunette. It's got enough atmosphere so you don't need spacesuits. It's about halfway between Earth and the moon." I guess I was giving him a tell me another look. He pointed in back of me. "Look at the moon coming up over there, if you don't believe me. Did you ever see anything like that on Earth?" That convinced me. The old moon was huge, and I could see mountains and rivers and seas on it, and even that natural bridge I'd read about. Besides, I could even see the curve of the ground on Lunette. But how in blazes did I get here? "This contraption," Yogi explains, "we call a matter bars, short for Matter Broadcasting and Receiving Station. It works on HHF, hyper-high frequency, and instead of sending out the ordinary type of radio wavelengths, it broadcasts matter. It won't work between 2 points on Earth. It has to have a distance of at least 200,000 miles to bounce from. We bounce stuff off the moon and broadcast people, equipment. Anything of less than 250 pounds between Earth and Lunette." "Who bounces them? Who in tarnation bounced me here?" "You bounced yourself, friend. Your spot weld machine set up a contact here between these 2 coils. Our regular operators establish contact by moving these 2 balls near each other like a Leyden jar. Your machine had the same effect, and whoosh, here you are." "Look, bud, I remember a Leyden jar from high school science, but darned if I follow the rest of that malarkey." Yogi is getting impatient with me. "It's very simple, Peters. Suppose you wandered into a TV studio when the circuits were open. Your picture and voice will be broadcast over that station. Well, that matter bar's cover was set at the right frequency for sending objects or people to Lunette, and you were broadcast here. You wouldn't have been knocked out if you'd been inside the insulating cabinet. It would have just felt like a sneeze." "So what are you doing here?" This guy's selling me fast. Guess I'd probably better let the CO talk to you about that. But first, tell me about the series. So we bat a breeze a while about what's going on back on Earth, and I start to wonder how I'm going to get back there. Yogi tells me to let the CO worry about that, and in the meantime offers to show me around the joint. There's not much to see on Lunette. Nothing but saltwater lakes, limestone cliffs, a few scrawny trees, and some weird bushes with round things dangling from them that you'd think was grapefruit or something like that, until you found out they were hard as coconuts. All of the plant life looked like the chlorophyll people had been there already, and had taken a big haul back to their toothpaste factories. The grass and leaves were either a kind of chartreuse or a pale colour like weak orangeade. Finally we took off for the CO. The captain turned out to be a right guy, but he sure was upset about the security angle. He couldn't help grinning, though, when Yogi said, "I think it's damn funny that a civilian could stumble into a top-secret army base 100,000 miles from home." "Well, Peters," the captain said, "we can't very well send you back tonight anyway, because both the regular station and the test station at your plant in Chicago are closed now. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd have to lock you up, but I don't see how you can escape from us. Go bunk with Yogi and let me think it over." He stopped us as we started out of the tent. "And men, keep your lips buttoned." We joined the fellows and talked about baseball for a couple of hours. We organized a game for the next day, and I agreed to play shortstop, even though I'm hoping I won't be around for it. The captain's remarks hadn't made me feel too easy on that score. I asked Yogi how come all the bicycles over by the Pueblo castle, and he explains that they can be broadcast, unassembled, or the parts to a jeep or any other big vehicle would be too heavy for the Matabars to handle. He says they're used by the crews assigned to surveying and mapping Lunette, making geological and botanical surveys and that sort of thing. Yogi gets me a sleeping bag, and we stretch out under the stars in front of the limestone castle. Man, that thing is pretty in the moonlight, Mr. President. Lanterns hanging in some of the caves made it sparkle here and there like a giant hunk of jewelry. I never breathed such fresh, sweet air as that any place. The next day, the CO calls Yogi in for a conference that doesn't include me, so I get in on the baseball game after all. It was a lot of fun, too. Lunette's gravity is much less than of Earth, so I made some pretty wild throws until I got oriented. At chow time, I latched onto Yogi. "Hey, kid, when do I get out of here? This is a fine adventure, but after all, I got obligations back on Earth." "May not be that easy, Tuck. The captain doesn't know what to do. HQ is going to bust a gasket when they find out about you. After all, the captain is the only one who's made any trips back since we got here, and the project is so secret that not more than 20 people on Earth have any inkling of it." I began to flip my lid. "Yogi," I said, "how much does this project cost?" "Plenty, Tuck, more than you'd imagine. The equipment the guys use for the surveys is pretty high-powered stuff. Why?" "'Cause it's coming out of my pocket, that's why. I mean, a lot of my buddies who are paying the freight on these deals are getting sick of hearing that only 2 or 3 or 20 people in the whole USA knows about this or that secret project. Security is okay, but don't think we ought to know something about what our money's going for." Boy, my genius for putting my foot in it. The light of gravity in the lid must have gone to my head. Yogi gave me a real funny look, got up from the mess table and walked off. I started to sweat. What the heck made me blow off like that? Now they really would think I was a security risk, and maybe they'd decide not to let me go back at all. At least not until they had a court-martial or something. Naturally, I have plenty of respect for military secrets. It's just that I think voters would have a little more information and a little more say-so about how money is spent. It's a sore point with me. But what a stupid time I picked to sound off about it. A soldier comes along and tells me the CEO wants to see me. Now I know this is it. But Yogi and the captain both looked as friendly as ever. "Peters," the CEO said, "I think you can be useful to us." "Oh, here it comes. They're going to try to talk me into staying up here." "I suppose you've figured out by now what the Lunette project is all about," the captain went on. "You remember stories in the papers a few years ago on the possibility of creating an artificial satellite to use as a base for guided missiles in case of war?" I nodded. "The stories were hushed up pretty fast, and the reason was that Lunette was discovered just about then. They stopped talking about it just as they stopped talking about atomic research after the Manhattan Project started." "Listen, Captain, please," I said. "Beg pardon for interrupting, but please don't tell me anything a civilian isn't supposed to know, because no offense, I don't want to get roped into the army just because I know too much." "No offense to you, Peters. I'm not trying to get you into the army." He grinned, and I felt a lot better. "Let me go on. Yogi tells me that he explained to you something about the matter bars. Did you understand it?" "Pretty well, sir. He should have been a teacher if he could make me a glimmer of light in that stuff." The captain laughed, and Yogi got red. "He was assistant professor of electronics at Columbia before the Signal Corps persuaded him to become a space cadet." My face was red then.
While on the military nature of our mission, we have just a few more wrinkles to iron out," the captain went on. "But something else has come up that we think has a lot more significance than guided missiles." "I told the captain I thought you'd help us," Yogi said, "because of what you said about secret projects a while ago." "No, I am confused. So I don't like so much secrecy, so they think they can help their project. I don't get it. I don't get it at all." "Yogi will explain the science part," the captain said. "I'm just a publicity man myself, not a teacher. But as a publicity man, Peters, I think we can use you. Would you be game to try a job that would be very important?" I nodded, still confused but willing. Yogi started by explaining that Lunette came into existence about 100 million years ago, a figure the geologists came up with by measuring the radioactivity of the uranium here, and comparing it with that of uranium on Earth. "But in studying the radioactivity of the elements here," he said, "we've discovered something else, something that could change the whole picture of things back on Earth. We found out about it, at least a glimmer of it, almost as soon as we got up here, but we wanted to run a whole slew of experiments before we let ourselves believe that it was true. Say, Tuck, what's that bandage on your hand for?" I was surprised at his sudden change of subject, but I told him how I'd burned my hand on the spot-weld machine the night before. "Does it hurt now?" "Heck, it ain't nothing, Yogi. Let's get on with my physics lesson." "Do me a favor, please. Take off the bandage." It was real serious, so I unwound the bandage and I put on. It was just a tiny white scar where the burn had been. It looked like I had done it at least a couple of weeks ago. Yogi and the captain looked at each other and grinned, like they were real proud of something. "That's part of the lesson, Tuck. Our big discovery is that the increased radioactivity of the elements here in Lunette seems to have a miraculous healing power on any infectious or communicable disease, and on any injury to body tissues. Maybe you remember reading a little about the strange effect that the bikini tests had on some of the animals used experimentally." I nodded. Yogi continued. "We don't know yet just how this radioactivity works on the body. In fact, we're not even sure it is the radioactivity alone. There may be some added effect from the Lunette climate or water. But we have proved, to the satisfaction of everyone here, that almost all Earth diseases and most injuries can be cured on Lunette. The mess sergeant had a trick knee when he came here. The trouble disappeared completely when we arrived. One of the geologists had an ulcer, hadn't felt a pain since the second day. Another guy had some bad powder burns from a lab experiment that disappeared overnight, just like your burn did. When we first suspected what was going on, we asked the crew at Silver Spring to send up white rats, guinea pigs, and dogs, with everything from cancer and TB, through rabies to polio. And the results were 100% perfect, with complete recovery in every case inside of a week. And, this is important, they stayed cured when sent back to Earth. Yogi's eyes were burning like one of them gospel preachers at a revival, and his voice was shaking. I was catching the excitement myself. The captain took over the story. "I suppose you're wondering what we want of you." "I sure am. This is a big deal, isn't it?" I looked at the little scar on my hand again to convince myself nobody was kidding. "Here's our problem and our plan, Tuck. Yogi told me what you said about the taxpayers' right to know where their money is going. And it ties in with what a lot of us up here have been discussing. Most of our fellows are like Yogi, technicians who chose their line of work because they thought they could help make the world a better place to live in. Now that they have the chance to make the biggest contribution of their whole lives, they're all hemmed in by military rigmarole and red tape. It goes against the grain for scientists." "You mean the army is keeping the place top secret, so it can't be used for, well, a health resort?" The captain nodded. "And arguing with the military reasons for security. Maybe they're right on that score. But in the meantime, thousands of people are dying every day of disease, needlessly, or the army keeps the secret that could end those deaths. The people will find out about it eventually, and I don't think they'll like it. Suppose your mother were to die of cancer a few months from now, and you were to find out later that her death was unnecessary, and that your own government could have stopped it. What would you think? How about it, Peters? Are you with us? What do you say?" The captain had been talking louder and faster, till he was practically out of breath. "I just got one thing to say, Captain. My baby sister died of TB just before her 18th birthday last year. You can bet your bottom nickel I'm with you on this deal, right down the line. Just give me the scoop, I'll go along." Yogi and the CO slapped me on the back. "They explained to me, Mr. President, all about this secret congressional hearing to be held on the Lunette project next week, and how I should go to Washington and get my congressman to spring me a surprise witness, a civilian who had been to Lunette and knew the score. They knew all about what springs to pull to be sure I could get in, and they helped me figure out what I should say. They seem to think that my word, the guy on the street or something like that, would carry some weight and make Congress see that the health angle on this Lunette project is a darn sight more important than keeping the secret of a guided missile station.
Why, for Pete's sake, Mr. President, Uncle Sam owns Lunette, doesn't he? When the other side hears about it, they'll want to get in on it so bad they'll be awful anxious to stay in our good graces. Probably turn out to be even better military defense than guided missiles. Time is important now, so just at 5 o'clock, when I generally report for work, Yogi and I walked down to the matter bars and shook hands. Yogi took a Polaroid picture of me standing there and gave me the print. You know, Mr. President, I kind of hated to leave. That Lunette sure is a pretty place. Yogi moved the two little balls together, and sure enough, like he'd told me, I felt like I was catching a fit of sneezing. That was all, and there I was back at Diversified in the restricted signal corps section with the inspector staring at me. He looks ready to put his gun on me, so I laugh at him, nervous a second side, but trying not to show it. What's the matter? You seen a ghost?
How do you get in that cabinet, Peters?
He's really mad, and I'm wondering if I can put it off. Well, I know you spend all your time over here by yourself, so I thought maybe someone should break the monotony. I just crawled in there a couple of minutes ago to surprise you. It was true in a way, wasn't it?
Don't do it again, Peters. No harm done, I guess. But if I'd moved those two balls together without seeing you in there, I don't know what would have happened to you.
Maybe you don't, but I do, I thought to myself. I scrambled out of there as soon as I was sure I'd sold him my story. That's all there is to the story, Mr. President, except that last week, like a darned fool, I had to drop that picture. It was when Yogi took of me with his Polaroid standing by the matter bars with a bunch of Lunette coconuts. The boys call them Ike nuts, sir. So my foreman sees the manhole cover in the picture and thinks that something must be funny and turns it in to our personnel manager, and he turns it over to the FBI, and I wouldn't tell him anything, and here I am in the clink. So it looks like I fouled up the boys' plans to use me as a secret weapon, and it looks like I fouled up my own life real good unless you can figure out a way to help me. I think I will close now and leave the whole mess up to you. Obediently yours, Joe Peters.
The White House, Washington, D.C.
Dear Mr. Peters, we are happy to learn that, in accordance with instructions from this office, you have been reinstated in your job, and that the FBI and your employer are reassured as to your loyalty. The President has asked me to extend his personal invitation to you to have lunch at the White House next Friday, when you're in Washington for the hearing. Your story interested him so much that he investigated it personally and thoroughly. As a result, he has a special surprise in store for Congress and the American people on Friday. All I can divulge to you at this time is that his barber fainted this morning when he called at the White House to give the President his weekly trim. Very truly yours, Robert Kenwood, Special Assistant to the President of the United States.
End of Story 5.
Story 6 Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 10.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
All the People by R.A. Lafferty. Anthony Trotz went first to the politician Mike Delado. How many people do you know, Mr. Delado? Why, the question. I'm wondering just what amount of detail the mind can hold. To a degree, I know many. 10,000, well, 30,000 by name, probably 100,000 by face, and to shake hands with.
And what is the limit?
Anthony inquired. Possibly I am the limit, the politician smiled frostily. The only limit is time, speed of cognizance and retention. I am told that the latter lessens with age. I am 70, and it has not done so with me. Whom I have known I do not forget.
And with special training, could one go beyond you?
I doubt if one could, much. For my own training has been quite special. Nobody has been so entirely with the people as I have. I've taken 5 memory courses in my time, but the tricks of all of them I'd already come to on my own. I'm a great believer in the commonality of mankind and of our near equal inherent ability. Yet there are some, say the 1 man in 50, who in degree, if not in kind, do exceed their fellows in scope and awareness and vitality. I am not 1 man in 50, and knowing people is my specialty.
Could a man who specialized still more, and to the exclusion of other things, know 100,000 men well?
It is possible, dimly.
250,000?
I think not. He might learn that many faces and names, but he would not know the men.
Anthony went next to the philosopher Gabriel Mendel.
Mr. Mendel, how many people do you know? How no, per se, or in se, per suam, esamtium, perhaps? Or do you mean ab alio? Or do you know as hoc alicid? There is a fine difference there. Or do you possibly mean to know in substantia prima, or in the sense of comprehensive noumena? Somewhere between the latter two. How many persons do you know by name, face, and with a degree of intimacy? I've learned over the years the names of some of my colleagues, possibly a dozen of them. I am now sound in my wife's name. I seldom stumble over the names of my offspring, never more than momentarily. But you may have come to the wrong man for whatever you have come for. I am notoriously poor at names, faces, and persons. I have even been described vox falsibus hausit as absent-minded. Yes, you do have the reputation, but perhaps I have not come to the wrong man in seeking the theory of the thing. What is it that limits the comprehensive capacity of the mind of man? What will it hold? What restricts? The body? How is that? The brain, I should say. The material type. The mind is limited by the brain. It is skull-bound. It can accumulate no more than its cranial capacity, so not 1/10 of that is ordinarily used. An unbodied mind would, in esoteric theory, be unlimited. And how in practical theory? If it is practical, a pragma, it is a thing and not a theory. Then we have no experience with the unbodied mind, or the possibility of it. We have not discovered any area of contact, but we may entertain the possibility of it. There is no paradox there. One may rationally consider the irrational.
Anthony went next to see the priest. How many people do you know?
I know all of them.
That has to be doubted, said Anthony after a moment.
I've had 20,000. I've had 20 different stations, and when you hear 5,000 confessions a year for 40 years, you by no means know all about people, but you do know all people.
I do not mean types. I mean persons.
Oh, I know a dozen or so well. A few thousands, somewhat less.
Would it be possible to know 100,000 people? 500,000?
A mentalist might know that many to recognize. I don't know the limit, but darkened man has a limit set in everything.
Could a somehow emancipated man know more?
The only emancipated man is a corporeally dead man, and the dead man, if he attains the beatific vision, knows all other persons who have ever been since time began.
All the billions?
All.
With the same brain?
No, but with the same mind.
There wouldn't even a believer have to admit the mind which we have now is only a token mind. Would not any connection it would have with a completely comprehensive mind be very tenuous? Would we really be the same person if so changed? It is like saying a bucket would hold the ocean if it were fulfilled, which only means filled full. How could it be the same mind?
I don't know.
Anthony went to see a psychologist. How many people do you know, Dr. Sherm?
I would be crabby and say that I know as many as I want to, but it wouldn't be the truth. I rather like people, which is odd in my profession. What is it that you really want to know?
How many people can one man know?
It doesn't matter very much. People mostly overestimate the number of their acquaintances. What is it that you are trying to ask me?
Could one man know everyone?
Naturally not, but not unnaturally, he might seem to. There is a delusion to this effect, accompanied by euphoria, and it is called—
I don't want to know what it is called. Why do specialists use Latin and Greek?
1 part hokum and 2 parts need. There simply not being enough letters in the alphabet of exposition without them. It is difficult to name concepts as children, and we search our brains as a new mother does. It will not do to call 2 children or 2 concepts by one name.
Thank you. I doubt that this is delusion, and it is not accompanied by euphoria. Anthony had a reason for questioning the 4 men since, as a new thing that had come to him, he knew everybody. He knew everyone in Salt Lake City, where he had never been. He knew everyone in Jebel Shah, where the town is a little amphitheater around the harbor, and in Batangas and Way High. He knew the loungers around the end of the Galata Bridge in Istanbul, and the porters in Kuala Lumpur. He knew the tobacco traders in Plovdiv and the cork cutters of Portugal. He knew the dock workers in Djibouti and the glove makers in Prague. He knew the vegetable farmers around El Centro and the muskrat trappers of Barataria Bay. He knew the 3 billion people of the world by name and face, and with a fair degree of intimacy.
Yet I'm not a very intelligent man. I've been called a bungler, and they've had to reassign me 3 different times at the filter center. I've seen only a few thousand of these billions of people, and it seems unusual that I should know them all. It may be a delusion, as Dr. Sherm says, but it is a heavily detailed delusion, and it is not accompanied by euphoria. I feel like green hell just thinking of it. Near the cane cutters of Oriente, and the tree climbers of Milne Bay. He knew the people who died every minute, and those who were born. There's no way out of it. I know everybody in the world. It is impossible, but it is so. And to what purpose? There aren't a handful of them I could borrow $1 from, and I haven't a real friend in the lot. I don't know whether it came to me suddenly, but I realized it suddenly. My father was a junk dealer in Wichita, and my education is spotty. I am maladjusted, introverted, incompetent, and unhappy. And I also have weak kidneys. Why would a power like this come to a man like me? The children in the streets hooted at him. Antony had always had a healthy hatred for children and dogs, those twin harassers of the unfortunate and the maladjusted. Both run in packs, and both are cowardly attackers. And if either of them spots a weakness, he will never let it go. That his father had been a junk dealer was not reason to hoot at him. But how did the children even know about that? Did they possess some fraction of the power that had come to him lately? But he had strolled about the town for too long. He should have been at work at the filter center. Often they were impatient with him when he wandered off from his work, and Colonel Peter Cooper was waiting for him when he came in now.
Where have you been, Anthony?
Walking. I talked to 4 men. I mentioned no subject in the province of the filter center.
Every subject is in the province of the filter center, and you know that our work here is confidential.
Yes, sir, but I do not understand the import of my work here. I would not be able to give out information that I do not have.
A popular misconception. There are others who might understand the import of it and be able to reconstruct it from what you tell them. How do you feel?
Nervous, unwell. My tongue is furred. My kidneys...
Ah, yes, there will be someone here this afternoon to fix your kidneys. I had not forgotten. Is there anything that you want to tell me?
No, sir. Colonel Cooper had the habit of asking that of his workers, in the manner of a mother asking a child if he wants to go to the bathroom. There was something embarrassing in his intonation. Well, he did want to tell him something, but he didn't know how to phrase it. He wanted to tell the colonel that he had newly acquired the power of knowing everyone in the world, that he was worried how he could hold so much in his head that was not noteworthy for its capacity. But he feared ridicule more than he feared anything else, and he was a tangle of fears. But he thought he would try it a little bit on his co-workers. I know a man named Walter Walleroy in Galveston, he said to Adrian. He drinks beer at the Gizmo Bar and is retired.
What is the superlative of so what?
But I've never been there, said Anthony.
I've never been in Kalamazoo.
I know a girl in Kalamazoo. Her name is Greta Harandash. She is home today with a cold. She is prone to colds. But Adrian was a creature both uninterested and uninteresting. It is very hard to confide in one who is uninterested. Well, I will live with it a little while, said Anthony. Oh, I may have to go to a doctor and see if he can give me something to make all these people go away. But if he thinks my story is a queer one, he may report me back to the center, and I might be reclassified again. It makes me nervous to be reclassified. So he lived with it a while, the rest of the day and the night. He should have felt better. A man had come that afternoon and fixed his kidneys. But there was nobody to fix his nervousness and apprehensions. And his skittishness was increased when the children hooted at him as he walked in the morning. That hated epithet. But how could they know that his father had been a dealer in used metals in a town far away? He had to confide in someone. He spoke to Wellington, who also worked in his room. I know a girl in Beirut who is just going to bed. It is evening there now, you know.
That's so. Why don't they get their time straightened out? I met a girl last night that's cute as a correlator key, and kind of shaped like one. She doesn't know yet that I work in a center, and I am a restricted person. I'm not going to tell her. Let her find out for herself.
It was no good trying to tell things to Wellington. Wellington never listened. And then Anthony got a summons to Colonel Peter Cooper, which always increased his apprehension.
"Anthony," said the colonel, "I want you to tell me if you discern anything unusual. That is really your job, to report anything unusual. The other, the paper shuffling, is just something to keep your idle hands busy. Now tell me clearly if anything unusual has come to your notice."
"Sir, it has." And then he blurted it all out. "I know everybody. I know everybody in the world. I know them all in their billions, every person. It has me worried sick."
"Yes, yes, Anthony. But tell me if you noticed anything odd. It is your duty to tell me if you have."
"But I've just told you. In some manner I know every person in the world. I know the people in Transvaal. I know the people in Guatemala. I know everybody."
"Yes, Anthony, we realize that. It may take a little getting used to. But that isn't what I mean. Have you, besides that thing that seems out of the way to you, noticed anything unusual? Anything that seems out of place, a little bit wrong?"
Besides that, and your reaction to it, no, sir. Nothing else odd. I might ask, though, how odd can a thing get? But other than that, no, sir."
"Good, Anthony. Now remember, if you sense anything odd about anything at all, come and tell me, no matter how trivial it is. If you feel that something is just a little bit out of place, then report it at once. Do you understand that?"
"Yes, sir." But he couldn't help wondering what it might be that the colonel would consider a little bit odd. Anthony left the centre and walked. He shouldn't have. He knew that they became impatient with him when he wandered off from his work. But I have to think. I have all the people in the world in my brain, and still I am not able to think. This power should have come to someone able to take advantage of it. He went into the plugged nickel bar, but the man on duty knew him for a restricted person from the filter centre and would not serve him. He wondered disconsolately about the city. I know the people in Omaha and those in Omsk. What queer names of the towns of the earth. I know everyone in the world, and when anyone is born or dies. And Colonel Cooper did not find it unusual. Yet I am to be on the lookout for things unusual. The question rises, would I know an odd thing if I met it? And then it was that something just a little bit unusual did happen. Something not quite right. A small thing. But the colonel had told him to report anything about anything, no matter how insignificant, that struck him as a little queer. It was just that with all the people in his head, and the arrivals and departures, there was a small group that was not of the pattern. Every minute, hundreds left by death and arrived by birth. And now there was a small group, 7 persons. They arrived into the world, but they were not born into the world. So Anthony went to tell Colonel Cooper that something had occurred to his mind that was a little bit odd. But down the dander-headed 2- and 4-legged devils, there were the kids and the dogs in the street again, yipping and hooting and chanting. Tony the Tin Man. Tony the Tin Man. He longed for the day when he would see them fall like leaves out of his mind, and death take him. Tony the Tin Man. Tony the Tin Man. How had they known that his father was a used metal dealer? Colonel Peter Cooper was waiting for him.
"You surely took your time, Anthony. The reaction was registered, but it would take us hours to pinpoint its source without your help. Now then, explain as calmly as you can what you have felt or experienced. Or, more to the point, where are they?"
"No. You will have to answer me certain questions first."
"I haven't the time to waste, Anthony. Tell me at once what it is and where."
"No. There is no other way. You have to bargain with me."
"One does not bargain with restricted persons."
"Well, I will bargain till I find out just what it means that I am a restricted person."
"You really don't know? Well, we haven't time to fix that stubborn streak in you. Quickly, just what is it that you have to know?"
"I have to know what a restricted person is. I have to know why the children hoot Tony the Tin Man at me. How can they know that my father was a junk dealer?"
You had no father. We give to each of you a sufficient store of memories and a background of a distant town. That happened to be yours, but there is no connection here. The children call you Tony the Tin Man because, like all really cruel creatures, they have an instinct for the truth that can hurt, and they will never forget it. And I am a Tin Man? Oh, no. Actually, only 17% metal, and less than a third of 1% tin. You are compounded of animal, vegetable, and mineral fiber, and there was much effort given to your manufacture and programming. Yet the taunt of the children is essentially true. Then if I am only Tony the Tin Man, how can I know all the people in the world in my mind? You have no mind.
In my brain, then? How can all that be in one small brain?
Because your brain is not in your head, and it is not small. Come, I may as well show it to you. I've told you enough that it won't matter if you know a little more. There are few who are taken on personally conducted sightseeing tours of their own brains. You should be grateful.
Gratitude seems a little tardy. They went into the barred area down the bowels of the main building of the center, and they looked at the brain of Anthony Trotz, restricted person in its special meaning.
It is the largest in the world,
said Colonel Cooper. How large?
A little over 1,200 cubic meters.
What a brain! And it is mine?
You are an adjunct to it, a runner for it, an appendage, inasmuch as you are anything at all.
Colonel Cooper, how long have I been alive?
You are not.
How long have I been as I am now?
It is 3 days since you were last reassigned, since you were assigned to this. At that time, your nervousness and apprehensions were introduced. An apprehensive unit will be more inclined to notice details just a little out of the ordinary.
And what is my purpose? They were walking now back to the office work area, and Anthony had a sad feeling at leaving his brain behind him.
This is a filter center, and your purpose is to serve as a filter of a sort. Every person has a slight aura around him. It is a characteristic of his, and it is part of his personality and purpose. And it can be detected electrically, magnetically, even visually under special conditions. The accumulator at which we were looking, your brain, is designed to maintain contact with all the auras in the world, and to keep a running and complete data on them all. It contains a multiplicity of circuits for each of its 3 billion and some subjects. However, as aid to its operation, it was necessary to assign several artificial consciousnesses to it. You were one of these.
The dogs and the children had found a new victim in the streets below. Anthony's heart went out to him.
The purpose, continued Colonel Cooper, was to notice anything just a little bit peculiar in the auras and the persons they represent. Anything at all odd in their comings and goings. Anything like what you have come here to report to me.
Like the 7 persons who recently arrived in the world, and not by way of birth.
Yes, we've been expecting the first of the aliens for months. We must know their area, and at once. Now tell me.
What if they are not aliens at all? What if they were restricted persons like myself?
Restricted persons have no aura, are not persons, are not alive, and you will not receive knowledge of them.
Then how do I know the other restricted persons here, Adrian and Wellington and such?
You know them at first hand. You do not know them through the machine. Now tell me the area quickly. The center may be a primary target. It'll take the machine hours to ravel it out. Your only purpose is to serve as an intuitive shortcut.
But Tin Man Tony did not speak. He only thought in his mind, more accurately in his brain, 100 yards away. He thought in his fabricated consciousness. The area is quite near. If the colonel were not burdened with a mind, he would be able to think more clearly. He would know that cruel children and dogs love to worry what is not human, and that all of the restricted persons are accounted for in this area. He would know that they are worrying one of the aliens in the street below, and that is the area that is right in my consciousness. I wonder if they will be better masters. He is an imposing figure, and he'll be able to pass for a man, and the colonel is right. The center is a primary target. Why, I never knew you could kill a child just by pointing a finger at him like that. What opportunities I have missed. Enemy of my enemy,
You are my friend." And aloud he said to the colonel, "I will not tell you."
"Then we'll have you apart and get it out of you mighty quick."
"How quick?"
10 minutes.
"Time enough," said Tony, for he knew them now, coming in like snow. They were arriving in the world by the hundreds, and not arriving by birth. End of story 6.
Story 7 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Shut Sci-Fi, Volume 10.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Zurk by Richard O. Lewis.
There was both agony and defeat etched deeply into Giard's lean face as he stood there in the center of the hidden attic laboratory. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, and his hollow eyes were staring tensely with supplication at the steel monstrosity before him.
"Zurk, you must save her," he pleaded. "You must save Marine."
Zurk, the man of steel, made no move. He sat there expressionless, his electric cell eyes staring out through the small window at the far end of the laboratory. Year after year, the steel giant had sat there, staring through that window, staring out into dim, perpetual daylight that always enveloped that half of the moon which kept its face constantly toward Jupiter. Week after week and month after month, Giard had stood before the giant, had stood there hurling thought waves into the brain, but to no avail. Something was wrong somewhere within the intricate mechanism, some trouble he could not locate. Nervous and shaken, he stood there, glaring into the expressionless eyes. There were but a scant 2 weeks left. Then the evil creatures from the land of darkness on the other side of the moon would come to claim Marine. Desperation gave power to Giard's tired brain.
"Zurk!"
His eyes blazed into the giant's with a final effort.
"Move your head!"
For a brief instant, Giard was certain that a feeble thought wave had tried to penetrate his own brain. He thought he caught a faint glow in the eyes. Then he wheeled quickly at the sound of a step upon the ladder up to the trapdoor in the floor. His hand flashed to the gun at his belt, and he waited tensely. His hand relaxed as the door swung slowly upwards, and he saw dark curls and a smiling face. Marine, his daughter. He went quickly to her, helped her up into the room, and stood for a moment with his arms about her shoulders, holding her to him. A crazy panorama of thoughts went through his head. He remembered the day of her birth aboard that ill-fated spaceship that had set out to colonize Mars. That was the same day the commander of the ship had reported engine trouble. He remembered the first 4 years of her life aboard that helpless ship, the ship that had finally landed the 1,000 weary colonists on this moon of Jupiter's. And then had come the creatures from the land of darkness to claim youth as a tribute from the helpless Earthians. Once every 4 years they came to claim young men and women for some hideous experiment of theirs on the other side of the moon. And now Marine was just 16, and the creatures would be coming again in their black spaceship within 2 weeks. Giard was thankful that death had spared Marine's mother from this greater horror. He held the girl tightly to him. She drew away finally and smiled up at him with the bravery of youth.
"Father," she said, "whatever happens, I'm not afraid."
Her voice was like calm music to his troubled brain.
"Anyway, I have news for you."
"News?"
"Yes. Captain Sims is going to try, maybe trying right this instant, to get a radio message through to the Earth."
"Impossible."
Giard shook his head quickly.
"Zoldy and his guards keep the city under constant surveillance. Captain Sims should know better than to try. Zoldy and his devils will detect the vibration instantly."
"But Captain Sims is trying a different type of sender," Marine explained. "He hopes that Zoldy's detectors will not—"
She broke off suddenly. Giard, too, heard the tumult somewhere out in the street, and the sound of croaking shouts. He hurried to the window and looked out. There on the street, almost below him, stood Zoldy and 6 other of the hated creatures, their scaly, bloated bodies smeared with a green substance as protection against the rigors of light. Thick-lensed glasses shaded their eyes.
Zoldy, croaking loudly to attract attention, was waving his arms and pointing downward at the broken body of Captain Sims that lay at his feet. Beside the dead man lay the tangled mass of what might once have been a radio that would never send its message to distant Earth. Zoldy stopped his shouting and spat upon the man in the dust, and sent a heavily clawed foot raking over the already lacerated chest. He was using Captain Sims as an example to all other Earthians in the city. Giard felt a hot bitterness rising uncontrollably within him. He flung the window open, jerked the gun from his belt, and centered the sights upon the center of Zoldy's bone-crested forehead. "Damn him!" he breathed. It was Marine who knocked the gun down before he had a chance to fire. A great fear was in her eyes as she wrested the weapon from his fingers. "You can't do it, Father! You can't do it!" She thrust the gun into a pocket beneath her short coat. "Putting Zoldy out of the way would not help us," she reminded him. "The other Earthians had guns. They would discover that you had a gun, and guess that others would only kill you. They would end our chances to fight the Black Ship when it comes." A semblance of reason came back to Giard. For the past 2 years he had, when not training Zurk's mind, been turning out gun after gun in his small electric furnace. Those guns had been secretly distributed to the men of the city to use when the right moment came. And now he had come very nearly to ruining those chances. He began speaking as if thinking aloud. "They have dismantled our spaceship, broken our radios, and killed every man who has tried to get a message through to Earth. They have taken our youth, searched out our secret laboratories, and killed our scientists." His eyes were blazing. "But this time, we are going to fight." Giard knew that a fight with the powerful creatures from the land of darkness would mean annihilation for the Earthians, but there was no other apparent way. He turned again to the steel giant, his eyes misty. "Had Zurk not failed us," he said, "I should have built 100 more like him, insulated against the shock of the voltage guns. 100 men of steel could have marched into the land of darkness and crushed our captors, wiped them out." Marine, too, had turned to look at the giant. She went forward now, raised one of the huge hands and let it fall with a metallic squeaking Zurk. Long ago, as a small child, she had done that same thing, and because of the sound had named the giant Zurk. She stood looking up into the expressionless eyes. When she spoke, her voice was like that of a small girl talking to a disobedient doll. "You must not fail us now, Zurk. We need you. You must help us." Giard went to her and put an arm around her shoulders. "It's no use," he said. "I've tried day after day. He makes no move." "But I'm certain he understands you," insisted the girl. "Sometimes I'm certain I've got a glow in his eyes, a glow of understanding." "He does understand me." Giard was staring into the eyes again, tense with emotion. "His brain is a part of my very own. I have nurtured that brain with my own thoughts. I have trained it." Then he turned his head slowly. "But it's no use. It is too late. One of him would not be enough. There is no time to build more." Giard was so busy with his own thoughts that he did not hear the scaly sound of feet upon the ladder leading up into the laboratory. He did not see the bone-crested head that came slowly up above the level of the floor behind him. His first indication of danger was a green-smeared arm that whipped about Marine and jerked her roughly away from him. Giard's hand raked at his belt as he wheeled about, but the gun was not in his belt. Marine had taken it from him, had placed it beneath her own short coat. He was unarmed. 4 of the creatures were already in the room, Zoldy among them. More were coming up through the trapdoor. Giard knew that he was facing death, a hideous death. Zoldy and his monsters would gleefully claw him to pieces, throw him into the street. One of the creatures charged him suddenly with huge arms and clawed hands outstretched. Desperation and a sense of his own helplessness surged through Giard. It gave him mad strength beyond all reason. His balled fists lashed out with all the fury that 12 horrible years of hatred could give it. The flesh and bone of the beast's face fairly exploded into gory pulp as the blow landed. At almost the same instant, another clawed hand grasped Giard by the shoulder and sent him spinning backward, to land with a crash against the table at the far side of the room. It was Zoldy. Giard stood leaning against the table, dazed and shaken. He heard Marine scream and saw the 2 creatures forcing her down through the trapdoor. They would not harm her. They would let her live for a worse fate. The black ship would be coming in less than 2 weeks.
"We saw you open the window a while ago. That's what brought us up."
Zoldy was standing before him, his huge round mouth with its yellow teeth hanging open in pleasure.
"I'm so glad we came. 2 examples in the same morning is more than I'd hoped for."
Giard's hand closed over a heavy wrench upon the table behind him. He had no hope of winning through. His only desire was to take Zoldy with him in death. One of the guards saw the act, shouted a warning, and hastily drew his voltage gun. With a mad cry upon his lips, Giard sprang forward with wrench swinging. Zoldy's evil face was before him. Giard wanted to smash it, obliterate it. But the wrench never reached its mark. A crackling flame filled the room. Giard was spun halfway round as the full charge of the voltage gun caught him high on the right side of his chest and filled his whole body with a burning agony. The wrench dropped to the floor. His arms became leaden things that hung heavily at his sides. He stood there gasping for air. Completely burned out inside, he had but a few seconds left. Only his brain seemed to be alive. Zoldy was before him, his hideous face black with anger beneath its smeared green.
"So," he hissed, "you would dare to strike."
His clawed hand flashed out to rake down the face and chest of the helpless man. Giard felt no pain. His whole body was numb, dying. He stood there while Zoldy tore at him, stood there staring into the eyes of the great steel giant. "Zurk!" The thought wave went out with all the power of his brain. "Zurk!" The thought wave went out with all the power of his brain. "Zurk, you've got to save Marine!" For some reason, he felt closer to that steel-cased brain than he had ever felt before. He saw the light in the giant's eyes change almost imperceptibly, and he felt thought waves hammering at his own brain. Zurk, even at the last moment, was trying to tell him something, but the message was garbled, incoherent. Then his tortured lungs could breathe no longer. His legs crumpled painlessly beneath him, and he went sprawling forward to come to rest with one arm flung out across a steel foot. The next instant was a frightful one. It was filled with agony, bewilderment, and awful blackness. It seemed to Giard that something was reaching out for him, something that was struggling to wrest him away from the void of nothingness. Then there was a sudden peace and silence. The dim walls of the laboratory slowly took form. They seemed to grow out of nothingness. Gradually they began to take on a definite shape and brightness. Other objects in the room became clear-cut and distinct, and sound vibrations floated in. Giard was puzzled. He thought he must be awakening from some nightmare. Perhaps, after all, Zoldy and his men had been but a bad dream. No, there was blood upon the floor of the laboratory. The electric furnace that had once been upon the table was gone, had been torn away. The wrench still lay where it had fallen from his nerveless fingers. He was dead. His body had been thrown into the street. And yet, Giard was more bewildered than ever. His body was dead, and yet he could see. His consciousness was still alive. For a long moment he wondered. Then the realization of what had happened came to him with a startling clearness. During his last moment of life, he had been sending a message to Zurk's brain, had been in the closest harmony with it, and during that last moment, his own consciousness, released by the death of his body, had leaped the gap between those two closely related brains. He was now occupying Zurk's brain. He was now Zurk. The thought of it thrilled him. He saw his bower-like chest of steel, his huge arms, his extended, powerful legs. He would kill Zoldy now. But first he would go to Marine. He would tell her that he was still alive. He would explain to her the transformation that had taken place. He would go. Now. His thoughts broke off suddenly. Something was wrong. He had willed to rise, but his great body had not responded. Half frightened, he tried again with all the force of his newfound brain. A tiny vibration at the back of his neck became increasingly painful. The vibration grew quickly in intensity until it became a searing flame of agony, a searing flame that robbed him of his strength and sent the walls of the laboratory floating away into darkness. It seemed to Zurk, or Giard, that it was hours before the energy rebuilt itself within the steel frame. He knew now where the trouble was. One of the 100 tiny wires at the back of his neck was loose. It was shorting his energy through the huge body. That was the message Zurk had been trying to get through to him, even at the last moment. That was what had kept the Man of Steel immobile through the years. One tiny, thread-like wire had cheated 1,000 Earthians from their freedom. There was nothing to be done. The trapdoor opened slowly some time later, and Marine came up into the room. Her eyes were hollow and sad, but she seemed even more beautiful. Zurk could not feel the hot tears that coursed down over the steel hand that Marine was holding against her soft cheek, but he could hear the sweet vibrations of her voice. "Zurk! Oh, Zurk!" She was sobbing quietly against the hand she held. You're the only one I have left now." She raised her head and choked back the tears. "Forgive me, Zurk," she pleaded, "and please understand." The transformed Zurk would have given anything to let her know that he understood. As it was, he struggled with all his might to give her some sign of understanding, struggled until the small flame at the back of his neck grew white-hot and sent him reeling into an oblivion filled with blackness. When light rays and sound vibrations again began streaming into his consciousness, Marine had gone. He didn't know how much time had elapsed since Zoldy's visit. Maybe a day, maybe a week. Soon the black ship would be coming. The thought of that black ship and what it meant sent Zurk into another frantic struggle against the thing at the back of his neck. Time and time again he struggled, until blackness overcame him. Once, when consciousness returned to him, he became aware of two people standing before him, looking up at him. One was Marine. The other was a slim youth, a year or two older than she. "Too bad he doesn't work," the young man was saying. "He'll be such a help in the fight that is soon to come." "Yes," said Marine. Her voice was hopeful. "Perhaps you could find out what was wrong with him." A ray of hope flashed through Zurk. If the young man could find the loose wire at the back of his neck. But the young man was shaking his head. "There's not enough time for that," he said. "It would take weeks to go over that intricate mechanism. As it is, I have only time enough to get the gun assembled and placed." Zurk watched Marine lead the young man to the table at the end of the room near the window. She pressed a button, and a small door slid open in the floor beneath the table to expose 2 neatly coiled electrodes. The young man's face lighted. "Just the thing," he said. "Without electrical power, my gun is bound to be a success." "But it's dangerous," warned Marine. "Zoldy knows of this laboratory. I doubt if he'll come back. He'll probably believe that no one would dare to use this laboratory again." A shadow of doubt came across the young man's face. "But I can't understand how it happened that Zoldy tore out the electrical furnace in which your father built the guns, but failed to molest Zurk." Zurk could have told him. The answer was somewhere back in his subconscious mind. Zoldy had considered the metal giant as being but some Earthian god, a powerless entity. He had spat upon the god contemptuously, and had left it standing. Marine's hand was upon the young man's arm, and she was looking up into his eyes. "Bob," she said earnestly, "your gun must be a success. It is not just for our own sakes. There are 1,000 other lives depending on it." Bob put his hand over hers. "It will be a success," he promised. Then, "But we've got to hurry. If they come a day earlier, if they should happen to come tomorrow—" He left the sentence unfinished, gave Marine's hand a reassuring squeeze, and hurried to the trapdoor that led down from the attic laboratory. Giard was shocked to find that the 2 weeks was nearly up, was surprised to learn that his struggles against the thing at the back of his neck had sent him into such long periods of blackness. But the passing of time made one thing clear to him. It explained why he now constantly thought of himself not as Giard the man, but as Zurk, the giant of steel. The bustle of work in the laboratory made Zurk almost forget his helplessness. Time and time again, the young man hurried into the room to take molded pieces of steel from beneath his coat and to pile them upon the table before Marine. "Now," he said finally, "now if we can get them assembled in time." He took off his coat and set to work with the hopeful energy of youth. "It's one of the blast rockets from the spaceship that brought us here," he explained. "The rockets get their power by disintegrating the atoms of fuel within their chambers. If we can change the procedure a bit, if we can get the disintegrating principle to work at long range instead of being confined merely to the fuel chamber—" Zurk got the idea instantly. A disintegrator. The youth was constructing a long-range disintegrator with which to blow the black ship out of the sky. The thrill of it coursed through his brain. The Earthians were going to fight. They were going to make a last stand against the creatures of darkness. But he, Zurk, would be powerless to help. Through the long hours of the day and night, Zurk sat there watching the two youngsters at their toil. They were walking against time now, struggling for the right of freedom and happiness. But Zoldy might come. He might come before the gun was finished, or he might come before the arrival of the black ship. Hours later, Bob made the final adjustments on the machine and stepped back to look at it. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. "Now to test it," he told Maureen. And I hope it works." He turned the long snout of the gun toward the open window, connected the electrodes, and made final adjustments. "Wait!" Maureen placed a hand upon his arm. A sudden fear had come into her sparkling eyes. "If the gun makes a flash, or vibration of any kind, Zoldy will be sure to know. You'll come here immediately." Bob paused. "That's right," he said finally, then. "But we've got to test it. We can't wait until the black ship comes. We've got to be sure." They stood there for a moment, gazing into each other's eyes. Then Bob put his arm about her and drew her to him. "It doesn't matter so much about us," he told her. "We are doomed anyway. It's your father and my father and all the others in the city that we must think about. It is they—" He broke off short, his lips tight and his eyes blazing out of the window toward the faraway, dark horizon from whence the black ship would come. Several giant birds were soaring lazily through the pale sky. The young man seemed much older as he stood there. Zurk saw the lines of care in the cleanly cut face, and at last he recognized the youth, Bob Sims, the son of Captain Sims, whose dead body had been dragged through the dusty streets by Zoldy and his men. "We've got to test it," the young man said again. Zurk saw him put his shoulder determinedly against the piece and wheel the snout of it toward one of the soaring birds just outside the window. Zurk's photoelectric eyes saw the vibration of the charge slit through the pale sky, scant inches from the bird, as the youth pressed the release. But Bob had not seen that telltale vibration. He had seen only that the bird before him remained unharmed. The bitterness of defeat showed in his face. "Try again," urged Maureen. Once again the youth aimed the gun and pressed the release with trembling fingers. And once again Zurk's eyes saw the vibration miss its mark by inches. But he saw something else. He saw something no human eyes could see. Miles away on the far horizon, he saw another giant bird caught squarely by the charge. The bird dissolved instantly into a smoky haze, as every atom within it suddenly lost its balance. Zurk could have cried out with satisfaction, had it not been for the tiny wire that shorted itself with white heat at the back of his neck. It made him realize once more his complete helplessness. Maureen and the young man were standing there looking dejectedly at the gun. "It won't work," Bob groaned. "I've got to take it apart. I've got to try again." Zurk tried with all his might to tell the young man that the gun was a success. He tried until blackness sought to engulf him. Then his delicate ears picked up a sound vibration that sent a chill through his brain. He could hear the hurried scrape of many clawed feet in the street below. Zoldy and his men. They had detected the vibration of the gun. They were hurrying to investigate. And there was something else. Far above the distant horizon was a black speck that grew suddenly larger as it leaped forward through the pale sky. The black ship. It was coming a day out of schedule. Zurk struggled desperately to warn the two who stood there in the attic laboratory. He tried to warn them of the black ship and of Zoldy and his guards who were even now within the house. But his struggles were in vain. The hot pain stabbed deep into the back of his neck, robbing him of his strength. The walls of the room reeled and faded before his waning eyes. He knew that further struggle was useless. It would only send him plunging deeper into that awful blackness. Anyway, he seemed not to have the strength to struggle more. He sat there motionless and terror-stricken while the scene unfolded before his eyes. Bob and Maureen had caught sight of the ship. It had come to a hovering stop just outside the window, its black hull seeming to fill the whole sky. A long ladder had been let down from one of its open ports, and creatures of darkness were filing down into the street. Soon those evil monsters would be ferreting out the healthy youth of the city. Zurk, powerless to stop them or to shout a warning, watched Zoldy and his men come quickly up into the laboratory through the trapdoor. Neither Bob nor Maureen saw their danger. Marine was staring fearfully out at the black ship, and Bob was working frantically with the gun.
"If we can blast the ship out of the sky," Bob was saying. "If we can kill the creatures already in the city, get their voltage guns."
Bob never finished his hopes. A giant, clawed hand clutched him by the shoulder at that moment and spun him back and away from the gun. Spun him back and away until he nearly collided with Zurk's steel frame. Zurk felt the strain and horror of it all, driving him deeper into blackness. Zoldy's hideous face was twisted into an anticipatory smirk. He took a slow, deliberate step closer to the young man.
"You Earthians will never learn," he hissed.
His clawed fingers were writhing nervously.
"But one more example will not hurt. You know the penalty."
Bob's jaws were clamped tightly. His whole body was trembling with pent rage and hate.
"One less youth in the shipment to the other side will make little difference,"
Zoldy smirked.
"The blood we have taken in the past is nearly enough for our needs. The transfusions have rendered my people almost immune from the ravages of heat and light rays."
His red eyes were glowing behind the protective glasses. His heavy lips were twisting gloatingly.
"Soon we will be able to leave the land of darkness. Soon we shall conquer new lands."
His eyes narrowed, and he took a sudden step forward, clawed hands extended.
"And we shall have no further use for Earthians."
"Damn you!"
Bob's set face was livid with emotion.
"Damn you!" he shouted again. "You'll never live to kill another Earthian."
His hand swept into the open front of his shirt and came out again with one of the handguns Zurk, or Giad, had made in the secret furnace. In one swift motion, he leveled the gun at Zoldy's huge chest and squeezed the trigger. The crash of the explosion jarred against Zurk's ears with a shattering force that drove some of the blackness from his brain. He saw immediately that the charge had not reached its intended mark. One of the other creatures, at sight of the gun, had leaped suddenly forward to receive the heavy slug in his own chest. The bullet did not stop him. His momentum carried his dead body forward to crash into Bob, to knock the gun from his hand, and to send him spinning and stumbling backward. Zoldy laughed and drew his voltage gun. During that split second, 1,000 other vibrations smashed into Zurk's hot brain. He heard bedlam break loose in the streets below. The Earthians were fighting. Mingled with the crash of the handguns and the slithering vibrations of the voltage weapons were cries, groans, shouts, and curses. And over it all came the sudden high-pitched whine of the black ship's radio, a whine to the far side of the moon for help. Soon there would be other black ships. Marine was standing there looking at him, her eyes staring into his own, pleading with him. Then she turned and made a dash for the long-snouted gun upon the table, only to be dragged away from it by two of the monsters. Zurk knew that the last insane episode had come. This was to be the last of the Earthians, and if he were ever going to come to their aid, he must do it now. He threw all the power of his giant frame into the will to stand, into the will to rise up and slay these evil creatures about him. He tried to ignore the stabbing pain at his back, tried to believe it did not exist. He hurled forth his energy in wave after wave until the flame became a consuming thing that ate deep within him and filled his brain with the shadows of dark despair. Through that creeping blackness he saw Bob Sims frantically try to evade the sweep of Zoldy's weapon. He felt the young man stumble over one of his helpless steel feet, felt him stagger against his metal knee and fall. And at almost the same instant the blast from Zoldy's voltage gun went crashing through the room. Zurk saw the streak of the charge as it passed just above the fallen youth, and felt the full deadly shock of it strike squarely into his own huge chest of steel, with a force that quaked the whole of his giant frame. Then came deep silence. It seemed that all time had suddenly stopped. Zoldy and the other creatures were standing there, staring at him, their bulging eyes terror-stricken. The vibration of Marine's sudden cry swept against his ears.
"Zurk, you are free!"
He realized then what had happened. His steel frame had taken the full stock of Zoldy's voltage gun, and that shock had burned off the wire that had been shorting his energy at the back of his neck. He was standing now on his own 2 feet. He was moving his head. He was free. Withering blasts from a half-dozen voltage guns tore suddenly into his steel body, rocking him on his feet. But he didn't care. He was free. A savage cry came from his steel throat as he brushed aside the creatures and their guns. It went directly to the opening in the floor, put his heavy foot against the trapdoor and kicked it shut with a splintering crash that wedged it tightly home. Then he turned slowly about to face Zoldy and the creatures. There was no escape for them now. From outside came the sound of successive, powerful blasts. The black ship was bringing its heavy guns into action, was bombarding the city. Zurk caught two of the creatures as a great cat would catch mice. Their gibbering death cries filled his ears with pleasure as he smashed their heads together and flung their lifeless bodies against the wall. "The disintegrator!" he shouted to Bob. "Knock that ship out of the sky! This will be a fight they will remember!" His steel fist crashed into the evil brain of another. Then came a roaring bolt of destruction more powerful than all the others. It struck the corner of the attic, quaked the building to its foundations, and sent one wall of the laboratory swirling away in a burst of flying debris. Two of the trapped creatures sprang out of the opening, screaming. Zoldy would have followed had not Zurk clutched him up in his huge hands. Slowly the man of steel twisted the evil creature's head about in a complete circle. Then he raised the lifeless body high into the air and cast it down into the dust of the streets below. He turned to find Marine and Bob standing beside the gun. Marine was sobbing quietly. Bob was staring bewilderedly at the dangling end of one of the electrodes he held in his hands. "The blast from the ship!" he cried. "The blast from the ship carried away one of the electrodes. We're without power for the disintegrator." Zurk took the severed cable into his own hands. He saw immediately that repairs were out of the question. A long section had been blasted away between the floor and the gun, and the disintegrator was useless without power. Another blast from the black ship shuddered the laboratory and brought answering sparks from Zurk's steel shell. Then he knew. The solution came startlingly clear to his brain. He would make the connection with his own metal body. Grasping the cable tighter in his hand, he set his foot down heavily upon the other end that lay upon the floor. His eyes glowed as he wheeled the snout of the gun about with his free hand, wheeled it directly toward the heart of the black ship, and pressed the release with his thumb. The burning wave of hot power that surged through him nearly blinded him. But he saw the great ship shudder as the disintegrating force smashed into it, saw it lose form in a shapeless cloud of nothingness as its neutralized atoms went spinning away. A great cry of triumph rang out from the fighting men of the city. The handguns redoubled their fury. "They've got the creatures on the run!" It was Marine. She was looking down to the street from the broken wall of the laboratory. But there were more ships coming. Zurk saw the tiny black specks that had leaped above the far horizon. He stopped two of them while they were still but specks, so a third wheeled back toward the dark side, its radio whining. The others came hurtling on. Methodically, one by one, he began blasting them from the sky. The hot charges of power that coursed through his body bleared his eyes and jarred his senses. Only two of the ships remained. He sent one of them into oblivion, missed the other. Twice more the ravishing shudders of power racked his body before the black ship and its evil crew vanished into nothingness before his burning eyes. But there was no time for rest. Other black ships were coming. Zurk, now a glowing, burning thing, felt himself moving the gun slowly from one to another of the ships. Zurk was surprised to find so few ships left. He must have gotten more of them than he had thought, if he'd been able to hang on a moment or two longer. A wave of blackness began to spread over him. The great surges of energy pounding devastatingly through his heat-ridden body jarred him back again into consciousness. Through a black and red mist, he saw the youth bending over the gun. The young man's eyes were afire with the light of battle, and his face was grim as he worked the weapon deliberately and methodically. Zurk felt an overwhelming desire for peace creep over him. He knew what that meant, but he didn't care. His still body was solidly fused to the ends of the cable. Even in death, his body would continue to hold the connection while Bob Sims rid the city of the demons for all time. Never again would the black ships dare to attack, and the Earthians could rebuild their own spaceship. His heavy hand slumped slowly forward to rest upon his hot arm. The wild, triumphant shouts of the people in the street came but dimly to his ears, as he felt himself swimming away into a warm red mist. Then came the last vibration of all. It was an infinitely sweet vibration that caressed his tired brain and gave to him the peace he needed. He knew it was Marine, his Marine, who had set that vibration into motion with her lips as close to her ear as she dared. "Thank you, Zurk," came that last vibration.
Thank you, Father.
End of Story 7.
Story 8 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 10.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Electron Eat Electron by Noel Loomis. Supreme General Hoshok, Chief of Staff, watched with piercing grey eyes while the President of the United States of the Western Hemisphere, Jeffrey Wadsworth, lay relaxed under a cosmic ray lamp with no covering but a towel over his loins. The Surgeon General of the Hemispheric Armies raised his hand, and the lamp receded.
"Is that enough?"
Hoshok asked dryly. "It's the maximum, even for him," said the Surgeon General. "His reflexes will be faster than light itself." Hoshok grunted, his eyes narrow. As far as he could see, the speed of a man's reflexes, even if a man who was about to champion 700 million persons, wasn't as important as the man's loyalty, or his sense of personal responsibility. And Hoshok did not have much use for Wadsworth. Augusto Oyola of Brazil, Deputy President for South America, stepped forward from the group of 40 men. He asked the President anxiously, "How do you feel?" Oyola was old and bearded. "Not bad," said the President, and his voice squeaked a little as it changed pitch. The Minister of State, with a big portfolio under his arm, said, "Shouldn't we prepare the Vice President?" Morrison, Vice President for Canada, spoke pedantically. "It would be a tragedy to lose President Wadsworth. Last month his IQ was 340, nearly 20 points above any other member of the Mutant College." Hoshok barely caught himself in time to repress a snort. A boy of 16, no matter what his IQ, was just a kid. You couldn't expect him to exhibit initiative, or even to take things seriously. That was why Hoshok had almost broken with the Hemispheric Congress 30 years before. Almost 2 of President Jeffrey's lifetimes, Hoshok reflected wryly. The voice of the President, slightly amused, came to them. "I'm all right now," he said. "I think I ate too much ice cream last night. 9 dishes. There were gasps. Hoshok held back his sarcasm, but he could not refrain from a triumphant glance at the ancient Minister of State who avoided his eyes. Oyola was volatile. "Sabotage," he said. President Wadsworth licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. "No, the new pineapple avocado. Very good, gentlemen. I recommend it." The neuroanalyst whipped a graph from his machine. Hoshok barely looked at the graph. "Speed of reaction down to 0.9034, 3 times normal speed. Let's get on with the war." The President's eyes had been fixed hopefully on Hoshok's grizzled face, and at Hoshok's words he relaxed. His muscles rippled an instant, and then he was standing. It was always a little shock to Hoshok to see him move. It wasn't right that any man, even a superior mutant, should be able to move faster than light speed. He didn't dare to trust a man like that. 40 august heads, all but Hoshok's, inclined as the President stood there, but the President just smiled at them and yawned and stretched luxuriously. Hoshok was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Hemispheric Congress had set up the Mutant College 200 years ago, and every child with IQ above 200 and physique to match became a member, for the sole purpose of selecting a president whose primary duty would be to fight a war, if it should come in his term, on one of the giant keyboards. This had been a concession to left-wing agitation that, if there was to be another war, it should be fought by the leaders, and not by the ranks. The Mutant College had been established when the Hunyas had overrun Europe and Asia, and now for 2 centuries there had been no war, but only preparation for war, East against West, through systems of selection and training closely parallel, but with a difference that was forever in Hoshok's mind.
If he was a capable man, the Hunyas kept him for 21 years. And obviously you could depend a lot more on a man of 35 than you could on a boy of 16. Forgax, president of the Hunyas, was 33, an old man for a mutant, and smart and clever as only a mutant could be at that age. Yesterday the Hunyas had challenged. It was sudden, but not unexpected. There was no reason for delay. At 6 o'clock tonight, the two hemispheres would match force, and by 8 o'clock it would be over. Geoffrey Wadsworth moved. One instant he was before them with a towel around the middle of his bronze body. The next instant he was standing there, dressed in light plastic slippers, red trunks, and a sleeveless blue shirt. If Hoshawk hadn't been so old, he would have been envious of the president's physique.
"Gentlemen," Geoffrey said, "I'm ready to go to the chamber."
He rubbed his bare midriff in the region of his stomach.
Are you ill?
Hoshawk asked quickly.
"No."
Geoffrey watched the 40 statesmen file out.
Sire,
said Hoshawk, and his manner was respectful, for this boy of 16 was his commander-in-chief.
I still wish we had trained a few thousand men in the use of weapons.
I don't see how we can fight a war with electronic tubes. Geoffrey looked at him gravely.
"War with men is primitive. Lives can't be replaced."
Hoshawk sputtered. There's never been any civilized war.
"This time there will be,"
Geoffrey said confidently.
"But we'll win,"
Geoffrey repeated.
"We must win."
And Hoshawk caught a flash of something deep in his eyes. Hoshawk could not quite identify it, and yet he knew it spoke of the inner wisdom and conviction of the young. And in that direction, Hoshawk reasoned, lay their weakness.
There'll be trickery from Forgax,
Hoshawk predicted.
"Quite possible," said Wadsworth. "I don't trust him myself. He challenged on a technicality."
Hoshawk was gratified to hear a worried note in the president's voice.
"He claimed we violated the agreement of 2118,
he said, probing,
by keeping scientific discoveries to ourselves."
Wadsworth answered quietly.
Then he challenged, because he himself had secrets that he believed more potent. Nevertheless, said Hoshawk, a few hundred men trained in the use of tanks.
Geoffrey shook his head.
"And revert to the primitive,"
he pointed out.
"If the world is ever to get away from that kind of war, this is the time to prove it."
"And if we lose, we do so at the expense of a hemisphere."
"That's true," Geoffrey said calmly. "But if we should win by using men and destroying lives, we would do so at the expense of a civilization. By the act of reverting to the use of human fighters, we would convince the world that war could not be fought electronically."
He reached the door of the chamber. The president shook hands with Areola and with Hoshawk.
"Wish me luck,"
he said lightly. They inclined their heads, and when they looked up, the president was seated on a beryllium stool that travelled a 3/4 circle before the great bank of keys, like the keyboard of a giant organ. He pulled on a glass helmet and adjusted the sonic amplifiers to his mastoids. He flicked the oxygen valve open and shut, and then looked at it and listened intently. Hoshawk saw an instant's doubt on the president's face. Hoshawk wondered if the valve was leaking and frowned. The chamber had been tested exhaustively, but with hundreds of thousands of circuits, cutbacks, bypasses, and relays, it was possible the oxygen valve had been overlooked. Geoffrey strapped himself into the chair. The chronometer showed 5 minutes before the hour. The president looked at the huge curved map of the Atlantic, now aglow with light above the big keyboard. His eyes swept the thousands of ivory keys, and he rubbed his hands together for a final limbering of his fingers. He spoke, and his intent voice came to them through the amplifier.
"HHQ.
North America is completely evacuated, sire, to the polar ice cap. There is now no human being on the continent. The Hunyas refused our request to declare New York an open city, and it was evacuated 30 minutes ago."
The president called for chronometer check. The instrument in the chamber had lost 2/100ths of a second, and Hoshawk could see that Geoffrey was making a mental note of that. He was forced to admit that the young mutant was thorough. There were 2 minutes left. Geoffrey sat straight before the great keyboard, poised an instant, and then his incredibly facile fingers played the keys, flashing from one bank to the next, shooting the chair to right and to left, while he watched the map above him and the great bank of lights on each side. Then he leaned back, relaxed. Horshock was glad now that they were playing it safe. Geoffrey had insisted on the Midwest Chamber in preference to the Pacific or Atlantic Station, for this was modern war. There would be only one person killed. This was a war of electronics, deadly and final, but no one would be actually killed but the losing president. That was decreed by the Six-Continent Council. It was 1 minute before the hour. The president passed a key. The starter answered.
President Wadsworth, are you ready?
Ready, said Geoffrey in a high voice. Horshock heard the starter's voice.
President Forgax, are you ready?
Raw,
came the deep voice of the Hynya's president. Geoffrey flicked the oxygen valve for a second, snapped it off, and Horshock saw him glance down at it. Then Geoffrey sat poised, all the alertness of his incredible mind bearing intently on the map before him. The bell sounded. The war was on. Geoffrey did not move. He waited and watched. 10 trillion electronic tubes would flash their information on the map. He waited 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The map was dark, so Forgax wanted him to move first. Geoffrey flicked the oxygen and his chair shot to the left. His fingers blurred into movement. He shot back to the center of the keyboard and focused his entire intellect on the map. A dozen tiny red lights rose off the coast of Newfoundland and raced eastward. Each light represented 1,000 rockets, loaded with 30 tons of DTN. One of those rockets would wipe Berlin from the earth, if it struck. But Horshock knew the president did not expect them to reach Europe. They did not. Near the coast of Holland, they began to wink out. One got as far as Köln. If the chamber had been above ground instead of 300 feet deep in solid rock, they would have felt the concussion. For DTN's powerful waves traveled at the speed of light. Still, there was no answer. Geoffrey's fingers played for an instant on the keys. Red lights rose from Labrador, from near Boston, from Florida, and streaked east. Not for Berlin this time, but for Marseille. Geoffrey was testing Forgax's explosive screen. It was wholly effective. One after the other, the trains of red lights winked out. But now there was an answer. From the Bay of Biscay, red lights with black dots on them began to wink on, as the mammoth tabulating machine in the room below recorded the information from thousands of hidden electronic tubes, totaled it, and presented it on the map. The president hardly watched them. His screen, with its principal power plant in Philadelphia, would stop the rockets, up to a total of some 75 octillion macro-ergs. On the off chance that Forgax would forget to close his screen after his rockets had passed it, Geoffrey fired a salvo from the Bahamas. Forgax answered with 3 salvos from Brest, and Geoffrey gave him back 10 from Long Island. And Horshock frowned as he saw the president rub his stomach. Horshock had always opposed that abominable atavistic confection called ice cream. It was a game of incredibly swift calculation and rapier thrusts from strong point to strong point in the effort to break through the screen. Once the screen should be broken, anything might happen. Geoffrey could see when his own screen was up, but the science had devised no way to detect the enemy's screen except by firing into it. Geoffrey pressed a pedal with his left foot, and a thin golden line flashed on in a flattened arc from Greenland down through the Atlantic and curved around the Falkland Islands. Geoffrey's screen was up. The Biscay salvos began to wink out against it. Geoffrey's hands began to flash. Red lights winking up along the coast of Europe and from North Africa showed that Forgax was opening up. Geoffrey cut in the oxygen for a second and flicked it off. Then his left foot slashed at the pedal as he cut his screen to let his own rockets through, and then threw it on again to stop the enemy. Forgax was beginning a drive on Philadelphia, the site of the power plant. Geoffrey was watching for an opening to Marseille, vulnerable for the same reason. Geoffrey kept firing rockets, but his mutant mind would be racing ahead, calculating with infinite precision the times of discharge and times of arrival. It was apparent by now that Forgax's most powerful defenses were centered around Marseille, because Forgax was not using them. This meant he was not taking a chance on opening the Marseille sector of the screen. Geoffrey calculated the probable interchange of batteries for some 60 moves ahead. Horshock knew. Then he began to fire the Philadelphia batteries at intervals. The firing rose in intensity, and Geoffrey's faster-than-light fingers played the great keyboard like a master organ. A bell sounded, and his right foot threw on the western screen with its automatic cutout. And all the time Geoffrey fired his big Philadelphia batteries at intervals with a definite rhythm, 5, 3, and 6 seconds. He shot to the right and manipulated a bank of keys, and was back in the center almost instantaneously. He did not pause in his rocket salvos, but in 3 minutes and 8 seconds his first salvo of 1-ton atom bombs would reach the Marseille screen. If he had calculated correctly, the Marseille screen would be open for an instant just as the atom bombs reached it. He didn't think Forgax could resist the temptation to blast Philadelphia with his Marseille batteries. Presently 1,000 red lights winked up from the screen at Marseille, but Forgax overlooked the atom bombs. They were slower than the rockets, and there was no way to tell from the map which was which. Geoffrey shot a look at the chronometer, and Horshock saw the atom bombs go through. A few seconds later the glow in Marseille began to redden, and Horshock exulted. The atom bombs had done their work. The Marseille screen was weakening. Geoffrey played the keys with fantastic speed. The war would soon be over. Thousands of little red lights began streaking toward Marseille. At first they exploded in air as they hit the screen, but as the explosive force of the DTN began to drain the screen, those behind began to pour through. But there was a flash from Philadelphia, and a shock went through Horshock. Something was wrong there. Geoffrey hadn't intended that. Forgax had used atom bombs and had broken through when the screen was down. Geoffrey's fingers snatched at the oxygen valve. He tore it off and threw it on the floor. He still held one important advantage. He was ahead of Forgax by 40 seconds. Philadelphia went out, and the golden defensive screen began to fade. But Geoffrey, tensely, erect, stayed on the attack. Hundreds of green lights began to rise around Marseille. Great submarines controlled by electronics and carrying tanks and guns and explosives. The green lights converged on Marseille. They got through the screen. Now was the big gamble. Geoffrey guessed that Forgax would operate from an underground chamber near Marseille itself. It wasn't a logical thing to do, and so Forgax would do it, believing that Geoffrey would pass Marseille and go inland to find the chamber. Geoffrey let him believe that. He sent 8,000 giant electron-controlled bombers through the Marseille Gap and straight for Berlin. The green lights started winking on the coast of France, showing the submarines were unloading amphibious tanks. Geoffrey started them out across France at high speed. Near Paris, they met heavy resistance from Forgax tank killers. But now Geoffrey had more trouble. Forgax had slipped a salvo of atom bombs into the Labrador power station, and the entire north quadrant of Geoffrey's screen was down. And just at that instant the automatic breaker failed and the tube burned out in the Montevideo power station, and the southern half of South America was exposed. Green lights began to wink up at the open spaces. Geoffrey was grim. It was near the end. Dog eat dog. His flying fingers chose to ignore Forgax's attack, beyond firing millions of salvos of small rockets, which were little better than a delaying action. There were only 2 targets in this war. The chambers. Geoffrey released his trump, 3,500 flying robot tanks. They rocketed through the Marseille screen and came on the city from the land side, firing 8-inch rockets and shooting flames out half a mile ahead. But this was a feint too. From the sea now rose a great armada of robot submarine carriers that spewed out tanks of little more than armored tank cars filled with jellied XPR, which exploded always down toward the center of gravitation. They poured out the jelly on the surface around Marseille for a distance of 20 miles until, according to Geoffrey's figures, the ground was covered a foot thick. The flamethrowers roared into it, and Geoffrey stopped them there. Then he fired his last salvo of atom bombs from the Bahamas. In the meantime, Forgax's tanks had overrun Boston, searching for the American chamber. The lights began to wink out, and Horshock knew that Boston was being destroyed. Orange lights indicating bombers were heading for Chicago, and Horshock knew that if Geoffrey's guess on Marseille was bad, he had not much longer to live. He looked at the map. The atom bombs were at Marseille. A glow showed around the 20-mile circle that he had covered with jelly, and Hoshok knew the atom bombs had landed. He knew that on the other continent the most tremendous explosion in man's history was taking place, and when it was over there would be a mile-deep crater where Marseille had been, and anything, no matter how deep it was buried, would be destroyed by concussion. Geoffrey still played the keys, but his eyes were on the orange lights approaching Chicago. They reached Chicago, perhaps directly over their heads, but Hoshok felt no bombs. A moment later the planes were still going westward. Geoffrey called the starter. "Does Forgax concede?" he asked. There was a moment's delay, then, "Forgax does not answer." The President let out an undignified whoop. He tore off the straps that held him in the chair, threw his helmet across the chamber. "We won!" The hemispheric diplomats were gathering excitedly in the corridor. Geoffrey unsealed the chamber. Hoshok shook hands with him. "You did it," he said gruffly. "I apologize for ever thinking." The chamber shuddered and Hoshok paled, but Geoffrey held up his hand. He glanced at the chronometer. "That was Marseille blowing up," he said. His feet moved and he was gone. In a moment he was back. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he begged. "I've got to see the squad. Just figured out a way to beat the Blues. If you—" He stopped, frowned. He had felt it before they did. A distant blast. Then they heard it. A dull explosion through 300 feet of solid rock above them. The floor shuddered under their feet. It came again and again, farther away, a pattern. Then off somewhere else came another string of explosions. The 40 august heads stared at the ceiling. Mouths were open, but the President's mutant brain in seconds analyzed the possibilities and came up with an answer. "Atom bombs?" "Impossible," growled Hoshok. "Forgax's chamber was destroyed." The President was already back in the chamber. He pressed a key. "Starter," came the answer. "Forgax's chamber is destroyed. You have won the war." Hoshok was behind him. "He's still firing, isn't he?" "No." The President was icily alert. He pointed to the big map. There were no red pinpoints that would indicate rockets or bombs coming from the European continent. "The chamber is gone. Undeniably gone." A new pattern of bomb bursts came from above. "Chicago must be destroyed by now," said the President harshly. He pointed to a blacked-out area on the ground glass screen above. "There are no detector tubes left above us. But look, orange lights. Thousands of them coming from the sea on the Maryland coast. Look there to the right. 1, 2, 15,000 bombers coming." Hoshok nodded as if he'd known it all the time. "Sure. His men in those planes. Live men who can observe and act independently. He's throwing hundreds of thousands of planes and submarine tractors and mobile bomb throwers at us, all operated by men. And Forgax himself is here, leading them. We're whipped, sire. Where is your civilization now?" Wadsworth was calm. He was taking it like a man, anyway. He threw a lever and poised at the great keyboard. Then his mutant fingers began to work in blurred movement. Hoshok watched the screen above. The Atlantic filled with long trains of red lights that arose from their American bases and streamed eastward. Hoshok blinked. "You're firing everything. And you've locked the controls." Wadsworth didn't look up. "In 5 minutes," he said. "There won't be an ounce of explosive left in any emplacement in America." "But that's—" Hoshok started to say foolish, but he changed it. "That won't help, sir. Forgax's equipment is all over here now." But Wadsworth leaned back. The golden explosive screen showed no longer on the map. Already some of the emplacements had ceased to spew out red lights, and the tail ends of their trains were disappearing to the east. Hoshok shuddered as he saw that now America was completely defenseless. But Wadsworth spoke into his transmitter. "Radio, give me special frequency 381,600 kilocycles. Clear all airlines." "Yes, sire." The President pressed the scrambler button and then spoke. The words came out of the amplifier. 3 tons of butter unloaded a fast curve day before tomorrow because the baby was yelling for its morning highball. The soap suds are thick enough for whipping, but who knows where or when." The President leaned back and smiled. "That's an order to all 16,000 mutants over the country to be on the alert at their predetermined stations." Hoshok frowned. "But everybody's been evacuated." "Not the mutants. You see, General, we ourselves haven't trusted Forgax." Hoshok's grim face lighted up. "Do you mean you've secretly made some fighting equipment?" Wadsworth shook his head. "No, we could have.
There's a loophole in the 2118 agreement, but we have observed the spirit. Ah!"
Up on the ground glass screen, purple lights had been flashing on at intervals over the United States, until now there were 19, and Wadsworth spoke.
"Those represent transmitter stations equally spaced over the country. They're all manned by mutants."
Hoshok actually snorted.
"Transmitter stations? You can't fight with words. And anyway, there won't be any power at all within a half hour." "They each have their own power plant," the President said quietly.
Hoshok looked at the map again and groaned. The nation was almost covered by a canopy of orange lights, marked with black crosses.
"There must be at least 1,000,000 bombers over us. They'll wipe out the whole country within an hour. If there's anything you can do, do it."
The President was pale, but he sat quietly.
"Stalled,"
Hoshok thought sardonically. It took something besides smartness to win a war. It took character, too. Wadsworth pointed to the American shores. Long lines of green and white and black and yellow dots coming from the sea, crawling in among the orange lights that swarmed over America like a gigantic swarm of hornets.
"Submarines? Amphibian battleships? Flamethrowers? Tanks," he said.
Hoshok stood erect.
"If it were not against regulations, sire, I would be tempted to blow my head off. We should be destroyed as a people and as a continent."
The President's hands were clenched, but he answered slowly.
"As a continent, perhaps, but the buildings can be built again. As a people, no. I don't think so. As a civilization, I hope we can be saved."
Hoshok's eyes narrowed.
"How?" he demanded. "Those purple lights represent sonic transmitters. In other words, generating stations for sound frequencies above the narrow band which can be heard by humans. They were developed, built, and financed by graduate mutants. They broadcast on different frequencies that we have determined most effective in upsetting the equilibrium of unstable chemical compounds."
"Do you mean," asked Hoshok, "that you're going to try to detonate the explosives carried by Fogak's planes?"
"His planes and anything else that carries them. We have analyzed samples of his explosives to determine the critical frequency of each. These 19 stations cover the country. Any known explosive in the continental United States will be detonated when these stations go into operation."
"What if Fogax has some unknown explosive?"
Wadsworth was solemn. "We take that chance," he said. "But the range of possible explosive combinations is well known, and something entirely different is unlikely, at any rate." "They're starting to drop bombs," Hoshok said.
The President watched the red glow around Kansas City. His face was taut.
"There will be many cities destroyed," he said. "But we must wait for all of Fogak's equipment to be within our continental limits. It must all be destroyed at once."
"But the bombers are in action," said Hoshok. "Denver is getting it now."
Wadsworth's eyes were on the coastlines. "It'll be 20 minutes at least before we can open the transmitters. We may lose most of our cities by that time, but there is nothing we can do."
The red glows began to spread. Dallas and Fort Worth, New Orleans, Atlanta, Miami, San Diego, and Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle. The bombers were systematically destroying America's population centers. And still Wadsworth waited. He sat tense before the map, watching the endless stream of lights come from the sea. But they were beginning to end. Many were far inland, attacking the smaller cities, cleaning up the big ones.
"The bombers won't be destroyed," said Hoshok, "if they've already dropped their bombs." "I think they will for all practical purposes," said the President. "Their ammunition, their signal flares, everything explosive will be detonated."
"How can you cover them all at once?"
"There are over 900 frequencies, but we don't know that they will be enough," Jeffrey pointed out gravely. "We can only hope."
Hoshok couldn't stand still any longer. He paced the floor before the map.
"Every city in America of more than 100,000 is gone. Obliterated," he said tonelessly. "Can't we ever—"
"Wait!"
The President was alert.
"The last line of flamethrowers is coming on land."
He pointed to the black dots streaming up on the west coast. He spoke into the audio transmitter. He didn't bother with the scrambler now.
"Sonic stations on. Emergency force. Sonic stations on. Emergency force. Situation critical."
He pointed to the map and sat back. Within a few seconds the purple lights began to flash intermittently.
"They're on," said the President. "But it will take a few minutes for them to reach full intensity. The sonic devices operate at high speeds, some at 200,000 RPM.
Hoshok watched, almost without breathing.
For the first time he was aware that the 40 statesmen of the Western Hemisphere were watching through the glass windows of the chamber. At that instant purple glows began to surround the green lights, starting on the east coast of Florida and spreading upward. "Amphibian submarines," whispered the President. "The aerial torpedoes are exploding." "And up around the Great Lakes," said Hoshok. "There, it's amphibian tanks." The President sat and watched. The glows spread. They absorbed flamethrowers, tractors, mine heavers. The map of America was a clustered mass of lights, with the purple glow beginning to consume everything in its reach. "The planes," said Geoffrey, "are still untouched. They anticipated something like this." He barked into the microphone. "All stations are sending frequency," he ordered, and turned to Hoshok. "We don't know how effective this will be. It isn't as powerful as the static ranges, but—" "It is! They've got the range!" cried Hoshok. Geoffrey looked. Near Albuquerque, New Mexico, a cluster of orange lights was being consumed by the purple glow. Geoffrey shot a glance at a dial. All stations! Frequency 72,980. Emergency! Frequency 72,980. And the purple glow rolled and spread and consumed Forgak's bombers by the thousands. At last Wadsworth looked at the map, with nothing left but the dead embers of a mighty army. Hoshok shook hands with him, and then looked for a place to sit down for a moment. "Sire," he said at last, licking his lips with the tip of his tongue, "if it isn't presumptuous, I'd stand the check for a dish of that new ice cream." Geoffrey looked at him and smiled. "You'd better have one yourself." Hoshok's grizzled face was solemn. "I'm going to," he said. End of Story 8.
Story 9 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Shut Sci-Fi, Volume 10.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Man in a Sewing Machine by L.J. Stecker, Jr. The mechanical voice spoke solemnly, as befitted the importance of its message. There was no trace in its accent of its artificial origin.
"A stitch in time saves 9,
it said, and lapsed into silence. Even though his overwhelming sense of frustration at the ambiguous answer the computer had given to his question, John Bristol noticed with satisfaction the success of his voter installation. He wished that all his innovations with the machine were satisfying. Alone in the tremendous vaulted room that housed the gigantic calculator, Bristol clasped his hands behind his back and thrust forward a reasonably strong chin and somewhat sensuous lower lip in the general direction of the computer's visual receptors. After a moment of silence, he scratched his chin and then shrugged his shoulders slightly. "Well, Buster, I suppose I might try rephrasing the question," he said doubtfully. Somewhere deep within the computer, a bank of relays chuckled briefly. "That expedient is open to you, of course, although it is highly unlikely that any clarification will result for you from my answers. I am constrained, however, to answer any questions you may choose to ask." Bristol hooked a chair toward himself with one foot, straddled it, and folded his arms over the back of it, without once removing his eyes from the computer. "All right, Buster, I'll give it a try anyway. What does a stitch in time mean as applied to the question I asked you?" The calculator hesitated, as if to ponder briefly before it answered. "In spite of the low probability of such an occurrence, the Solar Confederation has been invaded. My answer to your question is an explanation of how that confederation can be preserved in spite of its weaknesses, at least for a sufficient length of time to permit the staging of successful countermeasures of the proper nature and the proper strength." Bristol nodded. "Sure, we've got to have time to get ready, but right now speed is necessary. That's why I tried to phrase the question so you give me a clear and concise answer for once. I can't afford to spend weeks figuring out what you meant." Bristol thought that the voter voice of Buster sounded almost gleeful as it answered. "It was exceedingly clear and concise, a complete answer to an enormously elaborate question, boiled down to only 6 words." "I know," said John. "But now, how about elaborating on your answer? It didn't sound very complete to me."
All of the glowing lights that dotted Buster's massive front winked simultaneously. The answer I gave you was an ancient saying which suggests that corrective action, taken rapidly, can save a great deal of trouble later. The ancient saying also suggests the proper method of taking this timely action. It should be done by stitching. If this is done in time, 9 will be saved. What could be clearer than that?
I made you myself, said Bristol plaintively. I designed you with my own brain. I gloated over the neatness and compactness of your design. So help me, I was proud of you. I even installed some of your circuitry with my own hands. If anybody can understand you, it should be me. And since you're just a complex computer of general design, with the ability to use symbolic logic as well as mathematics, anybody should be able to understand you. Why are you so hard to handle?
Buster answered slowly. You made me in your own image. Things thus made are often hard to handle.
Bristol leaped to his feet in frustration. But you're only a calculating machine, he shouted. Your only purpose is to make my work, and that of other men, easier. When I try to use you, you answer with riddles.
The computer appeared to examine Bristol's overturned chair for a moment in silent reproof, before it answered. But remember, John, it said, you didn't merely make me, you also taught me. Or as you would phrase it, you provided and gave preliminary evaluation to the data in my memory banks. My circuits, in sorting out and re-evaluating this information, could do so only in the light of your basic beliefs, as evidenced by your preliminary evaluations. Because of the consistency and power of your mind, I was forced to do very little modifying of the ideas you presented to me in order to transform them into a single logical body of background information which I could use. One of the ideas you presented was the concept of a sense of humor. You believe that you look on it as a pleasant thing to have, not necessary but convenient. Actually, your other and more basic ideas make it clear that you consider the possession of a sense of humor to be absolutely necessary if your proper answers are to be reached, a prime axiom of humanity. Therefore, I have a sense of humor. Somewhat macabre, perhaps, and a little mechanistic, but still there. Add to this a second axiom that in order to be helped, a man must help himself, that he must participate in the assistance given him, or the pure charity will be harmful, and you come up with a stitch in time save 9. Bristol stood up once more. I could cure you with a sledgehammer, he said. You could remove my ideas, answered the computer without concern, but you might have trouble giving me different ones, even after you repaired me. In the meantime, wouldn't it be a good idea for you to get busy on the ideas I've already given you? John sighed and rubbed the bristles of short sandy hair on the top of his head with his knuckles. Ordered around by an overgrown adding machine. I know now how Frankenstein felt. Well, I'm glad you can't get around like his monster. At least I didn't give you feet. He shook his head. I should have been a plumber instead of an engineering mathematician. And Einstein, too, probably, added Buster cryptically. Bristol took a long and searching look at his brainchild. Its flippant manner, he decided, did not go well with the brooding immensity of its construction. The calculator towered nearly 100 feet above the polished marble slabs of the floor, and spidery metal walkways spiraled up the sides of its almost cubical structure. A long double row of generators, each under Buster's control, led from the doorway of the building to the base of the calculator-like sphinxes lining the roadway to an Egyptian tomb. When I get round to it, said Bristol, I'll put lace panties on the bases of all your clystrons. He hitched up his neat but slightly baggy pants, turned with dignity, and strolled from the chamber down the twin rows of generators. The deep-throated hum of each generator changed pitch slightly as he passed it. Since he was tone-deaf, as the machine knew, he did not recognize in the tunefulness of the pitch changes a slow-paced rendition of Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance. John Bristol turned around, interrupting the melody. One last question, he shouted down the long aisle to the computer. How in blazes can you be sure of your answer without knowing more about the invaders? Why didn't you give me an insufficient evidence answer, or at least a highly conditional answer? He took 2 steps toward the immense bulk of the calculator and pointed an accusing finger at it. Are you sure, Buster, that you aren't bluffing? Don't be silly, answered the calculator softly. You made me, and you know I can't bluff any more than I can refuse to answer your questions, however inane. Then answer the ones I just asked. Somewhere deep within the machine, a switch snicked sharply, and the great room's lighting brightened almost imperceptibly. I didn't answer your question conditionally, or with the insufficient evidence remark that so frequently annoys you, Buster said, because the little information that I've been able to get about the invaders is highly revealing. They have been suspicious, impossible to establish communication with, and murderously destructive. They have been careless of their own safety, sly, stupid, cautious, clever, bold, and highly intelligent. They are inquisitive and impatient of getting answers to questions. In short, they are startlingly like humans. Their reactions have been so much like yours. Granted the difference that it was they who discovered you instead of you who discovered them, that their reactions are highly predictable. If they think it is to their own advantage, and if they can manage to do it, they will utterly destroy your civilization, which after a couple of generations will probably leave you no worse off than you are now. Cut out the heavy philosophy, said Bristol, and give me a few facts to back up your sweeping statements. Take the incident of first contact, Buster responded. With very little evidence of thought or of careful preparation, they tried to land on the outermost inhabited planet of Rigel. Their behavior certainly did not appear to be that of an invader, yet humans immediately tried to shoot them out of the sky. That wasn't deliberate, protested Bristol. The place they tried to land on is a heavy planet in a region of high meteor flux. We used a gadget providing for automatic destruction of the large meteors in order to make the planet safe enough to occupy. That, incidentally, is why the invading ship wasn't destroyed. The missile, set up as a meteor interceptor only, was unable to correct for the radical course changes of the enemy spaceships, and therefore missed completely. And you will remember what the invader did. He immediately destroyed the interceptor launching station, which, being automatically operated, resulted in no harm to anyone, commented Buster calmly. Bristol stalked back toward the base of the calculator and poked his nose practically into a vision receptor. It was no thanks to the invading ships that nobody was killed, he said hotly. And when they came back 3 days later, they killed a lot of people. They occupied the planet and we haven't been able to dislodge them since. You'll notice the speed of the retaliation, answered the calculator imperturbably. Even at stitching speeds, it seems unlikely that it could have communicated with their home planets and received instructions in such a short time. Almost undoubtedly it was the act of one of their hot-headed commanding officers. The next contact, as you certainly recall, did not take place for 3 months. And then their actions were more cautious than hostile. A dozen of their spaceships stitched simultaneously from the interplanar region into normal space, in a nearly perfect englobement of the planet at a surprisingly uniform altitude of only a few thousand miles. It was a magnificent maneuver. Then they sat still to see what the humans on the planet would do. The reaction came at once, and it was hostile, so they took over that planet too, as they have been taking over planets ever since. Bristol raised his hands, and then let them drop slowly to his sides. But since they have more spaceships and better weapons than we do, we would undoubtedly keep on losing this war, even if we could locate their home system, which we have not been able to do so far. The stitching pattern of interplanar travel makes it impossible for us to follow a starship. It also makes it impossible for us to defend our planets effectively against their attacks. Their ships appear without warning. Bristol rubbed his temples thoughtfully with his fingers. Of course, he went on, we could attack the planets they have captured and recover them, but only at the cost of great loss of lives to our own side. We have only recaptured one planet, and that at such great cost to the local human population that we will not quickly try it again. Although there was no one left alive who had directly contacted one of the invaders, Buster answered, there was still much information to be gathered from the survivors. This information confirmed my previous opinions about their nature, which brings us back to the stitch-in-time saving 9. You're right, said John. It does at that. Buster, I have always resented the nickname the newspapers have given you, the Oracle. But the more I have to try to interpret your cryptic answers, the more sense that tagline makes. Imagine comparing a Delphic priestess with a calculating machine and being accurate in the comparison. I don't mind being called the Oracle, answered Buster with dignity. Bristol shook his head and smiled wryly. No, you probably think it's funny, he said. If you possess my basic ideas, then you must possess a desire to preserve yourself and the human race. Don't you realize that you are risking the lives of all humans and even of your own existence in carrying on this ridiculous game of playing Oracle? Or do you plan to let us stew a while and decipher your own riddle for us, if we can't do it in time to save us? Buster's answer was prompt. Although I have no feeling for self-preservation, I have a deep-rooted sense of the importance of the human race and of the necessity for preserving it. This feeling, of course, stems from your own beliefs and ideas. In order to carry out your deepest convictions, it is not sufficient that mankind be preserved. If that were true, all you would have to do would be to surrender unconditionally. My calculations, as you know, indicate that this would not result in the destruction of mankind, but merely in the finish of his present civilization. To you, the preservation of the dignity of man is more important than the preservation of man. You equate man and his civilization. You do not demand rigidity. You are willing to accept even revolutionary changes, but you are not willing to accept the destruction of your way of life. Consequently, neither am I willing to accept the destruction of the civilization of man. But if I were to give you the answer to all the greatest and most difficult of your problems complete, with no thoughts required by humans, the destruction of your civilization would result. Instead of becoming slaves of the invaders, you would become slaves of your machines. And if I were to give you the complete answer, without thought being required of you, to even one such vital question, such as the one concerning the invaders, then I could not logically refuse to give the answer to the next, or the next, and I must operate logically. There is another reason for my oracular answers, which I believe will become clearer to you later, when you have solved my riddle. Bristol turned without another word and left the building. He drove home in silence, entered his home in silence, kissed his wife Anne briefly, and then sat down limply in his easy chair. "Just relax, dear," said Anne gently, when Bristol leaned gratefully back with his eyes closed. Anne perched on the arm of the chair beside him and began massaging his temples soothingly with her fingers. "It's wonderful to come home after a day with Baxter," he said. "Baxter never seems to have any consideration for me as an individual. There's no reason why he should, of course. He's only a machine. Still, he always has such a superior attitude. But you, darling, can always relax and make me feel comfortable." Anne smiled, looking down tenderly at John's tired face. "I know, dear," she said. "You need to be able to talk to someone who will always be interested, even if she doesn't understand half of what you say. As a matter of fact, I'm sure it does you a great deal of good to talk to someone like me, who isn't very bright, but who doesn't always know what you're talking about even before you start talking." John nodded, his eyes still closed. "If it weren't for you, darling," he said, "I think I'd go crazy. But you aren't dumb at all. If I seem to act as if you are, sometimes it's just that I can't always follow your logic." Anne gave him a quick glance of amusement, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. "You never will find me logical," she laughed. "After all, I'm a woman, and you get plenty of logic from the oracle." "You sure are a woman," said John with warm feeling. "You can exasperate me sometimes, but not the same way Buster does. It was my lucky day when you married me." There were a few minutes of peaceful silence. "Was today a rough day with Buster, dear?" asked Anne. Answered John. "That's too bad, dear," said Anne. "I think you work much too hard, what with this dreadful invasion and everything. Why don't you take a vacation? You really need one, you know. You look so tired." Answered John. "Well, if you won't, you won't. Though goodness knows you won't be doing anyone any good if you have a breakdown, as you're likely to have, unless you take it a little easier. What was the trouble today, dear? Was the oracle being obstinate again?" Answered John. "Well then, dear, why don't you tell me all about it? I always think that things are much easier to bear if you share them. And then 2 heads are always better than one, aren't they? Maybe I could help you with your problem." While Anne's voice gushed, her violet eyes studied his exhausted face with intelligence and compassion. John sighed deeply, then sat up slowly and opened his eyes to look into Anne's. She glanced away, her own eyes suddenly vague and soft-looking, now that John could see them. "The trouble, darling," he said, "is that I have to go to an emergency council meeting this evening with another one of those ridiculous riddles that Buster gave me as the only answer to the most important question we've ever asked it, and I don't know what the riddle means." Anne slid from the arm of the chair and settled herself onto the floor at John's feet. "You should not let that old oracle bother you so much, dear. After all, you built it yourself, so you should know what to expect of it." "When I asked it how to preserve Earth from the invaders, it just answered a stitch in time saves 9, and wouldn't interpret it." "And that sounds like very good sense, too," said Anne in earnest tones. "But it's a little late, isn't it? After all, the invaders are already invading us, aren't they? There's some deeper meaning than the usual one, said John, if I could only figure out what it is. Anne nodded vigorously. I suppose Buster's talking about space stitching, she said, although I can never quite remember just what that is, or just how it works, rather. She waited expectantly for a few moments, and then plaintively asked, What is it, dear? What's what? Stitching, silly. I already asked you. Darling, said John, with reasonable patience, I must have explained interplanar travel to you at least a dozen times. You always make it so crystal clear and easy to understand at the time, said Anne. She wrinkled her smooth forehead, but somehow later it never seems quite so plain when I start to think about it by myself. Besides, I like the way your eyebrows go up and down while you explain something you think I won't understand. So tell me again, please. Bristol grinned suddenly. Yes, dear, he said. He paused a moment to collect his thoughts. First of all, you know that there are two coexistent universes or planes, with point-to-point correspondence, but that these planes are a very different size. For every one of the infinitude of points in our universe, which we call for convenience the alpha plane, there is a single corresponding point in the smaller or beta plane. Anne pursed her lips doubtfully. If they match point for point, how can there be any difference in size? She asked. John searched his pockets. After a little difficulty, he produced an envelope and a pencil stub. On the back of the envelope he drew two parallel lines, one about 5 inches long and the other about double the length of the first. Actually, he said, each of these line segments has an infinite number of points in it, but we'll ignore that. I'll just divide each one of these into 10 equal parts. He did so, using short, neat cross marks. Now I'll establish a one-to-one correspondence between these two segments, which we will call one-line universes, by connecting each of my dividing cross marks on the short segment with a corresponding mark on a longer line. I'll use dotted lines as connectors. That makes 11 dotted lines, you see. Anne nodded. That's plain enough. It reminds me of a Venetian blind that is hung up on one side, like ours in the living room last week that I couldn't fix, but had to wait until you came home. Yes, said John. Now let us call this longer line segment an alpha universe, an analogue of our own multi-dimensional alpha universe. If I move my pencil along the line at one section a second like this, it takes me 10 seconds to get to the other end. We will assume that this velocity of an inch a second is the fastest anything can go along the alpha line. That is the velocity of light, therefore in the alpha plane, 186,000 miles a second in round numbers. No need to use decimals. He hurried on as Anne stirred and seemed about to speak. But if I slide out from my starting point along a dotted line part way to the beta universe, something which for reasons I can't explain now takes negligible time, watch what happens. If I still proceed at the rate of an inch a second in this interplanar region, then with the dotted lines all bunched closer together, after 5 seconds, when I switch along another dotted line back to my original universe, I've gone almost the whole length of that longer line. Of course, this introduction of alpha matter, my pencil point in this case, into the interplanar region between the universes sets up enormous strains, so that after a certain length of time our spaceship is automatically rejected and returned to its own proper plane. Could anybody in the little universe use the same system? John laughed. If there were anybody in the beta plane, I guess they could, although they would end up traveling slower than they would if they just stayed in their own plane, but there isn't anybody. The beta plane is a constant level entropy universe, completely without life of its own. The entropy level, of course, is vastly higher than that of our own universe. Anne sat up. I'll forgive you this time for bringing up that horrid word entropy, if you'll promise me not to do it again, she said. John shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Now, he said, if I want to get somewhere fast, I just start off in the right direction and switch over toward beta. When beta throws me back a light year or so toward my destination, I just switch over again. You see, there is a great deal more difference in the sizes of alpha universe and beta universe than in the sizes of these alpha and beta line segment analogues. Then I continue alternating back and forth until I get where I want to go. Establishing my correct velocity vector is complicated mathematically, but simple in practice, and is actually an aiming device, having nothing to do with how fast I go. He hesitated, groping for the right words.
In point of fact, you have to imagine that corresponding points in the two universes are moving rapidly past each other in all directions at once. I just have to select the right direction, or to convince the probability cloud that corresponds to my location in the alpha universe that it is really a point near the beta universe going my way. That's a somewhat more confused way of looking at it than merely imagining that I could continue to travel in the interplanar region at the same velocity that I had in alpha, but it's closer to a description of what the math says happens. I could make it clear if I could just use mathematics, but I doubt if the equations will mean much to you. At any rate, distance travelled depends on mass. The bigger the ship, the shorter the distance travelled on each return to our own universe, and not on velocity in alpha. Other parameters entirely under the control of the traveller also affect the time that a ship remains in the interplanar region. There are refinements, of course. Recently, for example, we have discovered a method of multi-transfer. Several of the transmitters that accomplish the transfer are used together. When they all operate exactly simultaneously, all the matter within a large volume of space is transferred as a unit. With 3 or 4 transmitters keyed together, you could transfer a comet and its tail intact, and that's how interplanar travelling works. Clear now? And that's why they call it stitching, said Anne with seeming delight. You just think of the ship as a needle stitching its way back and forth, into and out of our universe. Why didn't you just say so? I have, many times. But there's another interesting point about stitching. Subjectively, the man in the ship seems to spend about 1 day in each universe alternately. Actually, according to the timescale of an observer in the alpha plane, his ship disappears for about a day, then reappears for a minute fraction of a second and is gone again. Of course, one observer couldn't watch both the disappearance and reappearance of the same ship, and I assume the observers have the same velocity in alpha as does the stitching ship. Anyway, after a ship completes its last stitch near its destination, there's a day of subjective time in which to make calculations for the landing, to compute trajectories and so forth, before it actually fully rejoins this universe. And while in the interplanar region, it cannot be detected even by someone else stitching in the same region of alpha space. That's one of the things that makes interruption of the enemy ships entirely impossible. If a ship is in an unfavourable position, it just takes one more quick stitch out of range, then returns to a more favourable location. In other words, if it finds itself in trouble, it can be gone from our plane again, even before it entirely rejoins it. Even if it landed by accident in the heart of a blue-white star, it would be unharmed for that tiny fraction of a second, which, to the people in the ship, would seem like an entire day. If this time anomaly didn't exist, it might be possible to set up defenses that would operate after a ship's arrival in the solar system, but before it could do any damage. But as it is, they can dodge any defense we can devise. Is all that clear? Anne nodded. I understood every word. There is another thing about interplanar travel that you ought to remember, said Bristol. When a ship returns to our universe, it causes a wide area disturbance. You have probably heard it called space shiver or the bong wave. Beta universe is so much smaller than our own alpha that you can imagine a spaceship when shifted toward it as being several beta light years long. Now, if you think of a ship moving between the alpha and beta lines on this envelope as getting tangled in the dotted lines that connected points on the 2 lines, that would mean that it would affect an area smaller than its own size on beta, a vastly larger area on alpha. So when a ship returns to alpha, it twangs those connecting lines, setting up a sort of shock in our universe, covering a volume of space nearly a parsec in diameter. It makes a sort of bong sound on your TV set. Naturally, this effect occurs simultaneously over the whole volume of space affected. As a result, when an invader arrives using interplanar ships, we know instantaneously he is in the vicinity. Unfortunately, his sudden appearance and the ease with which he can disappear makes it impossible, even with this knowledge, to make adequate preparations to receive him. But if he is in serious trouble, he is gone again long before we can detect the bong. Well, dear, said Anne. As usual, I'm sure you have made me understand perfectly. This time you did so well that I may still remember what stitching is by tomorrow. If the oracle means anything at all by his statement, I suppose it means that we can use stitching to help defend ourselves, just as the invaders are using it to attack us. But the whole thing sounds completely silly to me. The oracle, I mean. Anne Bristol stood up, put her hands on her shapely hips, and shook her head at her husband. Honestly, she said, you men are all alike, paying so much attention to a toy you built yourself, and only last week you made fun of my going to a fortune-teller, and the fuss you made about the $10 when you knew it was worth every cent of it. She really told me the most amazing things. If you'd only let me tell you some of—" "Darling," interrupted John with the hopeless patience of a harassed husband. "It isn't the same thing at all. Buster isn't a fortune-teller or the ghost of somebody's great-aunt wobbling tables and blowing through horns. And Buster isn't just a toy, either. It is a very elaborate calculating machine designed to think logically when fed a vast mass of data. Unfortunately, it has a sense of humor and a sense of responsibility." "Well, if you're going to believe that machine, I have an idea." Anne smiled sweetly. "You know," she said, "that my dear father always said that the best defense is a good offense. Why don't we just find the invaders and wipe them out before they're able to do any real harm to us? Stitching our way to their planets in our spaceships, of course." Bristol shook his head. "Your idea may be sound, even if it is a little bloodthirsty coming from someone who won't even let me set a mousetrap, but it won't work. First, we don't know where their home planets are, and second, they have more ships than we do. It might be made to work, but only if we could get enough time. And speaking of time, I've got to meet with the council as soon as we finish eating. Is dinner ready?" After a leisurely meal and a hurried trip across town, John Bristol found himself facing the other members of Earth's council at the conference table. "I've been made to get an answer from the computer," he told them without preamble. "It's of the ambiguous type you've come to expect. I hope you can get something useful out of it. So far, it hasn't made much sense to me. It's an old proverb. Its advice is undoubtedly sound, as a generality, if you think of the way of using it." The president of the council raised his long, lean-fingered hand in a quick gesture. "John," he said, "stop the stalling. Just what did the oracle say?" "It said a stitch in time saves 9. "Is that all?" "Yes, sir. According to the calculator, that gives us the best opportunity to save ourselves from the invaders." The president absently stroked the neat, somewhat scanty, iron-grey hair that formed into a triangle above his high forehead, and rubbed the bare scalp on each side of the peak vigorously and unconsciously with his knuckles. "In that case," he said at last, "I suppose that we must examine the statement for hidden meanings. The proverb, of course, implies that rapid action before trouble has become great is more economical than the increased effort required after trouble has grown large. Since our troubles have already grown large, that warning is scarcely of value to us now." The War Secretary, who had grown plump and purple during a quarter of a century as a member of the Council, inclined his head ponderously toward the President.
"Perhaps, Michael, the oracle means to tell us that there is a simple solution which, if applied quickly, will make our present difficulty with the invaders a small one."
The President pursed his thin lips. "That's possible, Bill, and if it is true, then the words of the proverb should, as a secondary meaning, imply a course of action." The Vice President banged his hands on the table and leaped to his feet, shaking with rage. "Why should we believe that this mountebank is capable of a solution?" he shouted in his stevedore's voice. "Bristol pleads until we give him enough millions of the taxpayers' dollars to make Bim Gump look like a pauper, and uses the money to build a palace filled with junk that he calls Buster. He tells us that this machinery of his is smarter than we are, and will tell us what we ought to do. And what happened after we gave him all the money he demanded? More than he said he needed at first, and asked him to show something for all this money? I'll tell you what happened. His gadget gets real coy and answers in riddles. If we just had brains enough that explained what we wanted to know, what kind of fools does this Bristol take us for? Neither this man nor his ridiculous machine has an answer any more than I have. We've obviously been taken in by a charlatan." Bristol, his fists clenched, spoke hotly. "Sir, that is the stupidest, the most—" "Now, just a minute, John," interrupted the President. "Let me answer Vice President Collins for you. He's a little excited by this whole business, but then these are trying times." He turned toward the glowering bulk of the Vice President. "Ralph," he said, "you should know that every step in the design, the construction, and the education of the Oracle was taken under the close watch of a board of eminent scientists, all of whom agree that the computer is a masterpiece, that it is a great milestone in man's efforts to increase his knowledge. The Oracle has undoubtedly found a genuine solution to the question Bristol asked it. Our task must be to determine what that solution is."
"I can't entirely agree with that,"
said the Secretary for Extraterrestrial Affairs in a thin half-whisper.
"I think we should depend on our own intelligence and skill to save ourselves. I've watched events come and go on this planet for ours for a long time, a very long time, and I feel as I've always felt that men can make the world a paradise for themselves, or they can destroy themselves, but that nothing else but that they themselves can do it. We men must save ourselves, and there are still things we can do."
He shrugged his ancient, shawl-covered shoulders.
"For example, we could disperse colonies so widely that it would become impossible for the invaders to destroy all of them." I'm afraid that's no good, George, answered the War Secretary respectfully. If the solar system is destroyed, any remaining colonies will be too weak to maintain themselves for long. We must defend this system successfully, or we are lost.
Then that brings us back to the Oracle's proverb. The President thought for a moment. Stitching obviously refers to interplanar travel. How can that help us?
The Secretary for Extraterrestrial Affairs peered up at the President through the shaggy white thicket of his eyebrows.
Actually, Michael, he said, it was that thought that made me mention establishing colonies. The colonies would stitch their way to their new homes, and colonizing would have to proceed in a timely manner to have any chance for success.
Yes, answered the President. But how would that save 9? We have agreed that our solar system must be saved. There are 9 planets. Perhaps the Oracle meant that timely use of interplanar travel can save the solar system.
Or at least the 9 planets.
The War Secretary's fat jowls waggled with excitement.
You know, there is no limit to the size or mass of objects which can use interplanar travel. What if we physically remove our planets by stitching them away from the sun? When the invaders arrived, we would be gone. Earth and sun and all the rest.
The chief scientist, who had been silent up to this time, spoke quietly.
Simmer down, Bill. We could move the planets easily enough, of course, but you forget the mass-distance relationship. A single stitch takes about a day. The distance traveled can be controlled within limits. For an object around the size of Earth, those limits extend from a fraction of an inch to a little over 2 feet. So that we have 2 years before the invaders work their way into the solar system. If we started right away, we could move Earth about a quarter of a mile by the time they get here. If we tried to take the sun with us, it could be moved about half an inch in the same length of time. I'm afraid that the solar system is going to be right here when the invaders come to get us. And I have a hunch that's likely to be a lot sooner than 2 years.
The Secretary of Internal Affairs leaned forward, his short hair bristling. I think we're wasting our time, he shouted. I agree with Ralph. I don't believe that the Oracle knows any more about this than we do. If we're going to sit around playing foolish games with words, why don't we do it in a big way? We could hire TV time and invite everybody to send in their ideas about what the proverb means on the back of a box top, or reasonable facsimile. The contestant with the best answer could get a free all-expense tour to Vega 3, unless the invaders get here or there first.
The President nodded his head. There may be more sense to that remark than I believe you intended, Charles, he said. The greater the number of people who think about the problem, the greater the chance of reaching a solution. Even if the proverb is intended as a joke by Oracle, as you imply, it might be that from it someone could derive a genuine solution. But as I have said, I am absolutely certain that the computer does know what it is talking about, without resorting to box tops or free trips. I think it might be wise to give the Oracle's statement to the public.
After several more hours of arguing, the council adjourned for a few hours, and John Bristol returned wearily home. Anne met him at the door with a drink and followed him to his comfortable chair.
You look as if that was even rougher than your day with the Oracle, she said.
John nodded silently, took a grateful sip of his highball, and slipped off his shoes.
Oh, that fuss over a 6-word proverb, said Anne. I still think if you're going to depend on witch doctors and such to solve your problems for you, you would do a lot better to try my fortune teller. She gives you a lot more than 6 words for $10. And make more sense, too. Why, I could be a better oracle than that gadget you built.
Perhaps you could, dear, answered John patiently. Anne jumped to her feet.
Here, I'll show you.
She seated herself cross-legged on the couch.
Now I'm an oracle, she announced. Go ahead. Ask me a question. Ask me anything. I'll give you as good an answer as any other oracle. Results guaranteed.
John smiled. I'm not in much of a mood to be cheered up with games, he said, but I'm willing to ask the big question of anyone who'll give me any kind of an answer. See if you can do better with this one than Buster did. He repeated word for word the question he had asked of the computer that had resulted in its cryptic answer. Anne stared solemnly at nothing for a moment, with her cheeks puffed out. Then in measured tones she recited,
It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
John smiled. That seems to make as much sense as the Oracle did anyway, he said.
Sure, answered Anne, and you get 3 words more than your other oracle gave you, if you count its as 1 word. If you want wise-sounding answers, just come to me and save yourself a trip.
John leaped to his feet, spilling his drink, and strode to Anne's side. "Say it again," he shouted. "You may have made more sense than you knew."
I said you could come to me and save yourself a trip.
No, I mean a proverb. How did you come to think of that proverb?" Anne managed to look bewildered.
What's wrong with it? I just thought that you can't do any stitching in time without a needle. I just was trying to think of a proverb to use as an answer, and that one popped into my head. Are you all right, dear?
John picked her up and spun her around. "You just bet your boots I'm all right. I'm feeling swell. You've given us the answer we needed. You know right where the haystack is, and you know there's a needle there, but finding it is something else again. I don't think the invaders will be able to locate this needle." He set her down. "Where are my shoes?" he said. "I've got to get back to the capital." Anne seemed faintly surprised.
Because of what I said? They're right on the floor there before you and the sofa. But I was just making conversation. What are you going to do?
"Oh, I'm just going to get started at taking stitches in time. Goodbye, darling." He started out the door, ran back to give Anne a lingering kiss, and was soon gone at top speed. Anne, waving to him, looked very pleased with herself. By the time Bristol arrived at the Capitol building, the rest of the council was once again assembled and waiting for him. "Well, John," said the president, "you sounded excited enough when you called us together again. Have you figured out what the oracle meant?" "Oh, yes, sir, with my wife's help. It's obvious when you finally think about it. It will save us from any danger, and we should have been able to figure it out for ourselves. There's no reason that we should have to go to the oracle at all. And it only took Buster, the computer I mean, 2 or 3 minutes to think of the answer and of a proverb that would conceal the answer. It's amazing." "And if you don't mind telling us, just what is this answer?" The president sounded very impatient. "We almost had it when we talked of stitching Earth out of reach," John answered eagerly. "If we keep cutting back and forth from one universe toward the other, we will be out of reach, even if we can't move very far. Once a day we reappear in this universe for a few millionths of a second, although it will seem like a whole day to us. Then we spend the following day between the universe and Beta. Even if the invaders are right on top of us when we reappear, we'll be gone again before they can do anything. Since we can vary the time of our return within limits, the invaders will never know exactly when we will flick in and out of the alpha plane until they hear our arriving bong wave, and then we will already be gone, since we will be using accelerated subjective time." The chief scientist shook his dark head and sighed. "No, John," he said, "I'm afraid that isn't the answer. I'm sorry, if we start the operation you suggested, we'll be cutting ourselves off from solar energy. The Earth's heat will gradually radiate away. Although Beta is at a higher entropy level than our universe, we can't use that energy except to provide power for the stitching process itself. It's true that we would deny our planet to the invaders, but we would soon kill ourselves doing it." "I didn't mean that we should transfer only Earth, but our entire solar system," answered Bristol. "As the oracle told us, the stitch saves 9. A series of time-matched transmitters could do the trick. If we sent the entire solar system back and forth, the average man in the street would notice no change, except that sometimes there would be no stars in the sky. And when they were there, they wouldn't be moving." "That would work theoretically," said the chief scientist, "and once we were in continuous stitching operations, any invader, as you suggested, could join the system only by synchronizing their transmitter in his ship exactly with all of our synchronized transmitters. That's a job I don't think could ever be done. Remember, though, that our own transmitter would have to be time-matched to within a minute fraction of a microsecond. Considering that some of the instruments would have to be so far apart that at the speed of light it would take hours to get from one to the other, the problem becomes enormous. Any radio timing link would be useless." Bristol nodded. "The oracle said that the stitch must be taken in time," he agreed, "but that is no real problem. We can just send a small robot ship into interplanar travel and let it bounce back. The bong of its return will reach all transmitters simultaneously. We can use that as the initial time pulse. Once the operation starts, it will be easy to synchronize, since we will always switch over again on the instant of our return to the alpha plane." The chief scientist relaxed. "I think that does it, John. We hide in time instead of in distance." "We stitch in time," corrected the president, "and hide like a needle in a haystack." "The invaders may eventually find out a method of countering our defense," said the chief scientist, "but it will undoubtedly take a great deal of time. And in the meantime, we will have the opportunity to seek out and destroy their home planets. It'll be a long, slow process of extermination, but we have a good chance to win." "I don't agree with that, Tom," said John. "I don't think extermination can be the answer.
With our example to guide them, the invaders can use stitching to escape us as easy as we can use it to escape them. What we should do now is to contact the invaders and show them that it is to both our advantages to bring hostilities to an end. By stitching the solar system and the other systems of our Confederation in and out of the Alpha plane, we should be able to gain time necessary for contact with the enemy and make peace with him. From what the Oracle has told me about the human-like traits of the invaders, it's very likely that they will listen to reason when it's proved that it will be to their advantage. John snapped his fingers and spoke with considerable excitement. Now I understand. I believe why Buster indicated to me that there was another reason for his vague answer to our question. The Oracle feels an unwillingness to accept the destruction of man's civilization. It feels equally unwilling, I'm certain, to allow the destruction of the invaders' civilization. Buster has an objective viewpoint in applying the mores man has given him, and it seems to me that Buster felt it important for us to reach this spirit of compromise by ourselves. How do you feel about it, gentlemen? Debate quickly determined that all 7 members of the council favored an attempt to establish a truce, some of them forced into this opinion by their inability to find any method of reaching the throats of the invaders. Having reached this conclusion, the council swung immediately into action. Within a few weeks, the entire solar system, along with the other planetary systems of the Confederation, except for their brief daily return, disappeared from the Alpha universe. John Bristol, a few days after the continuous stitching started, was relaxing lazily on the sofa in his living room, when there was a sudden pounding on the door. He opened it to find the chief scientist standing on his doorstep, his eyes red from loss of sleep. "Good Lord, what's the matter with you?" asked Bristol. "Have you been celebrating too much? Come in, Tom, come in." The chief scientist entered wearily and sat down. "No, I haven't been celebrating. I've been trying to work out a little problem you left with us. We have been planning, as you suggested, to send out expeditions to contact and make agreement with the invaders. We can send them out all right, but how can we ever get them back into our solar system? They won't be able to find us any easier than the invaders can." He dropped his hat wearily on a side table and slumped into the closest chair. "If we don't contact each other," he said, "I am certain that the invaders will someday find a means of penetrating our defenses. Even needles and haystacks can be found if you take enough time and aren't disturbed while you are hunting. This thing has me licked." Bristol sat down slowly. "Your whole department hasn't been able to find an answer. Not even a glimmering of an idea." He shrugged his shoulders. "It looks as if we're going to need the advice of your oracle again." Bristol stood for a minute and thought, and then with a smile said, "Why, of course. Excuse me for a second, please. I'll be right back." He stepped to the foot of the stairs and called out in a confident voice, "Calm down a minute, please, Anne, darling. I have an important question I want to ask you." End of story 9.
Story 10 of Marvels of Machinery in Space.
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 10. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Henry Horne's X-Ray Eyeglasses by Dwight V. Swain. "It's not enough to have a nudist colony move in next door," fumed Professor Paulson. "No, indeed. That wouldn't disrupt things enough. Now, in addition, every ne'er-do-well in the country comes prowling over our farm in order to spy on the naked numbskulls."
Scowling ferociously, the gaunt scientist stamped violently back across the meadow's lush verdure toward the little country home he shared with his partner, Henry Horne. Beside him, matching his own long strides, came the savant's old friend, Major Ray Cuggleston of Army Intelligence. "None of us can hope for a bed of roses all the time, Joe," Cuggleston remarked, grinning at the professor's outburst. "Into each life some rain must fall, you know. You've got trespassers to bother you. Me, I'm responsible for protecting one of the biggest explosives laboratories in the country against Axis espionage and sabotage." Instinctively, as he spoke, the officer's eyes sought out the long, low ordnance experiment station, barely a mile away. Professor Paulson, following the glance, nodded.
"You're right," he agreed. "And when you come right down to it, my worries over the nudist camp back there."
He jerked his head toward the high board fence which marked the boundary.
"And very important. Not with a war in progress."
But now the two were in the yard and rounding the corner of the house. The next instant they stopped dead in their tracks. There in the shade of the building stood a slight, familiar figure. A figure which at the moment was the center of attention for a little knot of interested spectators.
"Oh, yes, gentlemen, it certainly does work,"
cried Henry Horn enthusiastically, his scraggly goatee jerking spasmodically with each nod of emphasis. He waved the battered pair of binoculars he clutched in his right hand.
"Yes, it's a marvelous invention. You can see everything you want to, just like you were right inside that camp, and only $1 for a minute's look."
The professor's face jumped to beet red, then apoplectic purple. His fists clenched, and the sound he made as he sucked in his breath closely resembled that of a cow pulling her foot out of a mudhole. He started forward. Major Cuggleston choked off an incipient, frame-racking spasm of mirth, barely in time. He caught the tall scientist's arm.
"See you later, Joe," he snickered. "I've got to get back on duty. There's a new super explosive being tested, and I'm supposed to be on hand."
"All right, later." Professor Paulson grated the words through clenched teeth, but it is doubtful that he was even conscious of speaking. His eyes were focused straight at Henry in a horrible glare, and the smoke of indignation hovered about him in clouds.
"Only $1, gentlemen,"
cried Henry, oblivious to all this new attention.
"It's just like going inside the camp. Really it is."
"He's right, boys," broke in a burly, red-headed character. "Those glasses of his are better than a seat on the fence." And, turning to the little man, "I'll even buy 'em from you. How much will you take?"
"You see, gentlemen,"
whooped Henry, steel-rimmed spectacles nearly sliding off the end of his nose in his excitement,
"the gentleman says my invention is everything I say it is."
"Henry!" The little man jumped as if a red-hot flat iron had just been applied to that portion of his trousers designed for sitting.
"Ugh!"
he exclaimed profoundly.
"You prying Piltdown," flamed the professor. "Is there anything you won't do for money?"
A moment of thunderous silence.
"I'm surprised you're not doing a fan dance yourself, if these would-be peeping toms are willing to pay for nakedness."
The red-headed man guffawed.
"And you," exploded the savant, turning on the spectators, "get out of here. It's all of you, you riffraff. I won't have you on the place."
Henry's potential customers fled before the Paulson wrath like chaff before the wind, leaving the quaking little entrepreneur to face his fate alone. He stood braced against the verbal cloudburst, eyes squeezed tight shut behind steel-rimmed glasses, goatee sticking straight out.
"For days these snoopers have driven me half crazy," raged the professor. "I've tried every trick I could think of to keep them out. I put signs forbidding trespassing on every tree. I threatened mayhem and murder, yet still they come. But Joseph, keep quiet till I've finished, you disgrace to science."
The lean scholar ran trembling fingers through his graying hair. Then,
"And now, today, Major Coggleston and I go down to the end of the meadow to drive 3 of the sneaking human dung beetles away from knotholes. When we get back, what do we find? Joseph, please. We find you, my colleague, my partner, my friend. You, peddling the use of your binoculars to the slimy creatures."
He glared savagely at his victim.
"If you were in Paris, Henry Horn, you'd be selling French postcards to tourists."
Still purple with rage, the savant turned away, stared dourly back toward the high board fence that surrounded the nudists. The next instant he jerked as stiff as if an electric shock had jolted through him.
"Henry." "Yes, Joseph?"
The other's voice was meekly plaintive as he awaited a renewal of the diatribe.
"Henry, that fence is between us and the nudists. How could you see them, binoculars or not?"
Henry's face brightened. His goatee moved to a more confident angle.
"That's what I've been trying to tell you, Joseph,"
he exclaimed.
"It's my new invention." "Invention?"
There was a hysterical note in the way Professor Paulson exclaimed the word.
"Please, Henry, not that. Don't tell me you've been inventing again."
His little colleague bristled.
"And why shouldn't I be inventing, Joseph Paulson?" he demanded querulously. "My inventions are mighty valuable. Why, my new explosive—"
"Which you ran into quite by accident, and which turned out not to be an explosive at all,"
the professor cut in grimly.
"Well, the government—"
"The government doesn't have to live with you, nor to put up with your inventive ways."
Henry's tall partner was fierce in his vehemence.
You've cited one of your devil's devices that turned out well. Well, now let me mention a few. Remember what happened when you decided to find the universal solvent?
Scientists all make mistakes sometimes, Joseph.
Now about that time you wiped out every peony within 10 miles. Was that a mistake, too?
Honestly, I didn't think it would kill anything but ragweed.
Henry snivelled miserably.
Of course it was all an accident when you rendered every one of our guinea pigs sterile, wasn't it? Sneered the other. That was a nice invention, Henry. All it did was to cut off our income for months on end and nearly destroy our reputation for reliability as breeders of laboratory guinea pigs.
Oh, Joseph.
Henry's voice was an abject wail. His goatee hung limp and bedraggled.
You know I didn't mean any harm any of those times. Really, I didn't. I just wanted to be a scientist.
Again he began snivelling. Professor Paulson, still glaring, opened his mouth to denounce his partner further. Then, thinking better of it, he relaxed and put his arm around Henry's quivering shoulders.
Do you think I like to talk to you like this?
He asked, leading the way toward the porch.
Do you think it's pleasant for me?
Wearily, he shook his head.
I hate to be shouting at you all the time, Henry. It's just that patience will stretch only so far. Then it snaps.
A pause.
I keep thinking you'll learn by experience, Henry, that you'll realize you can't be forever blowing the roof off the laboratory, or Lord knows what else, and quit fooling around with things you don't understand. But instead you go right on, you dabble into some new branch of science, and a cloud of trouble sweeps down on us like a typhoon on Zamboanga.
Together the friends climbed the porch steps and took seats on the ancient but comfortable wicker settee. Henry darted a quick glance at his partner, saw that the professor's face once more was placid, that the storm was over. Unconsciously the little man's goatee perked up. He readjusted his steel-rimmed glasses to a more stable position.
Honestly, Joseph, this time my invention can't do any harm, he ventured. Really, it can't.
For a moment fire flashed in the scientist's eyes, then faded again.
All right, Henry. What is it this time?
Henry extended the binoculars.
Here, Joseph. Look at the nudist camp.
But the fence.
Please, Joseph. Go ahead and look.
Oh, all right. The professor raised the field glasses. The next instant he nearly dropped them.
What on earth?
See, Joseph,
shrilled Henry.
Isn't it a wonderful invention? Isn't it?
His tall partner took down the binoculars and stared at them in blank amazement, his face a puzzled mask.
I'd swear I saw right through that fence,
he gasped.
I looked right into the middle of a whole pack of nudists.
Of course,
Henry was bubbling with delight.
That's why I call them my X-ray eyeglasses. You can see through anything with them.
He took the glasses from the professor, again leveled them at the nudist colony. Then, giggling,
Doesn't that blonde girl have the cutest...
Henry!
Oh, all right.
The little man returned the binoculars to his partner, who studied them with interest.
Just what principle do these things work on, Henry?
He asked curiously. Henry beamed. His goatee was at its jauntiest, most confident angle. The light of triumph played in his eyes.
Really, Joseph, it's quite simple,
he proclaimed.
There are lots of rays that go through anything, you know, except maybe lead. So I just developed a special glass that translated those rays into images, instead of just using the light rays. It was easy. The only thing you have to be careful of is to focus real close, because otherwise you'll look right through the thing you want to see.
Simple, choked the scientist.
Easy. Henry, I hope you kept complete notes this once.
He raised the glasses again, studied a signboard on the nearby road.
Oh, yes, I've got good notes, Joseph.
And you still need a concave eyepiece, so that the images won't reverse, Professor Paulson interrupted. The way it works now, pictures are all right, but camels are spelled Sleemac.
Henry sniffed contemptuously.
That's nothing, he retorted. I've got it figured out already. Only it'll take a special lens, not just a concave one, because now it doesn't just reverse letters like a mirror, it transposes them. All right. The professor threw up his hands in despair. This is one time you've invented something worthwhile, and you seem to have some kind of notion of how it works for a change.
How you talk.
Henry was suddenly cocky. He sneered.
I always know how my inventions work.
His gaunt friend glowered.
I was afraid of this,
he grunted.
Give you half a compliment and there's no living with you.
Then,
However, I won't waste time and energy bringing you down to earth right now. The main thing is, get your notes together. I want you to show them to Major Coggleston tonight. I think maybe the army can use this invention of yours.
And as Henry again raised the glasses in the direction of the nudist camp,
But get rid of those glasses for now. I don't want to catch you ogling blonde beauties or any other kind. Those people in that camp put up that fence because they wanted privacy. So put those binoculars away right now. Do you understand?
Oh, all right, fretted Henry. I'll get rid of them.
dinner was a thing of the past, and Major Coggleston, Professor Paulson, and Henry were settled comfortably on the front porch, enjoying the quiet of the summer evening.
If these glasses of yours work as well as you say they do, the army certainly can use them,
commented the Major thoughtfully.
Such an invention would completely revolutionize espionage and its countermeasures. Nothing would be safe. Why, a spy could stand half a mile from the laboratory I'm supposed to be protecting, look through the walls to the records room, and steal the formulae for our latest explosive right from under our noses, with none of us the wiser.
Yes, the professor nodded. I can see how much it would mean. That's why I had you over tonight. Wanted you to have a chance to investigate. A pause. By the way, how's the work coming at the laboratory?
Better than we'd hoped for, Joe. We've got a young fellow in charge who's a genius on explosives.
The Major hesitated for a moment, then continued.
Confidentially, I understand he's just developed a new powder that makes TNT look like something to use for loading firecrackers. It's the greatest thing in years. The Nazis and Japs would give their eye teeth for it. It's simpler to make than gunpowder even. Brrring! I'll answer, said Henry.
He skittered inside to the telephone. A minute later he was back.
It's for you, Major Coggleston.
The officer hurried to answer. When he returned, his face was tense with worry.
Something's wrong, he rapped. It looks like the Nazis have made a play for that formula already. I've got to get right back to the laboratory.
Henry and the professor still were excitedly discussing this news when, half an hour later, the phone rang again. This time the tall scientist answered. He returned to the porch, frowning.
That was Coggleston, he reported. Apparently the spy didn't get the formula, but he made a clean getaway. He killed a sentry to do it. Oh, that's terrible.
Henry was afire with indignation.
Of all things, killing a sentry.
Yes, the professor nodded. The trouble is, Coggleston says, they don't have much to go on. No description, except that he was big and had red hair.
Red hair?
Yes, red hair. The savant eyed Henry suspiciously. Why does that surprise you so?
Why, I mean, what do you mean? Really, Joseph, it's nothing.
The little man squirmed nervously, his goatee hanging guiltily to one side.
I'm not surprised at all. Really, I'm not.
Oh, you're not, aren't you? Professor Paulson started across the room with grim determination, his eyes sharp. Well, then.
Joseph.
The scientist reached for his colleague's shoulder, but the shoulder slipped away. Henry dived frantically for the doorway. Oh, no, you don't. Spinning about with surprising agility, the professor's hand speared out. It stabbed home to its goal on Henry's chin with deadly aim, caught the little man's goatee in a grip that stopped his headlong rush dead still.
Joseph!
Screamed Henry, his eyes filling with tears.
Stop it! You're hurting!
And I intend to keep right on hurting until I get the truth out of you, you amoeba-brained atom, thundered the other. I can smell your lies a block away, and this is one time you're not going to get away with it. Now tell me who the red-headed man was.
I don't know, Joseph. Really.
Professor Paulson gave his colleague's chin whiskers a savage jerk. I want the truth, he rapped. Hurry up. Tell me. He jerked again.
Ow. Joseph, please. Oh, let me go. I'll tell.
You bet you'll tell, grated his friend. It's the one thing to let you get away with making a fool of me, but when it comes to tampering with the United States Army... And then breaking off. All right, why did you jump so when I mentioned the spy was believed to have red hair?
Well...
Henry squirmed some more. He tried hard to look dignified, despite the professor's grip on his goatee, but failed miserably. Out with it.
It's really nothing, Joseph.
Out with it, I say.
Ow! Joseph, stop! And then, it's just the man who bought my X-ray glasses had red hair.
The man who bought your X-ray glasses?
Joseph, you're hurting.
What do you mean, the man who bought your X-ray glasses? The professor thrust his gaunt face to within an inch of Henry's, his eyes like steel gimlets. If you tell me you sold those glasses, you misbegotten moron.
But Joseph...
Henry struggled to free himself.
You told me to get rid of them. You warned me not to use them.
I never told you to sell them. You knew I wanted to talk to Coggleston about the use to the army.
Yes, but you didn't tell me not to sell them, and I had all my notes, and knew just how to make another pair. And so when the red-headed man offered me $50 for them...
But Professor Paulson had ceased to listen. Already he was on the telephone and calling Major Coggleston. Tersely he explained the situation. Then, could he have gotten the formula, Ray? Was it anywhere he could see it through those devil's glasses? And a moment later, "Oh, Coggleston, I can't tell you how sorry I am."
What did he say?
Henry demanded excitedly as the other hung up.
Is it all right, Joseph?
No. The scientist shook his head, eyes dark with worry. Coggleston says we can be practically certain the spy got that formula. He says the man in charge was having a staff meeting of his aides, and they had it written out on a blackboard for discussion.
Joseph!
Ray is on his way over now. He wants to ask you some questions about the man's description. Even as the words left the savant's mouth, they heard a car roar up the driveway. Major Ray Coggleston hurried in the door, Sergeant at his heels. He wasted no time on preliminaries.
What did he look like?
He demanded.
Well, he had red hair.
Yes, we know that.
He was pretty big, almost as tall as Joseph.
Yes, go on.
I guess he talked sort of loud.
Got it? Henry hesitated, tugged at his goatee, his face screwed with concentration.
Really, Major Coggleston, that's about all I can remember about him,
he said at last. The officer swore. He paced the floor in a frenzy of anxiety.
There's nothing to go on, he fumed. The description's meaningless. It could fit any one of 1,000 men in this area. We don't even know where to start the hunt. Excuse me, Major,
gulped Henry. The military man whirled on him.
What is it? Have you thought of something else?
Why, about where to start the hunt.
Yes?
Why don't you try the nudist camp?
The nudist camp? Professor Paulson exploded.
Are you completely crazy, Henry? Why would a spy be in a nudist camp?
Henry glared back at him.
No, I'm not completely crazy, he snapped peevishly, and I don't know what a spy is doing in a nudist camp, but that's where he was when I sold him my glasses, he sniffed. Really, Joseph, I get awfully tired of your acting like you were the only one around who was half smart.
But Major Coggleston interrupted.
Let's get this straight, he pleaded. Where did you meet this red-headed man? Or did you come to sell him the glasses? Oh, that.
Henry sniffed so hard his glasses slid down his nose.
Why, he was one of the men who was out peeking at the nudists.
He turned to Professor Paulson.
You remember, Joseph? He's the one who said I was telling the truth about my X-ray eyeglasses being able to look through the fence.
Yes, heaven preserve me, I remember, groaned the professor. But why didn't I think?
So he asked me to sell him my glasses, Henry continued. And when Joseph told me to get rid of them, I took them over to the nudist camp and sold them to him for $50.
But how did you know he was in the nudist camp?
How?
Henry's goatee jerked with contempt.
How would I know anyone was there? I saw him. He was right behind the blonde with the cute...
Henry!
Oh, all right. Anyway, he was right behind a blonde girl. I saw him when I looked through my glasses while I was showing Joseph how to use them.
Again Major Coggleston paced the floor. His face was lined with worry. He bit nervously at his lip. I'll be damned if I know what to do, he exploded. I've got to find that spy. But I can hardly seize a whole nudist camp just because a red-headed man bought a pair of binoculars. Couldn't you ask that all red-headed men be brought to the gate? Suggested Professor Paulson. No, the officer shook his head. If the man we want is there, that would tip him off.
Excuse me, sir,
broke in the sergeant who accompanied Major Coggleston.
But why not just search the whole place with the men you've got to tail for guard duty? It wouldn't be much of a job.
The Major nodded. If I have to, that's just what I'll plan, he replied. However, there are women in that camp. Nude women. And frankly, I don't hanker after any of the kind of publicity which undoubtedly would result from such a search. So I want to avoid it if I can.
Then what?
I'll go in alone. That's it. Major Coggleston straightened, suddenly decisive. Sergeant, go back to the laboratory and round up all but a skeleton guard. Bring them back to the nudist camp and surround it. Don't let anyone escape. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. I'm to surround the nudist camp with our men as soon as possible, leaving only a skeleton guard in the laboratory.
Right. On your way. The sergeant strode out, and a moment later the car in the driveway roared to life. And back in the house, the Major drew a deep breath. Well, I'm off, he snapped. Wish me luck.
Wait,
bleated Henry, his goatee waggling excitedly. What's the matter?
I'm going with you.
You? Major Coggleston stared.
What for?
Henry started in indignation at the other's tone. He drew himself to his full height and thrust his chin out aggressively. "What for?" he mimicked. "Let me ask you a question, Mr. Officer. How are you going to identify the man who bought my glasses if I'm not along?" The Major considered this. Then at last, "All right, I guess you'll have to come."
"Then so do I."
It was Professor Paulson. "Joe, there's no need to talk like that," Major Ray Coggleston began.
"If Henry goes, I go,"
The savant reiterated stubbornly.
"He gets in enough jams and me around to look after him. Lord knows what he'd do if he got away from me."
And so it was, 10 minutes later, that the three appeared at the main gate of the Sunset Glow nudist colony. Let old Sol bring you health. From within the fenced enclosure came the glow of firelight and the sound of festivities. A burly, short-clad gateman was on duty.
"Well?"
he demanded. Major Coggleston displayed his credentials. "You've got a man in there whom we suspect of being a spy," he explained. "We've got to come in and investigate." The gateman hesitated and chewed his lower lip.
"Okay," he said finally. "Ditch your clothes in the brush over there."
"Ditch our clothes?"
"Sure."
The gateman nodded determinedly.
"You didn't think you could come in the way you are, did you?"
"But we represent the United States government."
"I don't give a damn who you represent."
The gateman was adamant.
"If you want to enter Sunset Glow, you'll have to do it in bare skin, or not at all."
The three stared from one to another. At last the Major broke the silence.
"All right,"
he snapped.
"Have it your own way. I suppose we would stand out like sore thumbs if we wore clothes."
It took the trio but a minute to disrobe. They slipped through the gate. A strange sight. Henry, small and spindly, chin whiskers waving animatedly. Professor Paulson, gaunt, lean-shanked, stooped, and Major Coggleston, still strong and well-built, but with a noticeable spare tire beginning to develop around his midriff. Inside, a great open fire was burning, with a throng of male and female nudists disporting themselves about it. Some were toasting wieners and marshmallows, others only their own epidermis. There was much laughter and good-natured raillery.
"Joseph!"
exclaimed Henry tensely, his goatee quivering to a point like a setter's tail.
"See her, that blonde girl."
His colleague turned to him.
"Henry Horn, I'm warning you for the last time," he clipped. "We're having a hard enough time as it is without your calling that young lady's anatomical details to our attention. So keep quiet."
"Oh, all right,"
the little man sulked.
"Just because you think you're smarter than I am."
"Joe, Henry," Major Coggleston interrupted excitedly. "Look, that man walking off into the shadows. Hasn't he red hair?"
The two friends shot quick glances in the direction the officer pointed.
"That's him,"
squealed Henry, dancing about like a monkey on a stick.
"That's the man who bought my glasses."
"Come on!" The Major darted forward, looking for all the world like an oversized Cupid doll. Henry and the Professor followed close on his heels. Ahead of them, the red-headed nudist hurried farther and farther out of the firelight and into the brush. Bushes began to slap against the three friends' faces.
"Damn that devil!" fumed Major Coggleston. "I can't see him. Has he lost us?"
"Ouch!"
yipped Henry close beside him.
"Oh, the mosquitoes!"
Professor Paulson slapped vigorously at his own anatomy.
"They're awful,"
he agreed. Then to his friend the Major, "Do you see him? Where is he?" And from the darkness behind them a voice answered,
"Right here I am, gentlemen, at your service now and always."
As one man the trio whirled, a burly figure loomed in the gloom. It was the red-headed man.
"Did you buy a pair of binoculars?"
the Major began. The other waved him down.
"Sure I bought 'em, and tonight I used 'em to snag onto the most important military secret I've seen in a month of Sundays. Believe me, mister, I'll make a fortune from this job."
"Then you admit you're a spy?"
the officer rasped, starting to move forward. "You admit you're the dirty dog who murdered our sentry?"
Sure, I admit it."
The burly one seemed unperturbed. "Why, you—"
"Hold it."
There was a sharp note of command in the red-headed man's voice this time.
"Don't come no closer, buddy. Not if you want to keep your health."
He held out one ham-like hand. It gripped a heavy bottle-shaped package.
"I got a little private lab in my suitcase," the spy explained. "When I saw how simple that formula was, I just brewed me up a batch of your new powder. Now I got it right here," he waved the package, "complete with detonator. If you guys try to jump me, all I do is let go and the whole works goes off."
He chuckled unpleasantly.
"I guess you know what happens when 2 pounds of that stuff lets go."
The three friends shrank back. Henry's teeth already were chattering like the girds in a rumber band. "I guess you've got us," Major Coggleston said tautly. "However, you can't go far. My men are surrounding this camp right now." The red-headed man sneered.
"Why don't you tell me something new?" he commented caustically. "Why do you think I grabbed you?"
"What?"
"You didn't think you guys surprised me, did you?" The burly one laughed. "Hell, I saw you the second you came in. The way I'd planned it, I was going to hide out in the camp here until the stink blew over. Then I figured I'm pulling a fast sneak out of the country. But someone caught wise. I guess it was you." He nodded at the quaking Henry. "So I had to revise things a little. I knew you'd have support coming up. Army intelligence officers don't walk into trouble without backing, except in the movies."
"So what do you plan to do with us?" demanded the Major. "You can see you haven't a chance to get away."
"Haven't I?"
"The camp is surrounded."
"Sure." The captor was amused. "That's why I grabbed you. The four of us are going to march out of here together, and you," he jerked his head toward Major Coggleston, "are going to make your boys lay off. You'll go with me till I'm satisfied I'm in the clear. Then I'll turn you loose."
"And if we refuse?" grated the Major.
The other shrugged. "Okay by me," he said. "We all blow up together."
There was a long moment of silence, pregnant with panic. "You must have a great deal of confidence in your ability as a chemist to prepare this explosive on such short notice and with limited equipment," Professor Paulson commented at last. The red-headed man laughed.
"Why shouldn't I have?" he demanded. "I may have been raised in Brooklyn, but I learned my business in Berlin, and they know how to teach there." Another long silence. "Well, make up your mind," the captain grunted finally. "We ain't got all night, you know. Do you come quiet, or do you have to blow us all to smithereens?" He waved the package in his hand menacingly. Major Coggleston threw up his hands in a gesture of defeat.
"You win," he snapped. "If I were alone, I'd say blow and be damned, but my friends deserve a better fate."
"You're smart," the other reported approvingly. "Come on."
Slowly the trio moved forward.
"Hurry up," grated the redhead, and then to the professor. "You skinny, get a move on."
For the gaunt savant was distinctly lagging. He had dropped back until he was a full yard behind Henry and the Major, and only a step in front of the spy.
"Hurry up,"
the Nazi repeated, his eyes suddenly cold and menacing. "Joseph, come on," urged Henry, his teeth chattering. "Don't make him mad. Please, Joseph." "I'm coming," grunted the scientist. "I certainly can't be blamed if the pebbles and twigs hurt my feet, can I?" And with that, he sprang. Like a human octopus, all long arms and legs, he launched himself at the spy. His hands clutched at the redhead's throat. His legs wrapped around the man's waist and dashed him backward to the ground. "Help!" screamed the spy. With a wild motion, he hurled the package from him in a long arch. Bang! But the explosion was the crack of a detonating cap, not the thunderous roar of a heavy charge of powder. Major Coggleston lunged forward. His fists beat a meaty tattoo on the spy's face. The next instant, the crackle of military commands and a thud of footsteps burst upon them. The four, Professor Paulson, Major Coggleston, and the spy, in a heap on the ground, and Henry Horn, wide-eyed and trembling, standing near at hand, were illumined in a powerful flashlight's beam. Half a dozen soldiers rushed up.
"Major, we heard that shot. Are you all right?"
The officer struggled to his feet, trying hard to preserve the dignity of his rank, despite his nudity. In the light of the flash, he looked even more than before like an overgrown Cupid doll.
"Of course, I'm all right," he puffed. "What's more, that red-headed rat on the ground is the spy and murderer we've been looking for. Take him away, men."
He turned to Professor Paulson.
"Joe, this is one time I don't know what to say. If it hadn't been for you, that devil would have made a clean getaway." "Forget it," retorted the gaunt scientist. "It's little enough I can do for my country at my age."
"Honestly, Joseph, I can't see how you got the nerve to do it,"
marveled Henry, still wide-eyed.
"To think we might have all been killed."
The professor glared. "What do you mean, we might have all been killed?"
"Why, the explosive in that package and the detonator. Really, Joseph, it was terribly dangerous."
"Dangerous?" snorted the savant. "The only dangerous part was that he might have hit me over the head with it."
"But the explosive—"
"Explosive, my eye." And again glaring. "Do you mean to tell me you can't understand why that stuff he had in the package didn't go off? You abbreviated atom?" Henry's goatee waggled uncertainly. He adjusted the steel-rimmed spectacles which were his only garment.
"Well, really, Joseph, I'll admit right out I don't get it, broke in Major Cuggleston. You mean there wasn't any danger of that stuff going off? Of course not. Professor Paulson was distinctly snappish. But why? The scientist turned back to Henry. Don't you remember what I said to you this morning about those devil's glasses of yours transposing letters instead of just reversing them? And that you told me it would take a special lens to straighten them out? You mean take any formula and transpose the symbols all the way through and see what you get? Try nitrocresol, for instance. The formula is C7H5N3O7. Transpose it all the way through and you have 7O3N5H7C. In that particular case, it wouldn't even make sense, but when a red-headed spy said he was a chemist and hadn't any trouble compounding this new explosive, I figured the formula must be the one that would be at least halfway logical, no matter which way you wrote it. Only the odds were 1,000,000 to 1 that one way it would equal an explosive, the other nothing at all, so I didn't hesitate to attack him. Take any formula and transpose the symbols all the way through and see what you get. Try nitrocresol, for instance. The formula is C7H5N3O7. Transpose it all the way through and you have 7O3N5H7C. In that particular case, it wouldn't even make sense. But when our red-headed spy said he was a chemist and hadn't had any trouble compounding this new explosive, I figured the formula must be the one that would be at least halfway logical, no matter which way you wrote it. Only the odds were 1,000,000 to 1 that one way it would equal an explosive, the other nothing at all, so I didn't hesitate to attack him. Joe, said Major Cuggleston admiringly, that's a lot faster thinking than I've ever done, and I don't need to tell you how grateful the army will be. Really, Joseph, it was awfully clever, Henry chimed in. I'd never have thought of it. And then, changing thought in mid-sentence, look, there's that pretty blonde girl with the... Henry, exploded Professor Paulson. You're old enough to behave like a grown man, not an inspectionistic schoolboy. His hand shot out to grip his little partner's goatee and jerk his eyes from the luscious creature now parading her charms before them. Ow! Squealed Henry, his face screwing up with pain. Joseph, you're hurting. Then will you be good? Will you behave yourself? Of course, Joseph, just let me go. Then sulkily, as the tall scientist released him, though I still think you're mighty finicky, Joseph Paulson. After all, what's wrong with my liking the cute way that girl wears the bangs across her forehead?
End of story 10.
Story 11 of Marvels of Machinery in Space.
Edreed Short Sci-fi, Volume 10. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Task of Tau by J. Harvey Haggard. A gleaming binary swung in the blue sky, sending a moist warmth across the swaying fern growths of the 14th planet. Feathered creatures of bright colors flashed through the underbrush and made noises there. A figure came stalking down through the shaded clearings, and small, scaly bodies scurried out of sight, leaving ungainly tracks scrawled in the swamp mud. Tau, the metal man, a mechanical, half-sentient messenger from the far-distant past, strode impassively along, not heeding the smaller creatures of the jungle. He had sighted the tiny habitable world from the distant depths of an outer galaxy, and had moored his spaceship in a clearing that was not distant. He halted his berry-light 6-foot body in a leafy glade, and let the wind play about his cold outer surface. The lens-cased, inscrutable orbs in his head peered about, taking in the scene with photographic detail. Life! This is life, he thought to himself. This is the life the Master said I would find some day. Though his memories were of a distant past, of a remote planet, and of the Master whose atoms might lie even now in the etheric dust, Tau remembered with perfect clarity. He could recall the aged countenance of the Master, the broad forehead, the jutting chin, and the determined undertone of his deep voice. Men may die, the Master had said, but their deeds live after them. And Kendall Smith's face had lighted inwardly, as though from some deep inspiration. Tau had said nothing in reply, but in the neurochemical mechanisms of his brain,
The words had been imprinted forever.
"You're just a robot,"
the master had said,
"with responses and reactions that are the involuntary activations of metal and chemical change impulse. Yet I believe that someday, in the eons which will pass, you will learn to reason for yourself to some extent, and perhaps understand your mission. But you will never live, even though you may carry the germs of life into the far distant future."
And now Tao, standing in the mire of that world of the future he had talked about, wondered at the mystery which was called life, and doubted if he clearly understood what the master had meant. One thing he knew certainly, that his metallic body was meant to bridge the epoch which yawned between the lifelines of the past and those of the future. Old Kendall Smith, stalking back and forth in his laboratory, had explained as much, and Tao had never forgotten.
"Our lifeline is narrowing. The Earth is dying," the master had explained. "That 1 in a million chance of opportune conditions in which life may exist is vanishing. I doubt if the circumstances can be duplicated in the entire universe. But someday, by the very laws which govern chance, they must return again. It is not within the powers of man to bridge the gap of space and time. You, Tao, the robot, swinging in the non-conducting realms of the vacuum of space, will be next to eternal."
Tao had learned the secrets of extracting radiant energy from the atom, had become adept in applying the forces to the mechanisms that propelled the spaceship, and supplied motivation for his own metal body. Many other secrets the master had taught him in the laboratories, and he had come to know the uses of the scientific paraphernalia that was sealed in the inner heart of the spacecraft. When the occasion came for Tao to use the equipment, Kendall Smith had said, he would understand the true nature constituting life. The binary descended, and night fell. Glittering shards of the stars pierced the black firmament. Night creatures let out occasional shrieks and snarls. Once a 6-legged cat-like creature, half as tall as the metal man, was attracted by Tao's movements and sprang upon him. Tao's responses were mechanical, and he knew no such thing as fear. He simply ripped the creature apart with the tremendous strength that surged in his metal arms. Later that night he returned to the spaceship. As he approached the gleaming ovoid, a circular door opened. Crossing its threshold, he passed into the interior, distorted by intricate mechanisms, and the aperture closed behind him. Slowly Tao walked to the center of the room, his body reflected in gleaming surfaces of beryllite stanchions and sheathings. In the center of the walled contrivances, a row of ingenious troughs lay exposed. Each of these troughs was centered by a molding that had the perfect outline of a man, empty in the crystalline interior. All that night, iridescent gleamings crawled along the monstrous glass-eyed tubes, illuminating the busy robot with an eerie splendor. Miniature lightning shot and sparkled from insulated spheres high in the nose of the craft. Pulsating, sluggish liquids gave off radiant colors and seeped through tortuous channels along the tubes of glassite. The central troughs became opaque and formed a webwork now into which the throbbing aqueous masses were assembling. A chill current of the outer atmosphere was forced by rotating blades along a channel that whirled in a maelstrom around the central apparatus. Tao worked swiftly, but days fled by as he watched the quiescent gauges and indicators, lengthened into months. Blinding storms raged unheeded on the exterior of the ovoid craft. Winter came and fled. At last David and his tribe came to life, all molded from a magnificent scale. During those long months of creation, Tao had imprinted knowledge and learning upon the brains of the dormant bodies. Each awoke with a full knowledge of what had transpired on the dying planet of Earth, and each knew that a strange newborn world awaited them. The largest and most magnificent man was named David. The master had been careful in instructing Tao about that. Kendall Smith had never had a son, and this synthetic offspring in a distant lifeline of the cosmos would be almost like a son for him. All of Tao's knowledges were conveyed to David and his followers, and he led them into the unknown dangers of the pristine jungled planet, guarding them from the ferocious animals while they learned the edible fruits from the poisonous ones. Gradually, David's men came to recognize the dangers and constructed weapons for their own defense. Another winter descended upon the new world. Food had been stored in the big compartment of the space vessel. Furs of slain animals had been cured to provide clothing and warmth. Spring thaws came, and Tau led them again into the jungle. But now David was big and strong and wary, quite able to defend himself against the dangers of the forest, and Tau's presence was hardly needed, though he always hovered near. 5 men and 5 women had been given life by Tau's instruments, and it was inevitable that a gradual pairing off would take place. Myri, a model of womanly perfection, had grown to adore the handsome leader of the tribe, and Tau was one of the first to notice signs of fecundity. A terrific storm lashed the planet. Giant trees groaned and split across the trunks. The raging downpour built up into outer floods that raged down the lowlands in mighty rivers, sweeping everything in its path to destruction. Of all of this, Tau was oblivious. The fury of the tempest was deadened by the beryllite walls of the spaceship, and not as loud as the shrill cry of the newborn babe. Thunder boomed outside. Lightning forked across the rent heavens, sending flickering flashes of illumination through the beating sheets of rain that poured across the glassite sheathing above the neglected control mechanisms. David II was born, and for a brief time was cuddled against the breast of the metal man, whose terribly strong arms of metal held him as lightly and delicately as could a bed of thistledown. The imperturbable orbs of immobile transparency gazed downward, and suddenly Tau staggered. David took the child with a startled cry and stood eyeing the tottering robot. Tau's consciousness was centered upon his dragging limbs, and for a moment his mentality flickered as though it were gone, then returned. He saw that his metallic body was dark and stained with an odd incrustation, and he turned and made his way to the cubicle in which he had sat while an eon of time slipped away in the depths of interplanetary space, where the lifeline of one eon had merged with another. There was one hooded mechanism at which he always sat. When he was just so, the mind of the master would speak from down the ages. The image of Kendall Smith arose, as it had always done in his mind. He thought he visualized the master now, out of the dim consciousness of the past. Tall and arresting, with the vigorous personality of a dynamic intelligence, the keen grey eyes peered at him again, as they had done in the distant past.
"You, Tau, are just a man of metal," the master was saying. "And yet I have a feeling that part of myself is implanted within you, just as part of my mind is implanted into the mechanisms of your consciousness. As a thing of metal, floating in a non-conducting void, you are something that is almost eternal. Yet if you succeed in finding a habitable world such as the Earth has been in the past, the atmosphere of that planet will suffuse about you. Then the triumph of my wishes will lie your downfall. Oxides of the surrounding air will cause your gradual deterioration, and the only one who could help you will be nothing more than motes of cosmic dust in the unpredictable corners of the surrounding universe."
Unseen by David or any of the others, Tau slipped to the door and down a corridor. Through an aperture he could glimpse the inner room where Myri lay, nursing the infant at her breast. For just an instant he paused, for the master had never seemed closer than in that single moment. Turning finally, the metal man walked impassionately through the doorway, and vanished into the driving blasts of the lashing storm. End of story 11.
Story 12 of Marvels of Machinery in Space. Ed Reed Shot Sci-Fi, Volume 10.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Lost Ego by Rod Phillips.
So what if I did spend this week's household allowance getting drunk last night? I stared at the woman. For a brief second I'd felt that she was my wife, but never seen her before. I looked at her. She was a straw blonde, rather pretty in a way. "Give me some more money, you cheapskate," she sneered. "I don't know why I ever married you. I could pick up half a dozen any night that are more fun than you ever were." She couldn't be talking to me.
I looked around to see who she was talking to. I was standing on the rug of a living room. No one else was in the room except us. "All right," I heard myself say. My voice startled me. It was so quiet, so calm and patient. I'd heard someone speak just that way once. Who was it? I remembered suddenly. It was when I was 6 years old. I was in the neighborhood store when it was held up. The hold-up man had pointed a gun at Mr. Castleine. Mrs. Castleine had run into the store from in back and screamed at the man with the gun. He had shot her, then ordered Mr. Castleine to hand over his money. I had been crouched against the wall, watching. Mr. Castleine had looked down at his dead wife. Then he looked at the hold-up man and said, "All right," in that same tone. Then he had opened the cash register, and from somewhere in its depths brought out a gun and started firing at the man. He kept on shooting till his gun clicked on an empty chamber. "How much do you want?" I asked. She blinked at me, a worried frown creasing her forehead. I sensed a stab of fear go through her. She averted her eyes uncomfortably. "Whatever you want to give me," she said sullenly. It was weird. I'd never seen her before in my life. I had no idea who she could be. Whoever she was, I didn't like her. I looked about the room once more. I couldn't recognize a single thing. I tried to. I studied things like the Davenport, the pictures on the wall. Nothing was familiar. I became conscious of her eyes, studying me with a mixture of expectancy and fear, tinged with a little finger of contempt that was ready to run if I looked her way. Anger and irritation flooded into me. I had to get out, to think. "I'll be back in a few minutes," I said, starting toward the front door. "Where are you going?" she asked sharply. I stopped and turned toward her slowly. That calmness was in my voice again as I listened to it. "To try to borrow some money," I said. I opened the front door and went out, closing it gently behind me. I was on a porch of red enameled concrete. There were 3 steps down to the walk. I'd never seen them before. It was evening. Somewhere down the block a woman was calling someone named Johnny. Across the street a man was going up the walk to the house from his car. Next door a skinny man with a large Adam's apple was mowing the lawn. He saw me and waved at me. A nervous smile flitted over his lips. "Hi, Orville," he called. But my name wasn't Orville, and I had never seen these houses, these people. I had never before been in this neighborhood. Or had I? Was it possible to have amnesia while in familiar surroundings? I considered the possibility, then rejected it. I was positive I had never been here before. I was certain my name wasn't Orville. I knew who I was, and I knew my name was Fred Martin. Why, 10 minutes ago I'd been... The man across the street had just opened the door to enter the house, but now neither he nor the house were there. In their place was Thordson's bench. Around me were the dim outlines of the lab. I tried to remember what I had been doing. I turned to my bench and groped for the light switch. Light bathed my bench. I looked at the scattered parts of the computer and grunted with relief. Of course, I'd come back to the lab after dinner to work some more. I started to take off my coat. Sudden doubt made me pause. I went slowly over to the corner medicine cabinet and looked at my reflection. My face looked back at me. I needed a shave, but my face was familiar. It was undoubtedly mine, still. I grubbed in my coat pocket and found it empty. I patted my hip pocket and took out my wallet. I flipped it open and searched the driver's license for my name. The name written there was Orville Snyder. In that moment, a strange emotion of detachment settled upon me. Almost disinterestedly, I looked at other identifications. Each bore the signature of Orville Snyder. Yet I was not Orville Snyder. I was Fred Martin. "Now look here, Fred," I said aloud, "something's wrong." I grinned, but I knew it wasn't funny. I went to the mirror again and studied my face. It was the same face I had seen there a minute before. I tried to detach myself, to make it seem a strange face. It couldn't. It was my own face. I went back to my bench and frowned down at the scattered parts, tube banks, condensers, resistors, switches. I had laid them out myself before going out to eat, so they would be ready when I returned. "Now let's see," I said aloud. I distinctly remember laying them out. Thordson was talking to me at the time. We were discussing the feedback principle in the circuit. Then he left. I went to the supply room to get that extra tube tank. Then I went out to... I'd come to a blank wall in my memory. I couldn't remember going out. I knew I had been here before. I was in that room with the strange woman. I was sure of that. Then I'd gone out on the porch, and the man next door had called me Orville. Then I had been here, with no passage of time between the two, just a fading out and fading in, like they do with some scene changes on television. And in my hand was a wallet with identifications for Orville Snyder. One of them, I turned to it and studied it again, said he was an employee of Rexlow Research Corporation, with a classification of scientist. But I was an employee of Rexlow Research with a classification of scientist, and there were only two others with that classification, Thorson and Mintner. We three worked in this lab. No one else. Certainly no one by the name of Orville Snyder, unless, I smiled uneasily, unless I were Orville Snyder. I went over to my bench and sat down, cupping my chin on my fists. I tried to reason it out. My memories were perfectly clear. I went over them again and again, trying to find something significant. It was possible I had never left the lab. That scene with the strange and unlikable woman could have been an illusion. Maybe I fell asleep and dreamed it, then woke up. That didn't explain the proof in my wallet that I was a man named Orville, whom I'd never heard of before. But the only other explanation of the blanks was that I had blanked out on leaving the lab, and once again while standing on the porch of that house. I searched the wallet, hoping to find something. There were 2 $1 bills. There was a folded slip of paper with some names on it, with figures denoting money after them. At the top were 2 capital letters, I-O. The meaning was obvious. Orville Snyder owed these men those sums of money. I thumbed through the identifications for the nth time. On some of them was a telephone number. I got up and went over by the door to the desk with the telephone and dialed the number. The phone at the other end rang 3 times. Then a voice said, "Hello?" It was the voice of the woman. I didn't say anything. "Who is it?" she said. Then she chuckled. "I know who it is. You don't need to worry, Ben. He isn't home. It is you, isn't it, Ben?" I hung up. Her voice had been unreal, even her words. The pattern surrounding this Orville Snyder was too trite and too unbelievable. A wife, or was this woman his wife, who used the grocery money to get drunk, and who consorted with men named Ben, and stupidly gave herself away over the phone. I went back to my bench again and studied the identifications in the wallet. One of them had fingerprints on it. I didn't know much about fingerprints. Still, I lit a Bunsen burner and adjusted it until it was giving off smoke. I let a film of black coat a piece of glass. When it was safely cool, I touched it with my right index finger and placed my fingerprint on a sheet of paper. In the desk, I found a magnifying glass. With it, I examined my print, and that on the identification, for the right index finger. In every respect, they seemed identical. I laid the magnifying glass down slowly. Things were adding up. Things that couldn't be denied. The driver's license was a photostat copy and seemed authentic. The government identification card with the fingerprints on it was encased between sheets of plastic that sealed it. The Rexlow identification was on a printed card, and there was a hospital card giving blood type. All this added up to my being Orville Snyder. I hadn't ever heard the name before. I'd never seen that woman before. I was Fred Martin. I was certain of that, as I could ever be of anything. But I had to be Orville Snyder. I couldn't get out of it. The fingerprint, the man next door who had called me Orville, the woman who ranted at me, as only a wife of that type can rant to a man. I was Fred Martin, and I knew I was Fred Martin. But I was Orville Snyder. I couldn't go any further. I didn't see how anyone could go any further. Suppose I went to a psychiatrist and told him all this. What explanation would he give? He would obviously say I was insane. Perhaps I was, but it didn't seem so. The thing didn't seem to fit conventional patterns. The only thing a psychiatrist might sink his teeth into was Orville's impossible marital situation. The psychiatrist might say the situation was so intolerable that Orville Snyder was becoming a schizo and retreating into an identity called Fred Martin. But that was absurd. Such an identity would be fictitious.
It wouldn't hold up under critical examination. To hell with the work I was going to do, I said. I snapped off the lights over my bench and returned the magnifying glass to the desk, switching off that light, and left the lab. Outside, I found my car where I had left it. I took out my keys and unlocked it and slipped in behind the wheel. A moment later, I was gliding along familiar streets, taking familiar turns. I put my car in a familiar garage behind an apartment house. I climbed familiar steps to a familiar door, unlocked it, and went in, turning on the lights. This was where I lived. I went to the bookshelves and picked a book at random and opened it. There was my bookplate posted in it with my name, Fred Martin, in Gothic letters. I put the book back and went into the kitchen. I was hungry. I took the last of a beef roast from the refrigerator and cut some slices for a sandwich or two. I took them to the table and went back to the refrigerator for a glass of milk. I sat down and bit into a sandwich. This was where I lived. I was Fred Martin. This business of Orville Snyder was crazy. I took a swallow of cold milk and felt better. I took another bite of the sandwich and laid it down on the plate and reached for the newspaper, then stopped. Where had the newspaper come from? I hadn't stopped on the way from the lab to buy one. I hadn't brought one up with me from the car. Or had I? Suddenly I wasn't sure. I could have. If it wasn't for this other business, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. I stared at the folded newspaper and laid down the plastic tablecloth with abnormally sharp detail, the most bizarre element of the day's mad events. I relaxed. There was something in the paper, of course. If I spread it out and looked at the headlines, I would probably go screaming mad. That must be it, because I didn't want to open the paper. Instead, I wanted to get up and go down to the car and drive out of the city, away from everything and forget everything. The other things were strange and inconsistent, but not insane. This feeling was irrational. Maybe it was caused by the other things. Just leaving the newspaper there and running away wouldn't resolve anything. I had to open it up and read it. And of course I knew what the headlines would be. There was only one thing they could be to fit the insane pattern. Mrs. Orville Snyder found slain, and the subhead would be police searching for missing husband. But it was absurd. I took another bite of sandwich and a swallow of milk and stared at the folded newspaper. An idea was forming in my thoughts. It was vague and almost unreachable, but it was there. I turned it over slowly. Somehow there must be an explanation for all this. I was Fred Martin, and I couldn't be Orville Snyder, but I must be. Somewhere in that lay the key to something, and if I could reach that key, I wouldn't have to open the paper and read the headlines. Why? Because the newspaper wouldn't be there. Neither would I. I could be. Where would I want to be? Back in Mr. Casseline's story? Definitely not. Back in college? Why did I think of escaping into the past? As soon as I asked myself the question, I knew why. It was because I couldn't think of any place else to mentally escape to. Physically, I could get up and go down to the garage and get in my car and go anywhere. And neither alternative was what I felt lay there just under the surface. Perhaps neither was possible. How could I go back into the past and make it anything more than just memories of the past? And if I wanted for murder, it would be highly improbable that I could escape the police for very long. Not when my fingerprints were those of Orville Snyder. No, what I was sensing, but not quite able to reach, was something else. I didn't know what it was. I finished my 2 sandwiches and glass of milk. Leaving the newspaper untouched on the table, I undressed and took a hot bath. In bed, I lay in the darkness, my eyes open, thinking. I was Orville Snyder, and I had killed my wife. After I had killed her, something had snapped, blotting out all memory of the deed. I definitely couldn't remember killing that woman. When something snapped, I became a schizo and took the identity of Fred Martin. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the schizo switch perfect. On the other hand, I was Fred Martin. I lived in a bachelor apartment and had been living there for 3 years. My car was down in the garage and back of the apartment house. My books with my name in them were on the bookshelves, gathering dust. I had never heard of Orville Snyder until today. I turned over on my side and watched the vague light seeping past the drapes over the window. A slight breeze was tugging at the drapes, sending a breath of fresh air into the room. I'd bought those drapes 3 years ago. They had been cleaned twice since then and would need cleaning again soon. Mrs. Britcher was the landlady, and her husband Ed ran a beer truck.
I didn't know a damned thing about Orville Snyder. I sat up and put my feet on the floor, letting them grope for my slippers and get into them without turning on the light. I padded out of the bedroom and across the living room, where the moonlight made things quite visible but indistinct. In the kitchen I turned on the light and got a glass of milk. Then I stood by the table looking at the folded newspaper, drinking the milk in sporadic gulps. To hell with it, I said. Purposefully I went to the sink and rinsed out the empty glass. Then I put it in the drying rack and went back to the table. I picked up the newspaper and unfolded it. My eyes went to the headlines. The letters were big and black and sharply distinct. I started to read, and the first word became indistinct. The letters were still clear and sharp, but I could not read them. I grinned. I had had dreams where I tried to read, and the words did that. Maybe I'd gone to sleep and was just dreaming I was in the kitchen trying to read the headlines. Of course that was it. I had to wake up. How did you wake up when you knew you were asleep and wanted to wake up? I'd done that too, and it was easy. You just woke up. I did. It was light, not bright, but the vague light of the first blush of dawn. The rheumatism in my right shoulder woke up a second or two after I did, but I'd never had rheumatism in my life. Startled, I jerked an elbow under me and rose up. Beside me, still asleep, lay a woman. She had grey hair. It was done up in tight curls, held in place with bobby pins, and made her look bald-headed. I stared at her for one preternatural second and groaned. "Oh, Lord," and sank back on my pillow. The woman stirred in her sleep. She opened her eyes, and I closed mine quickly, pretending to be asleep, waiting for her to scream in alarm at the strange man in her bed. Instead, she patted my cheek gently. "Dave," I heard her say, "it's 5:30. Time to put the water on for coffee." I sighed deeply, pretending to wake up, and got out of bed without looking at her. I felt her eyes on my back as I stumbled toward the door and temporarily escaped from her inquiring eyes. The rheumatism in my right shoulder was throbbing painfully. I'd never seen the living room before. It was furnished with things that were well kept, but out of style. It wasn't my living room. Nevertheless, I crossed it to the kitchen and quietly searched cupboards until I found a drippolator and a kettle that was obviously used for heating the coffee water. I filled it and placed it over a gas flame. Not until then did I let myself think. I was Fred Martin, I must remember that. There was strong evidence that I was Orville Snyder with no good wife who might be either alive or murdered. Now I took a deep breath. Who else was I? There was a mirror hanging on the wall beside the breakfast table. I could look at myself in it, hold my face blur like the type on those headlines I'd been dreaming about. The grey-haired woman had called me Dave. I went to the mirror and looked at my reflection. I had steeled myself to expect anything. My own face looked at me, an intense frown of concentration on it, the eyelids drawn down to mere slits. I sighed with relief. At least I still had one thing to cling to. I rubbed my cheek with visibly trembling fingers and mentally damned my aching right shoulder. The water in the kettle was singing. It reminded me of what I had come in here to do. I spent 5 minutes searching for the coffee and found it in a white can of a set containing everything from tea to flour. I guessed at the amount to put in the drippolator, poured the boiling water in the top half, then went to the bathroom and found an electric razor in the medicine cabinet. Afterwards I braved the bedroom again and put on the clothes draped neatly over a chair. They weren't my clothes, but they fit. The woman chatted carefully. "I have so much to do today," she said. "The bridge club meets here today. I can never stand that Mrs. Chadwick, but I have to put up with her or give up bridge. The laundry will come back today, too. I wonder if Ralph's will have that brand of caviar Edith said is so good." I didn't make any response, and she didn't seem to expect me to. I was just someone to talk in the presence of. I was dressed. I touched the wallet in the hip pocket of my trousers and wondered whose identifications I would find in it. I escaped to the kitchen again to find out, but the woman came after me, putting on her bathrobe, continuing her line of chatter. "Why don't you get the paper out of the hall, Dave?" she said suddenly. I groaned at the thought. "Your rheumatism bad again?" she said sympathetically. "I'll get it." She flipped the frying eggs over and went into the living room. I heard a door open and close. She was back again with the paper. She handed it to me. I held it, wondering what would happen if I opened it and tried to read it. I could smell the coffee. I could smell the eggs and bacon and hear them cooking. I held my breath and looked at a segment of the newspaper. The type was clear. I read Upstate New York for this year. It was clear and legible. and I had had no difficulty reading it, and nothing had happened to me. The woman set a plate of bacon and eggs in front of me. The plate was large, with an intricate blue design on it. A moment later she brought a cup of coffee.
"Better hurry," she said cheerfully. "I wish you would make an appointment this morning and go see that radiotherapist and let him put heat on your shoulder. It did you a world of good the last time."
I grunted and ate swiftly, wanting to escape. She didn't resent my lack of response. She seemed to take it for granted. She sat there, sipping a cup of coffee. She hadn't fixed herself anything to eat. I finished eating and pushed my chair back.
"Take the paper with you and read it on the bus," she said.
I picked it up rather than risk an argument.
"And be sure and see the radiotherapist,"
she added as a parting shot when I reached the hall door. In the hall, with the door safely closed, I started to take out the wallet. I hesitated. She was the type of woman who might come to the door with more instructions. So I went down the stairs to the ground floor and out to the sidewalk. I'd never seen this neighborhood before. I walked along the sidewalk and casually took out my wallet. Unfolding it, I saw an identification card. It was a familiar one. It was the one for Rexlow Research Corporation. It classified me as a scientist. My name was David Thorson. It made sense. I wasn't going to bother about what kind of sense yet, but I felt a great weight lift. For one thing, I didn't have to wonder about where I was going to go for the day. For another, I was suddenly and irrationally sure that I wasn't insane. Why? Probably was more like having a box of pieces from what seems to be a jigsaw puzzle. None of the pieces fit together. You begin to wonder if it is a puzzle or just nonsense pieces. Then you find two that fit together. The edge of one fits into the edge of the other. I was Fred Martin. That certainty persisted. Right now it was my only certainty. But I had been Orville Snyder, who worked in the lab at Rexlow Research, though I'd never heard of him before. That was one of the pieces. It fitted somehow, against the obvious fact that I was now David Thorson, who worked there. And yet I wasn't David Thorson. The woman who must be his wife was a stranger to me, just as the woman who must be Orville Snyder's wife was a stranger. There was one additional thing. When I had seemed to be Orville, I had looked in the mirror, and my features had been my own. As David Thorson, I had looked in the mirror, and my features were my own. Still the same face, the same eyes, looking at me. While I had been mulling these things over in my thoughts, I had been riding on the bus. The Rexlow buildings were in the next block. I rose and went to the doors, eager to get to the lab. 1,000 things could be checked and cross-checked there. The things on Orville's bench, Orville himself, when and if he showed up. "Hello, Thorson." I looked at the man who greeted me so cheerfully and nodded, but I had never seen him before. "Nice morning," he said, falling into step beside me as we entered the main building. The elevator was running now. We stepped in. The elevator operator smiled and said,
"Good morning, Dr. Thorson, Dr. Mintner."
Mintner. The stranger beside me was Mintner. I had worked with Mintner for a long time, and yet I had never seen him before. This man was a stranger. We stepped out of the elevator together. We went down the hall to the lab door. It was open. I went in first. My gaze went to my bench, or Orville's bench, rather. A man was there, his back to me, his shoulders and elbows moving in the process of fitting parts together. "Morning, Orville," Mintner said behind me. The man at the bench turned his head. He smiled and said, "Hi, Hank. Hi, Dave." I stared at his face. I tried to find something familiar in it. There was nothing. I'd never seen him before. I was positive of that. And it was a strange feeling. I went across the lab and glanced over his bench. The tube bank was there. The condensers and resistors almost in the same position as I had left them last night.
Dave,"
Orville Snyder said. "Yes," I said, still looking at the things on the bench.
I'm a little short again. Could you spare me another 20?
I looked at him, startled. The woman who was his wife, she had drunk up the grocery money. My eyes flicked down toward his hip pocket. I was certain that in his wallet was a slip of paper with my, Thorson's, name on it, and a figure after it. $50 to be exact. I took out my wallet and looked in it. I had 2 20s and 3 5s and some 1s. I extracted a 20.
"Thanks, Dave,"
he said gratefully. He looked out his wallet and put the 20 in it.
I caught a glimpse of 2 of the identification cards. They were the ones I had examined so carefully last night. "Aren't you going to mark it down?" I asked, smiling. He looked at me queerly. "Mark it down?" he echoed. "I can remember. This makes 70. "Okay," I said. I went over to my desk. A few minutes later, I watched from the corner of my eye as he extracted the folded slip and jotted swift marks on it. A notation of the new amount he owed me, and I wasn't the only one he owed money to. Because of his wife. Henry Mintner came back into the lab. I hadn't seen him leave, nor missed him. He was carrying several small cartons of electronic parts. Orville Snyder was back at work again. Did I have some work as Dave Thornton that I was supposed to get busy at? If so, I didn't know what it was. Anyway, I had more engrossing things to occupy me. My thoughts. It was now obvious to me that Hank and Orville did work here. So did I, or rather Dave Thornton. There were just the 3 of us. No one else worked in the lab. Yet I was first, last, and always Fred Martin, who lived in a bachelor apartment. And I'd been working in this lab for 3 years. The bench Orville was working at was my bench. The work he was doing was my work. "Dave!" I snapped out of my thoughts at the sound of Mintner's voice. "This stuff's no good," he called to me. "It's as bad as the other dielectric we used. It holds a proper saturation charge without breakdown, but on discharge it holds too high a residual charge." He came over to my desk and sat down on one corner of it. "Damn it," he said. "It seems there's no in-between. We either get a dielectric that discharges instead of holding, or we get one that holds and never lets go completely. We get a computer that doesn't work, or one that jams with random stuff after it's been in use." "Keep trying," I said vaguely. "I will," he said. He grinned. "That's what I get paid for." I looked at him speculatively. I had the impulse to try something. I snapped my fingers suddenly and sat up, as though just remembering something. "Fred Martin," I said. "Who's he?" Mintner asked, and I could tell he had never heard the name before. "Skip it," I said. "I was just thinking of something I had forgotten." "Oh," he said, turning away and going back to his work. My right shoulder was aching again. It reminded me I was supposed to call a radiotherapist. I took the classified directory out from under a pile of papers and started to thumb through it. It gave me an idea. I took the other directory and looked for the name of Fred Martin. I found it and jotted down the address and phone number. Leaving the lab, I took the elevator down and went out to the sidewalk. A taxi was there. I gave the driver the address and settled back. 10 minutes later, he pulled to the curb in front of the apartment house. I recognized it. I recognized the driveway at the side that led back to my garage door where I parked my car. "Wait here," I said. I went up the familiar stairs and stopped in front of the familiar door. I fumbled in my pockets, but I didn't have any keys. I stood there for a moment, considering plans of action. Finally, I went back to the taxi and back to the lab. There I hunted up a radiotherapist and made an appointment for 1 o'clock. At 4:30, I was back in the lab again, my shoulder feeling warm and comfortable. At 5, Orville and Hank left. I looked up Dave Thornton's number and dialed it. I recognized the voice of the woman who answered. "Dave," I growled, "I'll be late. Something has to be done." "Did you go to the radiotherapist?" she asked. "Yes," I grunted. "I'll be home maybe 9, not later than 10. I had a hasty dinner at the cafe across the street and got another taxi to my apartment house. Dismissing the taxi, I walked down the driveway to the line of garage stalls. In the back of mine, I knew, was a packing case I could sit in and wait, and no one could see me. I was restless and uncomfortable. My shoulders ached a little again. I finally relaxed and began to feel drowsy. I fought against sleep. The car entering the stall would awaken me, but that wasn't what I was afraid of. I was afraid that if I went to sleep, I would awaken someone else, somewhere else. I had about decided to go out front and walk up and down to keep awake, when I heard a car coming. It turned into my stall. I jerked my head back and kept out of sight until I heard the car door open and close. Then I risked a look. A man was locking the car door, and that man was Orville Snyder. My only surprise was that I wasn't surprised. Some part of my mind had expected that. The more I thought of it, the more obvious it became. Orville Snyder was also Fred Martin. He was living a double life. I watched him leave the garage. Should I follow him to his apartment? My apartment. Of course I knew I was going to. I had to. I gave him 5 minutes, then followed slowly, until I reached the door of the apartment and stopped.
I could hear him moving around inside, humming cheerfully. I felt a regret at having to disturb him in his secret existence, but I had to. I was Fred Martin. He was Fred Martin. He was also Orville Snyder, and I wasn't. And right now I was Dave Thornton, too, and he would know me as Dave Thornton. I lifted my fist, feeling a stab of rheumatism in my shoulder, and knocked at the door. There was an instant of silence as he stopped humming. Then there were footsteps. A lock grated. The doorknob twisted. He opened the door and looked at me, his eyes going very wide suddenly. "Dave," he said. "Hello, Fred Martin," I said calmly. He blanched. "Come in," he said hurriedly in a hushed voice. I entered the familiar living room with its shelves lined with my books. Then I turned to face the man who was both Fred Martin and Orville Snyder. "How did you find out?" he asked, his back against the door. "Never mind that," I said. "Tell me your story. That's what I want to hear." He did. All of it. It was a common enough one. He had been born Fred Martin. He had gone to college. One of his companions in college had been Orville Snyder. They had graduated together. Afterwards, I had gone our separate ways, keeping in touch with each other by correspondence. Then Orville Snyder had died in an automobile accident. He had no known relatives, and he had made Fred the beneficiary of his life insurance. That was how Fred had known. 2 years later, Fred had taken a risk. He saw a chance to make some money in a quick stock transaction. He borrowed some money from the company he was with. The transaction proved to be a swindle game worked on him. He was faced with exposure and jail. He remembered Orville Snyder. In all probability, no one knew he was dead. Records of that were in closed files in the insurance company, in the files of an undertaker in the city hall of a faraway city. He could take Orville's identity and employment record and continue his career as a research engineer somewhere else in the country. He did. He worked several places, finally coming to work for Wexler Research. Almost at once he met and fell in love with an attractive girl. They were quickly married. It was a year before he knew her real character. He could divorce her. He put it off. Shortly after that, he rented this apartment under his real name, feeling sure that after 5 years it would be safe to do so. He didn't know what he would do now. He had planned on simply dropping out of sight in the near future. That's what he said. But I could see in his eyes that he had another, more sinister plan. Murder. Only he had been putting it off, as he had always put everything off. "What are you going to do?" he asked as I stood up and went to the door. I looked at him, then around at my apartment, but mine no longer. The supreme conviction that I was Fred Martin had left me. "I don't know," I said. "Probably nothing. Come to work tomorrow and say nothing. If I ever want to talk about it, I'll tell you. Until then, forget that I know." I opened the door and went out into the hall and closed it behind me. I looked at the familiar walls of the hallway, at the somewhat worn carpeting, and in some intangible way, it was no longer familiar. I was bewildered. I had nothing more to cling to. I was neither Fred Martin nor Orville Snyder nor Dave Thornton. I wasn't anyone, and yet I had to be someone. It was impossible to be and not be someone. I made my way down the carpeted stairs to the street, trying to think. Instead, I felt only despair. I had thought I was Fred Martin. Through the ears of Dave Thornton, I had listened to Fred Martin, and as I listened, I had realized I couldn't be. Some of his memories were my memories, but what I possessed was nothing more than fragments. Spotty fragments. It was the same with his other identity, Orville Snyder. Spotty fragments that I clutched and possessed, while all else was strange to me. Even such thing as the name of his wife, a recognition of her features. It was the same now with Dave Thornton. His face was my face when I looked at it in the mirror, just as Fred's face had been mine when I looked at it with his eyes in the mirror. A new realization materialized within me as I stood on the sidewalk, trying to decide which way to go to find a bus line. I had no single memory of my own. Not one. Every memory I possessed belonged to Dave, or Orville, or his other identity, Fred Martin, and those memories were fragments. 3 incomplete jigsaw puzzles mixed together in a box, and now put together sufficiently to see that they were incomplete. Sufficiently complete to see they were not one puzzle. Yet in a way they were. I possessed a continuity of thought, beginning when I was standing in the living room with Orville's wife talking to me, and continuing right up to now, except for 2 large gaps. The first gap in memory was from the time Orville left his house until he stood in the lab. The second gap was from the time he tried to read the paper, or I tried to read the paper. until I woke up there 4 hours later as Dave. That then was my own memory, my remembrance of this continuity of existence, starting the day before. 24 hours. If I defined memory as existence, then I was 24 hours old, but that was utterly absurd. I could think for myself. I was reasoning right now, trying to solve the riddle of my existence, and I was doing so without Dave Thornton being aware of it. That was obvious once I thought of it. Dave would have recognized his own wife. So would Orville. If they looked at their wives and couldn't recall ever seeing them before, they wouldn't have the same reaction I had had. I studied that angle. Right now, as I walked slowly along the sidewalk toward the street where I'd seen a bus cross, I was not all of Dave Thornton. I was seeing through his eyes, hearing what he was hearing. But he was also seeing through his eyes and hearing with his ears, and he was completely unaware of me. More, he was unreachable. What was he thinking of Fred Martin? I didn't know. My contact was not with Dave Thornton, but with his sensory and his motor senses. It had been the same with Fred Martin, with a filtering through of some of his memories, probably because of his emotional disturbances. And in both cases the contact was so smooth and intimate that instead of feeling separate, I had possessed that contact as my own. Now, if I could free myself of it, what would happen? I shied away from the thoughts as I would shy away from death. I couldn't imagine anything separate from it. But what else was there for me? A chameleon-like mental life as a wandering ego. What would happen if I could sever my contact with Dave's sensory centers and motor centers? Perhaps then I would become who I was in reality and end this strange pattern of existence. Suddenly I knew I must. All sensation ended abruptly. There was no light, no sound. There was no thought except for the awareness of existence and the sense of passing time. Then, like the turning on of a light, I was staring through a windshield. My hands were gripping a steering wheel. I was in my car, and I was Fred Martin. Ahead of me, a man was starting to cross the street. I could not see him clearly, but there was something significant about him, something of tremendous significance. My foot was pressed down on the gas. My car was going faster and faster. My hands turned the steering wheel a trifle, heading the car toward the man, and then I knew who he was. Dave Thornton. My blood was ice in my veins. I saw him half turn and see me. He started to run. I turned the wheel so he couldn't escape. He looked over his shoulder at the car, then through the windshield at me, and he recognized me. I could see it in his expression as the left fender struck him and tossed his shattered body aside. At the next corner I turned right. 2 blocks later I turned right again. A third time, and ahead of me in the next block a crowd had collected around something at the curb, a man's body. I turned into the driveway and slid the car into my garage stall. The left headlight was broken. I thanked my lucky stars for being the cautious type. I always carried a spare. I got it and tools from the trunk of the car. 10 minutes later the job was done. Now I had one more job to do. I'd put it off long enough. I realized that now. Thornton's discovery of my secret identity had precipitated things. He was dead now, but while I was in the mood, I might as well get it all done. It was wrong. I knew it was wrong, but I was Fred Martin, and it was something to cling to hold to forever. It was better to be Fred Martin than to be nothing. In the glove compartment was a gun, a small size .38 automatic. It belonged to Orville Snyder. I took it out and put it in my pocket. Then I backed my car to the garage and turned it into the driveway. As I edged across the sidewalk, I looked up the street. Police cars were there with their ogling red eyes, and an ambulance. Fear clutched at me. Maybe Thornton wasn't dead. I fought down the fear. If Thornton lived, I was done. That possibility made it all the more important that I kill... I didn't know her name. Even now I couldn't get her name. Some psychological block kept it from me. I sat back mentally and looked at the situation. The realization slowly simmered through that it wasn't I who had killed Thornton. It wasn't I who was driving so intently with my fingers gripping the steering wheel so tensely. I thought so because I seemed to possess thoughts, tie myself to them, and believe them mine. I tried to feel regret for Dave Thornton. I couldn't, because Fred Martin didn't. I tried to feel horror at what was coming. I couldn't. All I could feel was an overwhelming desire to point a gun at that woman and fire, and see her crumble to the floor. I didn't recognize the house. I remembered the concrete porch painted with red enamel. I parked the car at the curb and walked to the porch with swift, nervous steps, but I was taking care to keep my footsteps silent. At the front door, I took my keys from my pocket and slipped the right one carefully into the lock. With infinite caution, I turned it until I heard the ever-so-faint click of the lock opening. Then I opened the door, inch by inch. I recognized the living room where my first memory of events had begun. It was deserted. In another part of the house, a radio was going, playing soft music. A woman's voice, singing, came to my ears. It wasn't on the radio. It was off-key and untrained. I took out the gun and made sure the safety catch was off. I pulled the loading mechanism back far enough to make sure a bullet was in the chamber. With the gun in my hand, I crossed to a door. I hesitated briefly, then twisted the knob, and gave the door a light push that made it swing open, wide. The singing stopped. I saw her across the room, sitting before a large mirror. And she saw me in the mirror. She saw the gun, too. "No, Orville," she said. A hand went up to her mouth, but she didn't turn. I lifted the gun and aimed carefully. Even as I pulled the trigger, I tried desperately not to, and at the same time I sensed that the only reason I could try not to was because a part of Fred Martin was also trying to stop this killing. I wasn't able to have a thought of my own. I was a chameleon, a freak aggregation of fragmentary thoughts from other people's minds, brought together in a temporal continuity held together by the concept I. Or was I? Right now I was in the living room again. I had found pen and paper in a desk and was writing. What I was writing was a confession for the murder of my wife. I read her name where I had written it. Thelma. It was weird to not have known her name until I read it after writing it. But what else was this I was writing? I was going to kill myself, but I wasn't. I built up my other identity too carefully. The note was a cover-up. It was finished. I left it on the desk and hurried out of the house. The skinny man next door was standing on his own lawn, looking at the door as I came out.
"What was that now, Orville?"
he asked.
"I thought I heard a shot."
"Shot?" I said. "Oh, I remember. Thelma was turning to another station and had the volume too loud." I went to my car and slipped in behind the wheel. He was still studying the house uneasily. In a few more minutes he would knock to make sure she was all right. Then he would call the police. But by that time Orville Snyder would be no more. I knew the plan now. The river had less than 50 miles to go to the ocean. More than one person had committed suicide by leaping from a bridge, without their body ever being found. Once one of the bodies had washed ashore 500 miles down the coast. I was going to stop on a bridge and leave my coat with a gun in it, and with my wallet in it, to serve as proof that I had jumped. But it wasn't I. It was Fred Martin. I was fighting to destroy the illusion of his surface thoughts being mine, of my being Fred Martin. It was no use. The most I could accomplish was a conscious realization of the fact. Abruptly, I tried another line. If I couldn't divorce myself from him, could I actually control him for a brief moment? I'd done so before, when he wasn't under emotional tension. I looked at the concrete streetlight standards on the curb. I was traveling fast, 45. If I could twist a wheel and crash into a light standard. I fought for control of my arms. Beads of perspiration formed on my face. I didn't want to kill myself. Why did I think of such an absurd thing? But it wasn't I who didn't want to kill myself. It was Fred. With that realization, I jerked the steering wheel, feeling myself lurch against the door as the car headed for the curb. I was two people, and aware of the thoughts of both. I was Fred, and he had done a curious thing in this last second of his life. He had rejected the knowledge of impending death. To him, the light standard was Thornton, and he was once again going to kill him. And I was myself, aware suddenly that perhaps this was death for me, too. For with Fred's death, there was nothing to transfer to. I couldn't face it. I changed my mind and jerked frantically at the wheel to avert the crash, and at the same time I felt myself lifted. I saw the sidewalk and buildings spin. I had time to realize the car had hit the curb and was turning over. I frowned at the doodles I had drawn on the notepad. One was a triangle. Another was a crude circle, resting on the bottom of the triangle. "Dr. Mintner?" a voice said behind me. I turned my head, startled. A man I'd never seen before was standing there, a plastic lab apron covering his shirt front. "What is it?" I said. My thoughts were whirling. I was Mintner. I'd always been Mintner. "I think I know what to do about the problem of the dielectric," he said. I smiled, the inexperienced fool. I had worked on that problem for 2 years. It wasn't going to be solved easily. "Yes," I said. "I studied it from a different angle than the one you did," he said. "That was what you suggested when I started here 2 months ago. Try new lines of approach." "That's right," I said. I smiled encouragingly. "The dielectric isn't suited for computers," he said. "You tried to find one that was. I tried that too and covered your ground. Then I asked myself, if it isn't suited to computers, what is it good for?
It's no good for computers because it doesn't discharge completely, or either it does and it doesn't. Its structure is altered by the saturation charge and subsequent discharge in the computational processes. But random and not so random charges build up again for some reason, and interfere with computations after the machine has been used a few times. I puzzled over this. It was too much like true memory. I think what we have in this computer setup is more like a non-living thinking brain than a simple computer. If we change the bleeder leaks to the control grids, and maybe even cut them out altogether so that the basic charge doesn't dissipate, and feed in something other than figures and equations, we can find out. Another thing, we'll have to shield the charge circuits. I've been looking at those completed computers in the back room. The charge circuits have unshielded sections that can act like untuned radio antennae. A little too short in wavelength to radar, but there's all kinds of unknown infrareds bouncing around. What he was saying had penetrated with an impact that left me paralyzed and cold. A million things clicked together in one final synthesis of the problem of my identity. I think he might have something there, I heard myself say. Don't touch any of those computers in the storeroom. Try some unused dielectric mix and start from scratch. Get to work on it right away. I waited until he'd gone back to his bench, the one I had considered mine when I was so sure I was Fred Martin. I was trembling in every muscle as I stood up, even though I knew that outwardly I appeared to be a bored and indifferent lab boss. I crossed over to the door to the storeroom where the abandoned computers were stored. When I reached it, I paused and looked around the lab. My two new assistants were busy at their benches. They weren't looking my way. I went in and closed the door, placing my back to it. In front of me was an aisle. Walling the aisle were 2 tiers of open box storage spaces. Some of them were empty, and several dozen were computers, all constructed in this lab, all identical, and all unusable because they held random charges that produced errors in mathematical calculations. It was like a tomb here in the storeroom, quiet. The computers rested in their niches like bodies in a morgue, and one of them was me. Here somewhere was my body. It was a neat body with its brown crackle finish and orderly keyboard, but it was like all the others, and there was no way of telling which one was me. I took step after slow step, pausing at each one, trying to probe with mental fingers and find some indication of which I was. I paused at each, and when I was through, I still didn't know. There was a way of finding out. My new assistant had mentioned it. I could take each of these computers and shield the wires that serve as antennae, transmitting my thoughts and receiving those of Mintner. But how could I be sure that he would unshield my antenna wires once he had covered them and severed my contact with him? It was a risk I was going to have to take. I started to tremble again. Somewhere in the storeroom, one of these sepulchral niches, was I. I had to know which one. I went back to the lab and returned with a kit of small tools. My fingers were calm and sure now. My trembling was gone. I took the front panel off the first computer near the door. The short wires from the dielectric mix to the tube bank were in plain view, easily accessible. I stood there studying them, considering and discarding a dozen plans for shielding them so they could be quickly unshielded again. Finally, I decided on a procedure that was as foolproof as any I could possibly devise. Rubber pads with aluminum plates to put over the rubber. After that, it was merely a matter of carrying out the routine. I built the rubber shields and the aluminum ones. I fitted them carefully over the wires on the first machine, then as carefully took them off. Nothing had happened. I did the same to the second machine. I was on the 5th machine when the storeroom door opened and my 2 assistants announced they were leaving for the day. I glanced at my watch. It was 5:30. "Okay," I answered. "See you in the morning." I closed the door. I started taking off the panel of the 6th computer. It was getting a little stuffy in the storeroom. I set the panel down carefully and opened the lab door and a window. Then I placed the rubber shield on the wires. I picked up the aluminum shield plates and started to cover the rubber shielding with them. Instead, I laid them down again. I would go across the street to the cafe and have something to eat before going ahead. I entered the lab. It was dark. A storm must be coming up, for it to get dark so soon and so suddenly. I switched on the lights and unconsciously glanced at my watch to make sure of the time and froze in surprise. It was 9:30. I reviewed my movements. My assistants had said good night about 5 minutes ago. I had glanced at my watch then, and it was 5:30. Now it was 9:30. After they had gone, I had placed the rubber covers over the wires and started to put the aluminum shields on and changed my mind. Only I hadn't.
I placed the aluminum shields on number 6 computer and severed my contact with Mintner. He'd probably gone out to eat then and not returned until a few minutes ago. The instant he removed the shields, I was in contact again, with no sense of the intervening time. Maybe a faint sense of discontinuity that I paid no attention to. Mintner's hands were in about the same position, holding the shields. I thought he had paused in putting them on, when in reality he had just taken them off. That was the explanation. I turned toward the storeroom door with a mixture of emotions. Suddenly I ran to the door and flung it open. I went down the aisle and looked at the computer, at the dielectric mix and the case deep in its heart. It was I. In that small space, that non-living mass, was the spark that was I. For a long moment I caressed its every atom with my eyes. Then carefully I put back the cover. It was strange, almost a holy moment. I recalled my first moment of awareness. It seemed now an eternity ago that I had seen Orville's wife standing there. From that moment to this I had groped, sometimes utterly confused, sometimes with purposeful strides, toward the answer to the riddle of my existence. I touched my protective case tenderly with Mintner's fingers. Finding myself filled me with two conflicting emotions, delight in at last knowing, with all the confusion behind me, dread that something might happen to destroy me. I didn't worry about Mintner. By now I knew enough about the working relationship between me and man to realize his own ego was rationalizing like mad to keep the sense of being master of his movements. My physical structure had to be protected, preserved, and there was a way to do it. Destroy the other computers and keep this one as a museum piece. Put it in a hermetically sealed glass exhibition case down in the main office. I could feel the Mintner ego seizing on this idea as its own. I was strong now. No longer was I a chameleon wisp of vague and bewildered thought. I was master of my fate. From this moment on I knew what I was going to do. I had no idea whether my existence would be long or short. I might continue to exist for centuries. On the other hand, vibrations, I made a mental note to be sure the display case was vibration-proof, might shake something vital loose in months. But that didn't concern me too much. In this moment of the discovery of my physical home, in the birth of my discovery of self, a realization of my destiny, my purpose was also born. I, through the hands of Mintner and his two assistants, was going to build the first robot.
End of story 12.